First, we had the invocation and, of course, the Pledge of Allegiance, but by Pastor Hanley. But I was wondering also, Pastor, did I say your name wrong? I probably did. I was wondering if you could also include Mayor Spear and Patty Spear in your prayer. They both are suffering from COVID right now. Patty is in the ICU unit over at Wesley Hospital. John is at his house. He is recovering or trying to recover there. John is the mayor of Keychet in Sedgwick County. So I was hoping that during the invocation, if it wouldn't be too much of a problem, if you could add him to your prayers, as we want to keep our colleagues in our prayers. So with that, I invite everyone to stand if you are willing and able for the invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance.
Will you please bow your head with me? Lord, I thank you for Mayor Whipper, for Councilman Johnson, Council Tuttle, Council Clendenton, Council Jeff Blueblay, Council Fry, Council Clay Combs. Lord, we thank you for the great leadership that you have afforded us in Wichita. I pray that you guide their every decision today. I hope that in every decision that is decided on today, that you will give each council to remember how these decisions will affect the families in the city of Wichita. God, we thank you for the great leadership that we have, and we trust that they will make the best decisions. Now, Lord, I ask a special blessing, a special healing, a special recovery upon Mayor Spryer and his wife, Patty. Lord, these are friends of our mayor, and they are members of this community. And we will stand together as a praying community for their healing. God, we ask these blessings by faith. In Jesus' name, amen. Be blessed.
Amen. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, Pastor. Madam Clerk.
Approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on September 1st, 2020.
Does every member had a chance to review the minutes? If so, is there any discussion or proposed changes to the minutes? If there's no discussion of the minutes, then I will make a motion that we accept them as printed.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded by the Vice Mayor. If there's no discussion on the motion, clerk will open a roll. Members cast their vote. With the result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, the motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda items 1 through 14.
Is there any discussion on consent agenda items 1 through 14? If there is no discussion, I'll make a motion that we accept consent agenda items 1 through 14.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded by the Vice Mayor. If there's no discussion on said motion, clerk will open the roll. Members cast the vote. With the result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, the motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Charter ordinance exempting the city of Wichita, Kansas from the provisions of KSA 13-1209 and KSA 13-1210 and providing substitute and additional provisions of the same subject relating to waterworks improvements and the issuance of bonds for the purpose of paying for said improvements.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Brian McLeod from the City Law Department. The background of this item is in 2005, the cities of Wichita and Mays agreed that Wichita would be able to construct sewer improvements in a specified area inside the Mays boundaries. And that actually in 2009 was expanded to also include water-related improvements. At the time that the original 2005 agreement was done, the City of Wichita's governing body also approved Wichita Charter Ordinance number 201. And the purpose of that was to create authority for Wichita to finance the sewer improvements with special assessments when it made them in the designated area inside the Mays boundaries. At the time, and again in 2009, when the agreement was expanded to cover water improvements, there was not a parallel charter ordinance done to allow the city to special assess the cost of water improvements. And today we have development proposed in Oasis Edition and Mallard Estates Edition, which are in those designated areas in Mays. The sewer improvements have been before you, and the water improvements are waiting for us to set up this authority to finance with special assessments. By passing the proposed charter ordinance, the City of Wichita can create authority to allow assessments within the Mays boundaries for the cost of the water improvements made under the agreement between the two cities. The charter ordinance is actually drawn a little broader, I think, by the recommendation of bond counsel who drafted this for us. They thought it would be a good idea if we didn't get in a spot later on where we were stuck waiting for bonding authority. And so this charter ordinance would actually allow use of assessments up to 5 miles outside our boundaries where we've made an agreement with any neighboring city to do the improvements. So a little extra flexibility for the future that goes beyond the immediate problem with the improvements in Mays. The charter ordinance, because it is a charter ordinance, will require an affirmative vote of 5 city council members and will not become valid until the 61st day after its final publication. If the schedule goes as contemplated and the publication is the second publication is on it would be the week after 15 September, I think. That 61-day period would run in November around the 21st. And then we would have authority to finance the improvements as proposed. If a petition is filed with the city clerk within the 60-day protest period, signed by 10% of the number of voters who voted in the last citywide general election, the ordinance would have to be placed on the ballot for approval. I checked the county election site. In the 2019 race, the total of the votes cast for mayor were 49,910 votes, and so it would take 4,991 signatures for a valid protest petition. So far as we're aware, nobody has any issues with this proposal. Financial considerations, the charter ordinance would allow the city to finance water improvements made under the agreement substantially in the same manner as we do sewer improvements currently, so the cost can be assessed against the benefiting property rather than being paid from bonds backed by water and sewer utility revenues. If a valid protest petition were to be filed, the City of Wichita would be responsible for any costs of the required special election. Charter ordinance has been prepared by the city's bond counsel. It's been reviewed and approved as to form by the city law department. And the staff recommendation, we recommend that the city council place the charter ordinance on first reading and authorize necessary signatures.
Staff for questions?
Yes, if there are any questions.
Vice Mayor Claycomb.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Brian, for the presentation. I just had a question about, I know that this probably won't happen because you said there's no opposition, but why would the city be responsible for the cost of a special election since it benefits Mays?
Because it's our charter ordinance, and actually the benefit of the charter ordinance would be to us in enabling a financing mechanism that we don't have currently. I mean, right now, if we wanted to just finance water improvements in the Mays area with the authority we've got, we would have to either do general obligation bonding or utility revenue bonding, and neither one of those is as favorable to us financially as being able to special assess.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions or discussion? Seeing none, with that, I'll make a motion to accept staff's recommended action. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded by the Vice Mayor. If there's no discussion on the motion, clerk open the roll, members cast the vote. With the result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, the motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Vacation 2020-24, city vacation of a portion of a platted 25-foot front building setback generally located 1,700 feet north of East 37th Street North and approximately 1,200 feet west of North Rock Road, 4026 North, Sweet Bay Street.
Welcome.
Good morning. Scott Wadle from the Planning Department, here to present the item. The applicant is requesting a vacation of the east 13 feet of the platted 25-foot building setback, front building setback, at the address 4026 North Sweet Bay Street. The purpose of this request is to expand the garage at the residence. The garage is in the front of the property and faces perpendicular to the street. The Planning Commission heard this matter and conducted the public hearing on August 6, 2020. The Planning Commission voted 10-4 to recommend approval of the vacation request. This item has been pulled from the consent agenda, and therefore the City Council has 3 options. 1, the City Council can follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve the vacation with a simple majority vote. 2, the City Council can overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission with a 5 of 7 vote, 2/3. Or 3, the City Council can send it back to the Planning Commission for further consideration with a simple majority vote. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions or discussion on the item? Is there any questions or discussion on this item from the public?
Oh,
They can't. Thanks, guys.
Um,
Since there's no public comment, nor
It's-
shall there be.
May I, just a note here, since we moved it up to new business, I believe it is open for public comment. Is that not correct?
That's what I thought, but
This item would regularly be a consent agenda item, and it's no different than if we just had pulled it from the bench, so it's not really necessarily a public hearing, although, under other items, our new business would be. This is regularly consent planning.
I don't think there's any public comment anyways. So we're just gonna move forward. There's no public comment on this, or any comment, or any discussion. I'll make a motion that we accept staff's recommended action. Councilmember Tuttle, are you on the board here? Because I know you're moving your microphone, but I don't have your name up.
I was waiting for you to give me the floor so I could maybe make a
Oh,
motion.
is it District 2? Of course, my apologies.
No problem.
I retract my motion. If I may want, recognize Councilwoman Tuttle from District 2.
Thank you. I first of all want to say thank you to the residents of Willow Bend for reaching out. I appreciate hearing significant correspondence from each side. I also want to take an opportunity to thank legal and to thank MAPD for help guiding me through this. This is the first time that I've had a setback vacation and wanted to make sure that we were doing everything correctly. So thank you for staff for their time. I'm going to send the following statement to the clerk so you don't have to try and catch it all. But in light of evidence presented, including significant correspondence from the landowners within the Willow Bend addition opposed to this vacation request of the platted front yard building setback, I will move to deny the petition requesting the vacation. My reasons for the motion are finding are based on directives from KSA 12-505A that the vacation would result in injury and endangerment of private rights of surrounding property owners by such said vacation, and then the public would suffer no loss or inconvenience thereby, and that injustice of the landowners within the Willow Bend addition, their request should be denied.
Second.
So just for clarification, your motion is to deny the request,
That's correct.
all right, which is different than the Planning Commission, and thus would take more than a majority, just to clarify.
2/3.
Yep.
So what was, we should probably have some discussion on this then. What was the cause of, well, motion's been made and seconded, which means we have discussion on said motion. What was the cause of denying this? It's a garage attachment, right? So what's the reasoning for going against the board who?
So the reason that I'm requesting that it be denied is that I've heard significant feedback from the community, from the Willow Bend addition. It was also denied by the homeowners association. This will significantly change the characteristic of the neighborhood. If you look at the 9 golden rules of planning and those that apply to residential, we're taking a neighborhood that has a very consistent character, and we're changing it from having a 25 feet from the garage or the, the porch, whatever it may be, to the curb, now down to 12 feet. And so it's going to significantly change what that neighborhood looks like. I also think it's going to set a precedence that if we start in this neighborhood allowing this one change, that other changes will occur again, and it could result in just a different neighborhood than people originally bought into and have been established for a long time.
All right. Further discussion? If there's no more discussion, clerk will open the roll. Members can cast the vote. With the result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, the motion does pass. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance amending section 5.43.050 pertaining to wearing of masks in public places.
Chair recognizes Chief Snow of our fire department. Good morning and welcome, Chief.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. Tammy Snow, Wichita Fire Chief. I'm here today to ask you to extend the current ordinance, mask ordinance that we have, to to comply with Sedgwick County's local health officer, Dr. Gerald Min's emergency public health order that took effect Wednesday, September the 9th at 12:01 a.m. It would also, if you were to extend the current mask ordinance, which expires tonight at 12:01, it would also emulate what the county is currently doing. To give you a little background, on July 3rd, the council adopted the current mandatory mask ordinance, which requires our citizens to wear their mask in public places. That ordinance was set to expire on August the 11th. At that time, I made a presentation and you extended it to today at midnight. What I'm asking you then is the current public emergency health order from Dr. Nims has the county's current, and also his recommendation that the ordinance be extended till at least midnight on Wednesday, October 21st. Sitting in front of you, or up on the screen in front of you, is the dashboard that came from the county. This is the most recent one. Thanks to Zach, our fellow, for providing that information today. And if you take a look at it, the actual ordinance went in. This is a 14-day timeline swing. So if you take a look at it, on July 3rd is when you actually imposed the first one. Our numbers were beginning to climb. Since that time, since the ordinance has been in effect, you watch our numbers start to decrease. But as Dr. Nims says, that we're in the heat of the race, so we probably shouldn't let off the accelerator at this particular time. So the ordinance, the amendment, would just be simply to extend the current ordinance to October 21st at midnight, since this one is due to expire today at midnight. So the recommendation is that the City Council declare an emergency, approve the ordinance amending the section 5.43.050 pertaining to wearing masks in public places on the first reading. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions? Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Going back to the chart, can you tell me, has anything changed with the testing procedures over the course of samples we've been taking?
You mean the way that the methods in which they test, or the numbers that test?
It was my understanding that I thought we were only now testing people with symptoms. Is that correct? Or are we just doing random testing? Like I know we were doing the drive-thrus, and I think several of you participated in those. Just trying to make sure we're still are we still testing the same, or have we changed how we're doing that?
Each day, it's pretty fluid. Currently, they test people that have the symptoms. They also test particular groups of people that, for example, they're getting ready to extend it for teachers, for school bus drivers, making them priority test. And then they've also got to the point where they're utilizing different types of tests, like the saliva test is something that they are hoping to implement this week, as a matter of fact. So it continues to be fluent. But right now, if you call 211, you'd have to be symptomatic.
Okay, so when did that start?
What?
When did it start that we're only testing people that are symptomatic? I'm just trying to compare how we change the testing with the results that we have here.
Councilmember, I'd have to go back and actually do the research on it or get with the health department to find out exactly.
Okay, is there anybody here from the county health department? Is the county's asked us to pass this, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there anybody representing the county that's came here, or do we have an email, or what kind of communication do we have from the county asking us to extend the mandate?
I can't answer that either.
Mr. Manager.
Councilmember Bluebell, Council, I've had telephone conversations with the county manager asking us to come in beside them or alongside them.
Okay, okay. Do we know what percentage of cases have been at long care facilities versus out in the general public?
I have some information on that. Give me just a moment to flip through some of my stuff here. Okay, from the current information, and this was dated on September the 4th, okay? It said that Sedgwick County has identified 39 cluster outbreaks. That was up 6 from Friday. There's 22 still active. That's an increase of 4 from the Friday before. And they account for 1,446 positive cases, 24% of the county's total, which is up 5% from last week, and 39 deaths, which is 71% of those. So for total cases, there's 55 deaths in this Sedgwick County. Over 82,000 residents have been tested. And community cases, which is the total cases minus the clusters, are 6,046 currently in Sedgwick County as of September the 4th.
Okay, but we don't know what percentage of those have came from those, the long-term care facilities?
An actual percentage, let me see if I can. No, I don't have the actual, just that 39 of those were considered clusters.
Previously, when we had the discussion about the mandate and writing tickets, we had not written any tickets. We were still being advisory. Is that still the case?
Councilmember, yes, that's my understanding. We've had multiple meetings with property owners, commercial business operators, to talk about the requirements, express some concerns about a few of the business operations, and they have all complied as a result of those discussions.
Okay. So today we're looking at extending it until October. I'm not on a doctor call, but some of the discussions I've heard kind of secondhand is that they want to push the mask until we have a vaccine. Is that an accurate statement, or is that not?
I have not heard that, sir.
Okay, so we have a threshold then, because I think before we discussed a number of 6 or something like that. Are we still looking at I'm just trying to set us up to a metric versus a date versus some kind of something.
Once the floor is open, I'll address that too.
Okay, okay.
I don't have that information. What I can tell you though, and this is dated back on September the 3rd, so one day before the information I gave you before, it says that Kansas has been placed in the red zone by the White House, and that Kansas shows 152 cases per 100,000, which is the 6th highest in the United States, and that Kansas our positive rate is 9.3%, which is the 11th highest in the United States.
Have there been any discussions about having a city ordinance or a mandate for the vaccine yet?
I think they're discussing that, but they're still trying to wrap their arms around that and how that would actually be dispensed. I know that Kansas Department of Health and Education is trying to gather what that would look like logistically.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll just grab the floor and answer some of these questions. First of all, there's no discussions about a mandated vaccine. I don't think that's something that the city does. The discussions have been mostly on a county level about how best to distribute, but I haven't been in on those discussions. If you're worried about the indicators here that show that since masks became prevalent in that 2 weeks time it takes for them to start working, that they've obviously been working. If you're worried about the data there, Chief Snow, if you could perhaps on your end pull up the hospitalization data.
Pardon?
The hospitalization data. So there's two indicators. If you were to, and the last time I got tested, you needed symptoms. And so the bar is very low to get tested with symptoms. And before then, people called 211 when they thought they had symptoms to go get tested as well. However, they had a run on the test, and Cedric County couldn't really keep up with it, so they tightened up what we'll call a survey, right? Like where they ask multiple questions, and if you answer yes to one of these questions, they will get you in for a test, or they made it so you had to have more than, let's say, one question. You had to have better symptoms to indicate this. That happened, I know it was over a month ago because it was the last time I was tested. But if you are worried about the changing of the sampling, a consistent variable that correlates with the effectiveness of masks and in a result of numbers going down is the hospitalizations. And I'm not sure if we could pull it up or not, but as you can see at the same time frame, and you will if it can get pulled up, at the same time frame in which we started to see these numbers dwindle downward as far as positive test percentages, we also see the numbers of hospitalizations going downward as well. Now, you can't fake a hospitalization. You have to meet certain criteria in order to be admitted to the hospital for COVID, and then rather you had a test or you had the symptoms and then they tested you, that's how you get on that list. So not everyone who tests positive for COVID winds up in the hospital. Not everyone who shows up to the hospital with symptoms know they had COVID. So it's a very, in my opinion, a good indicator if it correlates with this data to know if this data is accurate. You now have two different data points telling you the same story. So wanted to point that out. And I don't know if, but it's on the Cedric County dashboard.
City manager.
Hospitalization information. If you look at the high point, which was August 3rd, there were a total of 72 COVID patients in the hospital, and of that group, 34 were in ICU. If you look at August 31st, which is the most recent information, it's dropped to 50 COVID patients in the hospitals and 23 in ICUs.
So the important data point when it comes to the hospitalizations and why it's about maybe a 2-week off from that 2-week incubator period between the masks and when we see results is that the average when you are being hospitalized, particularly in the ICU, is about 3 to 4 weeks. That's one of the reasons why hospitalizations for COVID are so stressful, because it's a long-term hospitalization. The virus lasts about 2 weeks, 10 days to 2 weeks, but then the ongoing effects of trying to breathe and the care it takes for the medical staff usually leaves them in there a little longer. But it's about, the information without seeing the chart correlates with the data here, which all correlate with the effectiveness of masks, which our medical community has also confirmed. Councilmember Clendenin.
Yeah, Chief, you may not be able to answer this, so a little bit of a disclaimer. But if we could get the information of the people that have been hospitalized, what percentage of those people
are being hospitalized strictly for COVID and don't have any other extenuating medical issues causing that to be worse. In many cases, we're hearing that that's the case. And so if we could get that information, that would be great, unless you have it at your fingertips.
No, I don't have it. I'll have to go through the health department and see if they would be able to help me out with that information.
Okay, just a couple of doctors I had talked to that want to remain nameless have told me that the percentage is pretty high, that people have other extenuating conditions, lung conditions, medications that cause dealing with COVID to be a little bit more difficult. And so it would be good to see that information as well.
Okay.
If we could. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Bluebox.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask if you could look at one more piece of information. Could we look over the same period from May to September, whatever time frame we're looking at here? Could we look at admittance to hospitals for mental health or suicide attempts or suicides as well for the same period? Just to track it over year to year?
Sure. Yes, I can get you that information.
Thank you.
Councilmember Frye.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to also be clear. Last discussion we had on the mask mandate, we exempted schools.
No, we did not.
We did not, but that means all schools, right? Including non-accredited home schools and so forth? Okay,
There's no exemption on schools.
right, okay.
Or really anything except for medical conditions.
Correct, thank you.
Other questions of the chief? So we'll get to, I guess, public comment. Just to get to Councilmember Clendenin's point, we had an hour-and-a-half panel discussion with our hospital personnel, local hospital doctors, earlier this week, and one of the comments was about conditions and how they relate to COVID, and how COVID might actually cause other conditions where your lungs fill up with fluid and now you have ammonia as a result of COVID, but you die from COVID from ammonia and COVID. If you didn't have COVID, you wouldn't have had ammonia. So there was a robust discussion on that topic, council member.
No, thank you, Mayor. No, I do agree that COVID can cause other issues. I'm talking about the conditions of the patient before they attracted or COVID, not the ones that COVID caused.
COVID is now the second leading cause of death in our entire country, next to heart disease, according to NPR this weekend. Heart disease is the first cause. COVID is now second. So I think that correlates with the other. If you have heart disease and you have COVID, then that you can get them together. So with that, any more questions for the chief? See none, I'm gonna go and get the floor to Century 2, but I'm gonna ask Megan if you can hear me. I asked a medical doctor to be there. Not sure if he was able to make it or if he got called in, but I think a medical doctor who treats COVID would be someone who might be able to answer some questions as well. So if somebody has identified themselves as such, please let me know, Megan. Okay, so you have 5 minutes. Your time should be on the screen. If you go a little over, I'll let you complete your thought, but we'll remind you 5 minutes. I got some pushback last time for letting people go over. So just know you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Cochran. I live at 141 north of Glendale. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I grew up in Wichita, but at my first opportunity to leave for college, I did. And for the next almost 30 years, I lived in New York and most recently Los Angeles, and traveled the world for my career. And what I learned through all of that is that community is the most important thing of all. It's the glue that holds us together. And last year, as I looked around at the humanitarian disaster of homelessness happening in Venice Beach, and the isolation and alienation of Los Angeles in general, I realized finally that there truly is no place like home. And my move back was planned for months, but I happened to leave LA on the day they shut down for COVID on March 20th. I was so excited to get back home to Kansas and start anew. Start fresh in a place where the community is close, supports each other, knows each other. It's a place where we can truly love our neighbors as ourselves because we actually know our neighbors and show up for them. I was also relieved to be here for the flattening of the curve exercise, as I assumed that Wichita would not be as draconian as Los Angeles in its handling of the pandemic. And yes, thankfully, Mayor Whipple is not shutting off water and power to private citizens for having too many people over for dinner as LA's mayor is. And please don't get any ideas. The Wichita City Council, USD 259, and the County Commission seem to be trapped in a loop of infringing upon our First Amendment rights in blatant disregard of the 10th Amendment as well. We are a community unto ourselves. We have the right to do what is best for our community and not anyone else's. The 10th Amendment gave the states and then the people the right to exercise any powers not listed in the Constitution or the amendments. We are currently using that to go along with the herd in regards to mask mandates, instead of taking an honest assessment of what our community needs. We should be using the 10th Amendment to support our community, to help it thrive, to buck this lockstep trend of the government telling its citizens what to wear, how to manage their own health, and how to conduct their businesses, if their businesses are even allowed to operate. I could stand here and spout statistics and opinions on the efficacy of masks, but I think we all have confirmation bias at this point, and it won't change any minds. I will mention that 55 deaths in a county of over 500,000 people is not the zombie apocalypse we were promised. The great thinker Thomas Sowell said, "As many have warned in the past, freedom is unlikely to be lost all at once and openly. It is far more likely to be eroded away bit by bit amid glittering promises and expressions of noble ideas." It is a noble idea to want to prevent death. It's also impossible. This pandemic is hardly a pandemic, especially in Sedgwick County. The only zombie apocalypse that is happening is self-inflicted and is destroying our local economy and quality of life. When I was planning my move here, the Wichita unemployment rate was around 0%. In July of this year, it stood at 11%. Airline industry aside, this does not have to be the case. Imagine what this does to the quality of our lives, tax revenue for the city, etc. We know enough about who the virus presents the most risk to now, the elderly, and those with very specific comorbidities. We need to take the masks off of our businesses and our healthy, low-risk population and let us, we the people, we the community, decide what is best for our own personal protection. It is not the government's job to dictate what I wear and how I conduct my business, especially in light of a virus that is proven to be less deadly by several orders of magnitude than originally thought. It's okay to admit we were wrong. It's okay to be honest that we overreacted. Honesty is power, so let's be honest. Thank goodness only 55 have died in a county of over 500,000. That is good news. Let's not ignore it. Our community is not a hot spot, not a danger zone. We are not New York City or Northern Italy. And cases are not deaths. And this pivot to conflating cases with imminent mortal danger is disingenuous at best and manipulative and coercive at worst. The more you test, the more cases you get. That's the only proof of anything more is more testing. Why don't we allow Wichita to be the vanguard in communities in taking back our constitutional rights? Let's show the country what happens when we protect our vulnerable neighbors and let the strong get back to work. Let's stop this game of the emperor's new mask together as a community, as neighbors, as free American citizens. I implore you, as a fellow community member, not to extend the mask mandate any further. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker.
Good morning.
Morning, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Carlos Coelho. You might be wondering what accent this is. I'm what you call an American born abroad. From an American mother, I went to school in an American system, and I was taught by American teachers, American government, and American history. As an adult, I've lived in 3 major capital cities. I've befriended people from around the world. This has allowed me to have a unique global perspective about America and the rest of the world. And you might wonder why this matters. Well, I want to share my unique perspective with you. Our country is under attack, and it's not from a virus. Our way of life is under attack. Our communities are being divided. These overreaching mandates are dividing us. City Council, you might think that you're doing the right thing politically by extending these mandates in order to attempt to limit the spread of a virus that's not even as deadly as the common flu, according to the most recent numbers released by the CDC. However, you are placing your own political careers in jeopardy. Wichitans are fed up with these overreaching mandates. Others are scared to death because of what the mandates are achieving. Please stop limiting our freedoms in achieving what your mandates are achieving. Please stop limiting our freedoms in allowing the spread of fear. Let us worship as we please. Open businesses, let them thrive. Let us shop, eat, and socialize as we please. Open schools fully. Let kids play freely. And let Americans be Americans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. Good morning, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Karen Burlett. The reason that I'm here today is to ask you to stop mandating the wearing of masks. I believe there's been a lot of misunderstanding that's been used to scare everyone into wearing them and other restrictions unnecessarily, and I'm here to address that. I have severe anxiety, so public speaking is hard for me and my heart is racing. When all of this started, we were told that we had to protect the hospitals and hopefully slow down the death rate. We've done both of those things, but we still remain restricted. I believe it's because many people still believe the information that was given to us in the beginning and continues to be spread as factual. The hospitals told us they are at near capacity, but until they were pushed to know, they didn't tell us there were plans in place to increase that bed capacity. Now we know, and because they were compelled to tell us, they are giving more detailed information, and we know they are fine and will be for the surge of patients. As of 9/6/20, there are 46% of the ICU beds available, and 85% of the ventilators are available. So once again, we begin to figure out that once we begin to figure that out, then they told us that they were going to be short-staffed, as so many are in quarantine. But if a worker has properly worn their PPE, they can be around COVID patients and not restrictions of quarantine placed on them. So if they're in quarantine, why? Have they been not wearing their PPE, or is the information misleading as well? They also have many guidelines from KDC on what to do should they become short-staffed. Are there any nurses that are still on unemployment from the slowdown? Are there nurses that could be cross-trained to care for COVID patients? Are there nurses in other areas or facilities out of retirement that could step in? Have these questions been asked of our hospitals? Next, we were asked to look at the percentage numbers for how many COVID. There have been so many reports out showing those numbers have been accurate and misleading, yet we have based decisions on them. I have a report on the skewed testing and the numbers. I have several reports I can send to you all for all of these things. We're not only testing almost the least amount of people, like 46% lowest rate in the United States, we're only testing a pool of people who are the sickest and most likely exposed people. That automatically is going to run our percentages up higher. We need to be taking random samples like other states. Next is a big one. I have a report that we're probably using too high of a calibration on our machines. We are showing people as positive that actually have too little COVID in their system to even be contagious. That's an interesting report. What are our machines calibrated at? How many have low numbers? We should know that. The laboratory tests know that, and they should be giving it to our people and to the public. How many people are not very contagious? Next, our numbers will be inflated when clusters are found. Then all of a sudden we have huge high percentages, when if you took the people out of the nursing homes and the jails and things such as that, our numbers are low for the general community, and that should be taken into consideration. Lastly, I want to show you and emphasize the importance of the low death and hospitality rate. It's continued to go down. Our death rate is so low and our hospital rate is so low, yet we still treat it as though it's killing as many as are being tested, and it's just not true. It doesn't matter if 99% of Kansas are tested positive with COVID if the emphasized majority of them don't get sick, and even way fewer of them die. You're looking at the wrong numbers because you've been told to. Please educate yourself and give Wichita and our economy a chance to get our feet back on the ground. There is no doubt that some will get very sick and die, but the greatest number of those people have 2 to 3 comorbidities, and sadly, they are in a higher risk to die from anything they get around or that happens to them. If anything, this should be a call to America to get healthy. I've also read that the main reason America has as many problems as we're having is that there are so many people who are obese, diabetic, and who have high blood pressure and other medical conditions. They call it the metabolic syndrome in the COVID world. Perhaps you could help us with programs to get fit. That's the #1 way to stay healthy. There is also extensive research into using vitamin D and zinc as a preventative for getting extremely sick with COVID. Please Google them and find out what they are. You may save yourself and others. You will be amazed at how much they can help. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. And please listen to the facts from everyone. We're trying to help. We really are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
One more step to your right, and we're good. All right.
Thank you. Sir, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Dr. Preston Brown, Wichita's blind chiropractor, 206 North Nevada. Thank you, Mayor Whipple, and thank you, council members, for letting me have the opportunity to speak. You know, when this all started back in March, we all, I believe, joined in for the good. We were told it's going to be a 2-week shutdown, and it was pushed into April. During March and April, there were no mask mandates, and it seemed as soon as economies started to open back up, then the mask mandates came into play. Wichita and Sedgwick County were a little delayed. We started, I believe, on July 3rd. It was supposed to go through till August 11th. Now we're discussing extending it to October 21st. I have a theory that we want to extend it past the 21st, but we know that Wichitans and other members of Sedgwick County are not for it. Now, I'm here today because I'm speaking for multiple individuals who unfortunately aren't able to take off time from their jobs because they need to provide for their families. Unfortunately, there is an extreme lack of trust in what is going on with these mask mandates. If an individual feels that wearing a mask mandate is what is best for their health, I support that. If an individual knows that not wearing a mask is what is in the best interest for their health, I support that. Unfortunately, or fortunately, how you look at it, there seems to be people there's distrust, to put it bluntly. We're tired of do as I say, not as I do politics. If, like previous speakers have talked about, if one wants to do research into the PCR testing and the virus threshold, I wonder what the true case numbers would be if we were to know how many individuals who were tested went through 37 to 40 cycles of their tests to show that they had COVID-19 present in their system. Now, if that number was, say, 25 to 30 cycles, I could understand the fear, but 37 cycles to 40? There's hardly any of the virus in the system to be contagious. Now, I understand protecting the vulnerable groups, and I am 100% for that. I think the individuals who are healthy can go out and contribute to society to keep the progress of Wichita and surrounding communities going, need to get out there and do that. And we do need to protect the vulnerable individuals. Now, the topic of comorbidities, that's an extreme topic that needs to be discussed. Comorbidities is unfortunately a problem. Now, when I talk to my patients, I practice what I preach. So the past year, I have gone on an exercise regimen, cleaned up my eating, and I have lost weight. If I ask a patient to do something, I have to be prepared to do the same thing. So we need to start having practical discussions on how we can boost our immune system the natural way to fight off from any pathogen. Individuals love common sense approaches. When I wear a mask into a restaurant and I have to wear it until I sit down to remove the mask. If I was to accidentally cough or sneeze and a waiter or waitress is walking by, they could be exposed to whatever pathogen was in my system. This is the truth. This is the risk of living and eating out. So, when I go to the DMV to renew my ID, I have to wear a mask until I take my mask off to take my photo. I could cough, sneeze, clear my throat. Everyone in the facility could be exposed to the pathogen. Now, we talk about a 6-foot rule, but I do know of a school district around here that said if too many students enroll, then it's going to be 3.5 feet apart. So what is it, 6 feet, 3.5 feet, 8 feet? It's an arbitrary number, and I understand it all started to prevent the spread. But these mask policies that I've talked about, when it comes to a city pool, it's the equivalent of having a quarter marked off as a urination station. It's going to spread. So I'm here to express we don't have a common sense approach. Masks do not work as well as they said they have. If you do your research, you'll see that unfortunately COVID-19 can make it through mucous membranes. Well, eyes count too. We need to work together and have practical solutions, building the immune system, etc. Now, I'm not able to see the screen, so if I'm out of time, I apologize, but thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ready?
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Helen Cochran, 8220 East Oxford Circle. I'm here today to talk about unintended consequences and to share a few anecdotes. The other day I was in the grocery store. A family of 6 come in.
a family of 5, 4 children, and a 7-month-old in a baby seat in the car with a mask on. And that is so dangerous. And then a couple other things that have happened to me personally. I have a medical condition that cannot be seen, but it precludes my wearing a mask. Last week I went to Blaze Pizza at 96 in Greenwich with my family. I'm standing behind a plexiglass screen, 6 feet away from the server. The manager started yelling at me to wear a mask. I said, I don't have to wear a mask because of a condition. He didn't care. Told me to go outside and order online, so I left. And then the second instance was I was in Bradley Fair at J. Jill clothing store. I walk in, nobody is in the store except for the clerk and me. And she said, you'll need to put on a mask. I said, I have a medical condition. She said, I don't care. So I left. Anyway, those are unintended consequences. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Anthony Dunn, and I live at 225 South Byron Road in Wichita. I'm an American citizen, although I've not mastered the Kansas dialect accent yet. I just want to say that please do not declare a state of emergency and stop mandating people to wear masks. Cases are not deaths. And by now we have a lot of scientific data, and I'm not going to even attempt to reiterate some of that, but there's a lot of scientific data to tell us just how dangerous or not dangerous this pandemic is. And truthfully, it's not measuring up to the pandemic that they said it would be. I think a number of 55 deaths in Kansas. There's probably more people killed on the road in that time. And one of the things that this unilateral declaration to wear masks is it creates a hell of a lot of fear in people who trust their people who know better, the medical experts, so-called, to tell them that it's dangerous not to wear a mask. So, you know, fear, we know that fear induces a reduction in the body's ability to defend itself against medical issues. Fear is a big part of that, and the medical science knows that. And to now declare a state of emergency in terms of wearing masks and mandate that in public is just going to rise that level of fear. And we just need to look at the numbers still and see that it's not the pandemic that we were told it would be. And that's really all I wanted to say, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Good morning, City
You have 5
Council
minutes.
members. Are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay, good morning, City Council members. Mayor Whipple, you want to declare a state of emergency in Wichita, but based on what? The case numbers are slowing, the death rate is very low, and most deaths have occurred in nursing or care homes, not the general population. We also learned almost 2 weeks ago from the CDC that only 9,210 deaths in America were due to COVID alone. The CDC also recently updated their guidelines based on empirical data. Quote, most people will have mild illness and can recover at home without medical care and may not need to be tested, end quote. And since March, we've learned kids and young adults are at roughly zero risk. Adults under 50 are at a tiny risk. Adults under 75 who are not already ill or vulnerable are at a very low risk. But why does the City Council continue to operate on fears and assumptions about COVID that dates back to March? Last Thursday, Mayor Whipple appeared at a virtual town hall. Sir, you stated that there's a 97% recovery rate, but that's incorrect. It's actually 99.74%. And what troubled me about the discussion I witnessed is that you and the 3 local doctors shared the same opinions. I've never heard a medical discussion so devoid of fact or empirical evidence. Council members, I hope you all had the chance to review the materials we emailed you last week, which included multiple studies and guidance from the CDC, OSHA, the NIH, Dr. Fauci, the Surgeon General, the Influenza Journal, the New England Journal of Medicine, the Journal of American Medical Association, the American Association of Physicians and Surgeons. All of these studies concluded that masks do not prevent virus transmission. Many of you have cited the lower numbers in Sedgwick County and the city of Wichita and credited the mask mandate for that. But I have to tell you, correlation is not causation. City Council members, you are at risk of losing the public trust permanently over how you continue to handle this by limiting our freedoms. There's no justification for further emergency orders, mandates, or restricting businesses and individuals' personal behavior. Please let the people decide what is best for themselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning and thank you. I am Thomas McDowell. I am a healthy American. My address is 2037 West McCormick, Wichita, Kansas. Like you, I am born free. Born of God, in God's likeness, I am designed to build antibodies when I come in contact with a virus, which is far better than any mask or vaccine. Born free in the greatest country on earth that developed a system called the Constitution of the United States of America, put in place to protect and ensure the freedom of every American. As government officials elected by the people, it is your lawful, ethical, and moral duty to govern the Constitution, thus protecting the citizens of America and the citizens of my home, Wichita, Kansas. From the 14th Amendment, I read, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of law. According to the U.S. Federal Law, Title II of the Civil Rights Act, U.S. Code 42, 2000A, when you order and require and mandate me to wear a face mask or a face covering, you are in violation. You are not above the law and you are put on notice right here, right now. According to the Kansas Local Emergency Manager's Handbook, 48.924B, the governor can declare emergency for 15 days with one extension of 30 days. That is 45 days. Her state of emergency started 181 days ago. That is nearly 6 months ago. Sedgwick County's emergency public health order, 61 days ago. You do not have the science, nor the data, nor the numbers to justify a pandemic, nor to justify a state of emergency. The emergency is clearly over. The mayor, the city council, The Sedgwick County Health Officer nor the governor has the power to make law. It takes due process to create a law. Executive orders, mandates, and requirements do not and will not take precedence over established laws. The CDC's website shows the numbers far too low for a pandemic, and actual deaths from COVID are only about 6% of the deaths reported having COVID. Section 2.04.050, Code of Ethics for Council Members. Council members shall bear in mind at all times their responsibility to the entire electorate and shall refrain from actions benefiting special groups at the expense of a city as a whole, and shall do everything in their power to ensure equal and impartial law enforcement throughout the city at large, without respect to race, creed, color, or the economic or social position of individual citizens. The Declaration of Independence. All men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, the governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. I do not consent to wearing a mask or face covering. I do not consent to vaccines. I do not consent to the government dictating my health. I have the right to choose my health care. It is your duty as Americans, as Wichitans, as elected officials to stop this right now, today. Open up the city, open up our state. This is not your city, this is our city. It's not COVID destroying families and businesses. It's your decisions destroying families and businesses. Personally, I am tired of it, and I demand that you stop the mandate today. Open up our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Pereira, and my family has lived in Wichita for the last 28 years. I'm here today to ask you to lift the mandate for Wichita and allow businesses to reopen as they see fit. I would like to take a moment to share my brother's story with you. My brother had always talked about opening his own security business so that he could support himself doing something that he loved, listening to music and helping keep others safe. He worked hard saving money and building relationships in order to make his dream a reality. At the beginning of this last year, he made it happen. He was finally able to step out on his own, hiring his own crew of 15 people, and started his company. He was able to grow over the last 2 years, not only landing a big contract providing security to a large concert venue, but also staffing his teams at different bars around town. He has made quite a name for himself and was getting ready to hire several more employees when coronavirus hit. The shutdown that was supposed to last for 2 weeks has lasted over 170 days. His largest venue hasn't had a show in 6 months. Bars are being forced to close by you to close early, and his business is barely holding on. 3 hours a night on the weekends is not enough hours for his employees to pay their bills or to keep his business afloat. If these mandates are not lifted soon, his business will be another casualty of the coronavirus, and he will be forced to lay off his 15 employees. He did not qualify for any kind of aid that was provided and has had to resort to turning wrenches again at a local mechanic just so he can pay the bills, which he didn't want to do. That was the whole point of starting his own business. Your decisions have directly affected his business, and it will be because of you and your forced mandates that he will be forced to close his business for good if things don't change fast. His business, though, isn't the only one affected. A well-known and popular gymnastics gym closed its doors this month after 34 years in business here in Wichita. Before the shutdowns and mandates, they were planning on expanding to a second location. Your limits to the number of people allowed in a business at a time, your mask mandates, your forced reduction in business hours, and your disregard for our struggling economy have caused harm to our community that will take years to recover, and many businesses never will. Trust in your community and the businesses that operate here to make the best decision they can for their clients and their business needs. Unlike the rest of the state, Wichita is unique in that our community has been struggling for all of 2020 because of the major layoff at Spirit, which impacted about 3,000 highly skilled Spirit employees, as well as dozens of contractors, followed closely by the coronavirus shutdown and all the restrictions. We have got to do something more to help those that are unemployed like myself. The only lasting way to get our economy back and to have job opportunities for the unemployed is to open up and let businesses decide what is best for them. Let them have the liberty to set their own hours, determine safety requirements, and decide on gathering sizes based on their business. We have had 56 deaths in Wichita and 7,347 cases over the last 6 months, with 80% of those occurring in nursing homes and correctional facilities. Our COVID patients in the ICU, the whole reason we were shutting down in the first place, accounts for 13% of ICU usage. We need to get back to normal, and I refuse to accept this new normal. More people have died from suicide over the same time period than from coronavirus. Joan Tamani, Executive Director of ComCare of Sedgwick County, said that in 3.5 weeks, we have had 12 deaths by suicide in our community. It's just tragic. The people we're seeing are having more intense issues. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of despair. There's a lot of worry. Suicide attempts and ideation are on the rise, according to officials, and one of the main reasons is stress and worry from the pandemic and the shutdown. Between the governor mandates and those imposed by you, people are suffering. My husband was laid off in January by Spirit, and I was a substitute teacher, so my employment was over in March. We are behind in bills and falling further behind. We've already cashed out 401ks to make ends meet, and we're not the only ones here in Wichita that are struggling. Please make the right choice. Let Wichitans make their own decisions like the Constitution says we should. You work for us. You are a public servant and need to serve Wichita by canceling all these mandates and restrictions. You will all be up for re-election in the next couple of years, and Wichitans will remember your decisions and your votes during this pandemic and will vote accordingly. Thank you for your time.
So before I give the floor to Councilmember Tuttle, I do want to remind everyone that right now we're just talking mask mandates. The other restrictions actually came over from the Sedgwick County, which is a different level of government in its entirety. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to say. I appreciated the speaker's last comments, and I'm very empathetic for her and her family and for everyone in our community who is struggling. But once again, the city of Wichita is only responsible for just the mask mandates. I know sometimes it's confusing between the city and the county, but please be assured that the only thing we're discussing today is the mask mandate and not business limitations or number of people in gatherings, etc. So thank you.
Sir, you have the floor. You have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Sorry. Howdy, y'all. My name's Brian. I live in 623 Havenwood Court, Andover, Kansas. It is a pleasure and honor to greet you guys. I'm a father, a husband, a 20-year veteran, a small business owner, and a Christian. It breaks my heart that I have to be here to beg for my freedoms from this council. From Kansas, that has a proud history of fighting for freedoms, back to the John Smith days when people were willing to give up their lives to go into Missouri to free people from slavery. And yet here I am pleading with you to let us be free from this. I'm not going to try to argue the numbers on this side. I'm asking you to trust me to be an adult. I know how to wash my hands. I know how to cover my mouth. Please, trust me to be an adult. Do we teach our children to not cross the street? No, we teach them to look for both ways. Let us teach our people to be hygienic. Teach us to wash our hands. Trust us to be adults. Let us be free. end this mandate. If you need to, make a rule saying that the businesses can make it as an optional clothing, and I will respect each business, but give the businesses the right to choose. So please, let us be free. God bless America. God bless you. I am out. Have a blessed day.
Next speaker, please. Welcome, you have 5 minutes. Begin when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir. Hi, my name is Rhonda, and I'm here. I am against the face mask. I believe that we are all adults, and I think we don't need to be treated like kindergartners. We know what to do, and I feel like we are losing a lot of our businesses, and we need to reopen up Kansas and open up our businesses. I believe this has gone way too far, and we need to make the state of Kansas great again and trust our people to do the right thing, which I believe that we are all capable of doing. And would just like to say God bless you and thank you for this opportunity to hear me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Fran Craig, and I live here in Wichita. And I just want to say that I am very active in elections, and I believe that that's my duty, is to vote every time. And so I think about what I voted for you to do, what I expected you to do, and what I assume you should do is to take care of our city by governing and passing laws that do things like that. I did not expect you to tell me how to dress, where I can go and how I can worship, how I can sit in a restaurant, how I have to enter a restaurant. All those things as an adult, which I am assuming all of you are, that I should be able to do that and make a good choice. I am a former teacher. I taught for 37 years, and I know that you teach by teaching choices, how to make a good choice. That's one thing that we taught in school. So if you're not giving us that opportunity to make a good choice, then I feel that you're neglecting us and you're not giving us the right to be an adult. We know when we're sick. We know when we're in a stressful situation. We know all of that, and we know how to deal with it. Let us teach our families. Let us teach our children how to make those good choices. Let us get our children back in school. As a former teacher, I so worry about these kids because they need that social interaction. They need that teacher coming up, putting their hand on their shoulder and encouraging them. They need to feel that care. And when we can't touch, when we can't hug, when we can't get close to someone, we're damaging them. And I'm going to hold you responsible for that. So thank you very much. I'm so happy that I got to speak, and I pray you that you have a good day.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, please.
Okay.
Sir, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Larry Craig, and I'm a small business owner in Wichita. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I know that you have been elected based on the trust of the people here in Wichita. And so I speak in opposition to the way that you are addressing the trust of intelligent
Wichitans who know how to make a correct decision, how to take care of themselves, how to stay home when they're sick, and they know exactly what they should do. I'm not going to go through a lot of the data. You know, the data is there, and my people read, they know what they're talking about, and the quickest way to lose trust is misinformation and not being honest. I sincerely feel that many of our government officials, including the Wichita City Council, have not been honest, and because the data does not support the harsh draconian rules that you continue to impose and try to convince us that it's needed. I feel very fortunate to have been born and lived in the United States where it was free, and I will fight for that. I fought against communism in Vietnam, and did not think that I would have to do that here. But please do your job and take care of Wichitans, but not like little children. We're grown adults. We know how to take care of ourselves. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
What? Stop speaking. Okay, folks.
You have
This is
5
Rich
minutes.
Rowe. I'm originally from New York City, and I was blessed to go all 50 states, Canada and Caribbean as a public speaker. And you know, when I hear these things that we are talking about now, they're not allowing us to say our voice and our opinion on what we feel. So you got to get out there and say what you feel, and don't be ashamed of it. You got little kids, you want them to hear it. Got grandkids, you want them to hear it. You just want people to know that they have a right and a blessing to say the things they need to say and continue on those things. So be excited. Be excited about what's going on and stick with it, because most of the assemblymen don't have a clue as to what's going on. The mayor and the governor, absolutely not any idea whatsoever. So we're going to have to fight and fight hard and make things different for all of us and all of our family members as we go through this process. I want to thank you very much. Stick with it, folks. You can do it.
All right, again, we are talking about masks. Please make sure your comments are about the mask ordinance. Next speaker, please. Thank you for being here. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I am here today as a mother, a grandmother, an owner of 2 small businesses, and wife of a local doctor. Each person who's speaking here today, we are not anti-mask. We are anti-government mask mandate. But that's me and everyone that I have met today. Today, I want to focus on liberty, because I believe that not hindering the people's right to choose and acknowledging the fact that they need to take ownership of their own health is the only right choice that you can make today. Mayor Whipple and other like-minded individuals will be presenting possibly expert after expert, doctor after doctor, supporting the need for masks. Given the opportunity, we would be able to present experts and doctors of equal caliber, refuting the need for masks. Therein lies the unsolvable problem that all of us face, the existence of diametrically opposed medical research, statistics, and guidance. One of my primary takeaways from my college level statistics class was that science and medicine are amoral and apolitical. However, depending upon the way we slice and dice and present that information, we can make the same set of data say two completely different things. Unfortunately, we all witnessed this within the last month because the KDHE director, Dr. Norman Lee, is now in the national media spotlight thanks to that infamous, misleading little graph. With diametrically opposed data from supposedly both reliable sources, it causes the mask debate to become a battle of ideology, completely dependent upon news sources that people have access to, read, and choose to believe. Where does this leave us as citizens of Wichita and Sedgwick County? When did your health become my responsibility and mine become yours? According to the CDC, approximately 647,000 people die each year in the United States from heart disease alone, triple the number of people who have died from the coronavirus to date in the United States. When you go through the Spangles drive-thru, do you want me to slap that cheeseburger and fries out of your hands so you don't get heart disease? Well, maybe you do, but it's not my right. Your health is not my responsibility, and mine is not yours. The government will support my right to choose to abort an unborn baby, yet will not support my right to wear a mask or not? How does this make sense at all? I propose to you that the only right choice is liberty for the citizens. Each individual should have the right to choose, just as they are able to choose other medical interventions like medication, surgery, physical therapy. We get to pick those things, and we should get to pick with masks as well. Yet liberty is hard. It's hard because it says, I believe that you are intelligent enough to make a decision on what's best for you, given your specific situation. It's common knowledge that not everyone is of equal intelligence or has equal information, and that's okay. Yet, in this free country, in this free state, in this free county, in this free city, liberty is the only right choice. In your roles as council members, and if any commissioners are listening, are you sworn in with an oath to serve the citizens? Please ask yourself, am I truly serving them? This is not the time to dictate what you believe to be best for those who are possibly, in your mind, less informed or less intelligent. Please ask yourself, am I truly serving them? Here's one way to serve us. Why not create a neutral task force to review and present both pro-mask and pro-liberty sources of data, explaining how the data can be used to make informed choices in our daily lives? That would be truly serving the citizens of Wichita and Sedgwick County. Instead of extending the mask debate, instead of extending the mask mandate, make a mask recommendation if you must, but abolish the mandate today. Serve the citizens with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Cami Nelson. I live in West Wichita, and I have a hard time speaking publicly because I always cry. 1 + 1 is 2. I just wonder where common sense has gone in our country, in our city, in our state. We have all known what it takes to keep ourselves healthy, and most people choose not to do that. And now, like Amy just said, now we're asked to be responsible for other people's health. That does not make sense. It does not make sense that we have to social distance from people when social lives are what keeps people going, what keeps people alive. Social distancing is exactly that. It's keeping us apart. It's dividing us. And, you know, I have been told since I was a child that my smile was beautiful and that my smile made people feel better. And I have loved being able to go in stores and smile at people and enlighten people's days, brighten their days, and say hi and be able to speak. And now if I go somewhere and I don't have a mask on, I know people don't want to see me. And I just want to smile at them and say, but then you couldn't see my smile if I had a mask on. It doesn't make sense that people are going to choirs and standing 6 feet apart and having a mask on outside and having to rehearse like that. There's no sense in that. They're not going to get each other sick. They can't sing through the mask, can't breathe through the mask. It is hurting our health more than it's helping our health. And then there's instruments, people who are going to band rehearsals, and they're wearing masks with holes in them. How does that make sense? So I just want to plead with you to let us be sensical ourselves and to let us take care of ourselves and not go out in public when we know we're sick and to continue lives as we've had them. I also refuse to accept this new normal. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm not going to say anything that you guys haven't already heard this morning, and to be totally honest, I really wasn't intending on coming here. I was on my way to work and I passed a Sedgwick County billboard that said, "Wear a mask unless you are not able." So that's why I'm here today, is to please ask that you consider all the people who are not able for whatever reason. You know, there's plenty of people out there who are saying, your mask protects me, my mask protects you. But what about the people who are unable? I have a special needs child. I'm a mom of 4 boys. My child with special needs he certainly can't tolerate a mask. I wouldn't even dream of putting one on him. He cannot tolerate seeing his brothers in a mask, his mom and dad in a mask. I can't explain to you, unless you lived with him every day, what that does to him. I recently went to a grocery store. I had to run in. My special needs child has a very restrictive diet. I ran in to get a few things I can only get from this particular store. The man that greeted me gave me his spiel on the mask. I told him I was unable to wear one. And he proceeded to send the security guard over to follow me around the store for 4 minutes. I'm not sure what the purpose of that was, but I left and was so shaken that I haven't been back to a grocery store since then. I'm not sure what this is doing to people's mental state. I have 4 boys that I don't feel comfortable sending to school in a mask all day. And that's just really unfortunate for them and all these other kids there. God built us to be social creatures, and this is turning people it's bringing out the very worst in people. You go anywhere, a doctor's office, a store, nobody says hi anymore, nobody smiles at you. All they care about is whether you have a mask on your face. And it's really frightening to me how we got here in a span of less than 6 months. When does it end? Do we have to do this until there's a vaccine and then all of a sudden it'll be safe to take the mask off for a vaccine? When does it end? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Scott Pierce. I live in Southwest Wichita. It was my pleasure to address you last Tuesday on the agenda, speaking to the request to repeal the mask mandate. You are hearing resounding voice today, ladies and gentlemen, of people who are saying we are not anti-mask, we are for choice. We want to be able to make personal health choice for ourselves and be able to stand up and say that we need to mitigate risk for our own personal health. Much analogous to if I said I was carrying a gun today and you said, and I said, I want you to carry a gun too, you would say, well, I'm not pro-gun, I don't want to carry a gun. I said, well, I'm protecting myself and I want you to protect me. It's a similar situation. We have painted COVID-19 to be a monster. It is not a monster. What COVID-19 is an opportunist. COVID-19 loves people who are immunosuppressed and have comorbidities. And it's the one single thing that no one is talking about. A couple of speakers before me have talked about health, and it is important to be healthy in this scenario. I personally know several people who have actually gotten this infection and have survived to tell the tale, and the vast majority of us will. This mask mandate that you keep extending with no end in sight basically has become a divisive scenario that is either you're for or you're against, and it's turning people who have been lifelong friends, it's crumbling relationships. And if masks were in fact the silver bullet, there would be no reason to shut us out from the affirmed and the convalesced and letting old people die alone in nursing facilities. And you're letting that happen every single day. You're telling us we can't go to funerals and bury people the right way. It's wrong at all levels. I'm weary of people saying, your health experts saying that we don't know enough about COVID-19. We know lots about COVID-19. In fact, there are over 2,700 published trials on COVID-19 alone on the World Health Organization site, and thousands beyond that. In the last couple of days, I personally sent you 41 trials, and Mayor, I sent you 4 or 5 more additional to that on mask efficacy alone. Masks are not efficacious against a virus, period. We should not be wearing them to mitigate risk against a virus. And you should allow me the choice to either wear a mask or not wear a mask based on the risk that I must mitigate. So, my formal request is that we repeal the mask mandate and that we make it a recommendation left to the hospice of making a responsible decision based on critical thinking. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
A little bit so we can
See if we can get this back to it.
Megan, we can hear you.
Good.
Sir, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Michael Price. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I really don't think it's right that you guys want to have 4 to 6 more weeks wearing a mask. I have a breathing problem, and I've been thrown out of stores for not wearing a mask. I just don't think it's right. That's all.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here today. And thank you for your service. Megan, next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Ryan James. I'm an independent contractor, And when the city council earlier brought up the issue about let's focus on business, on the mask instead of business, well, unfortunately, in my situation, I can't. I had a situation where a young lady stiffed me out of money. And the worst part, you would think, okay, you should call the police about this, right? I can't. She was wearing a mask. Your mandate has caused a new trend. Crime. This is something none of you are thinking about. Also, I've been one of the few people that have been working while this virus has been going on. The business I work for, I was one of the few that was out there dealing with these people. I'm a veteran, served 3 years U.S. Army. But one more important than that, I have an ancestor that's a founding father. Do you give us Wichitans the choice on the mandate? No. We should have that choice, not you. Your ultimate boss, all 7 of you, is we the people. And that's what government officials keep forgetting. It's almost as if they sweep it under the rug. You can't know more. If we lose here today, all you're doing is creating steam for a bigger set of people to come here and confront the issue. If you truly want this, this is my advice to you. Put it on a November ballot. It's not hard. I believe in the Constitution, which is something a lot of these government officials as of late have neglected to keep in hindsight. You've created an ordeal called pandemic paranoia. I have been kicked out of more places in the last several months than ever in my lifetime. Why? Because I don't wear a mask. I believe in the good Lord up there. If it's my time and I get COVID, then it's my time. But if not, I have lungs. And one more thing. We have to get out of this habit of repeating history. A new condition has somehow come back to haunt us. It haunted us 100 years ago. It's called Legionnaire's disease. There's a couple other conditions, but you probably don't want to hear that. But I'm here with a warning. Say no to that mandate. It ends now. Don't tread on me. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
I'm Mindy East. I have Baron Rouge Speakers Agency here in Wichita. I'm in one of the hardest hit industries with this shutdown, but I'm here to talk to you today about the impact of wearing a mask on an emotional and personal level. I lost my dad 2 weeks ago yesterday at age 91, not of COVID, but I was not allowed to see him the last 6 months of his life due to the mandate, and I feel cheated. My dad was a wonderful man, and I lost him without the benefit of being able to communicate with him. I was not able to be in the nursing home. He made 2 visits to the hospital that I was not able to be with him, even with a mask. And therefore, I feel cheated on the last, few months of his life here on this side of heaven. And I know that no relationships this side of heaven are ever permanent, but other than 2 special considerations, I didn't get to see my dad, even with wearing a mask. So the mandate was really not effective. It was conditional. And I just want you to know, so many people are burying people without a proper funeral. My dad really deserved something amazing. He was the president of the Downtown Rotary Club. He's been an international president of a Lumbermen's Association. My dad's done business here in Wichita since, oh my goodness, my grandfather started the company in 1937. I feel like it is ignoring some of our foundational members of our community, and the mask mandate has not really proved that there's anything that's going to be beneficial. Now, granted, they didn't have any COVID in that nursing home in Larksfield, but yet they still had employees, staff, and vendors coming in and out wearing masks, but the family members were not allowed to enter in, which I think is criminal. I'm asking you, I'm begging you, I'm pleading with you. It's too late to save my dad and our family and our experience with him during the last stages of his life, but there are other people who are still suffering needlessly. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We're very sorry to hear about your loss. Councilmember Bluebach.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mindy, I wanted to extend my condolences to you and your family as well. And very unfortunate story. I've heard several times, even our former mayor spent months and months alone in a hospital. And it's just something I wouldn't wish on anybody. So my condolences for your family.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, hi. My name is Margaret Brandt. I grew up in Wichita my entire childhood. Right now I live in the outskirts of Wichita, but we spend a lot of money in Wichita. There's stores, and we also go to doctors and things like that here in Wichita. So this is very relevant to me. I am here to request that Mayor Whipple and the members of the City Council would vote to give the power of its citizens' health care back to its citizens. I have a medical exemption to the mask mandate and have been discriminated against by businesses and individuals who feel that everyone, everywhere needs to wear a mask for every circumstance. I have been denied service and even entry into businesses because I can't wear a mask. I have been glared at and yelled at by busybody customers at stores who don't know my situation and quite frankly don't care. The fact of the matter is that this mask mandate is being ordered by the City Council, presumably because of the guidance of Drs. Menz and Norman. I have been listening to them and seeing their press conferences, and my concern is that they do not seem to have any actual science to back up their forced mandates. They say that they are basing their decisions on the local metrics, which according to the Sentinel, who got their information from the KDHE using the Kansas Open Records Acts, have been deceptively altered. You don't have to take my word on that. In fact, I encourage you to do your own research. You can do that at their website at the sentinelksmo.org. And they are basing their decisions on the local metrics and the guidance of the CDC. If Dr. Menz and Dr. Norman want to blindly follow the CDC guidelines, which also do not seem to be based solely in science, that is up to them. And it's up to you if you want to follow them. But in the real world, we have the option to take one doctor's opinion or go get a second opinion or a third opinion or a fourth opinion. Give us the option to get a second opinion, especially for a virus that, according to Dr. Menz back in August of 2020, has a 99.4% survivability rate. Stop tying our hands. Thank you.
Jennifer, a quick question. We've had multiple people who aren't from Wichita who have jumped in line and spoken. I got a text message saying that we are supposed to be hearing from Wichitans, and I wanted to ask if that's true. And if so, could staff go ahead and make sure that Wichitans are the ones who are presenting?
Mayor Jennifer McGonigan, City Attorney. I can research this further, but I believe the ordinance says members of the public can speak. I'm not sure.
So not
I
just
will look
Wichitans?
further into that, but I believe it's members of the public.
Excellent. Councilmember Fry.
Yeah, I would think that anyone who lives in this regional community
who does business in Wichita or travels through Wichita should be allowed to speak on this issue.
So just for opening up then, for here on out, we will hear from all members regardless if they're Wichitans, Wichita voters, or if they have residency here in Wichita. Is that good with everyone? On all issues moving forward. Very good. Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to say the same thing. These people may not, even if they don't reside in Wichita, they live, they work here, they contribute to our community, and I want to hear what they have to say.
Just want to make sure that we were following our protocol. Legal has confirmed we are. We normally don't allow non-Wichitans to sign petitions. We don't allow them to vote in our elections. And I wanted to make sure that the concerned citizen who texted me was brought up if we are listening to Wichitans today for an order of Wichita, or if we wanted to open it up to all residents of our country. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Murphy, and I'm here today with my daughter, Evelyn. I'm also speaking on behalf of my friend, Emily Payne, who lives inside the city limits at 1639 North Cal. She would have loved to be here today, but is anxiously awaiting her first child any day now. My family may live in Hayesville, but we do the majority of our shopping in Wichita. All of our doctor's appointments are in Wichita. If the mask mandate is extended, we will do our business and spend our money elsewhere. I came here today to ask you to unmask Wichita and unmask Sedgwick County. I just would like a few minutes of your time to share some experiences I've had since my daughter was born in January. You may wonder why I feel so strongly about masks, and for that matter, any other issue that may divide the people right now. For a little bit of background on myself, I have multiple autoimmune diseases and terrible asthma. As a result, my doctors did recommend that I do not wear a mask. Even though it was a recommendation, I want you to know that it is my personal choice to not wear a mask. The first experience I would like to share with you is a trip to the grocery store. My daughter had just turned 6 months old, and I was doing some grocery shopping. These are the things that were said to me at a grocery store in Wichita on July the 30th. What a sweet baby. What a cute baby. How old is your helper? Is it a boy or a girl? Did you find everything okay? Do you need help? I hope you and your baby don't die since you two aren't wearing masks. I'd like you to stop and pause for a moment and let that sink in. Remember to when you first had your first child, and imagine that was something said to you at a grocery store. Next, I'd like to share a conversation that I had when I went to the post office to mail a package. Excuse me, ma'am, can I get you to put on a mask for the governor? Me, I have a medical condition. Other person, you really should wear one to protect yourself and others. Me, does my health not matter? The other person, you young people are endangering us all. Thirdly, my daughter has lived about a month of her 7 months of life, not in a pandemic. Watching the reactions of my daughter to different people is extremely sad. She loves people. She loves seeing people, and she relies on their facial expressions for their interactions with them. She is absolutely terrified of people wearing masks, and she loves those whose facial expressions she can see. And finally, I'd like to share a story of a mama bear like me. A mom went to the Wichita Library to return some books to their son. There was another mom and her children returning books while wearing their masks. The first mother's child said, "I'll wait in here a minute because they will probably be scared of me." At the root of all the issues floating around in our culture right now, this is one of the reasons that I feel so strongly. The people that are supposed to be leading our communities are instead creating a sickening dynamic between human beings. Respect of people's rights and even feelings have gone out the window. Adults and children alike are being trained to hate, to judge, and to condemn others. That is how all hatred starts. No child is born with hatred in his or her heart. He is taught, and it is usually by the parents. Whether it's because of a person's face, their skin color, their political views, or because they are not wearing a face mask, our children are being groomed to hate. This should turn the stomachs of everyone, particularly parents. Parents, please help explain things to your children in a way that honors the dignity of all people, no matter their beliefs. Because we know the fact of the matter is this: hate is way more infectious than this virus. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Haynes. I live in Wichita, and I'm running for Kansas House District 103 against Punkawee Victors and LJ Hermrich. The reason I bring that up is because running for office really changed my perspective on things. it became apparent that the people who run for office are just regular people who are responsible for making good decisions for a lot of other people. I also mentioned that I'm running for office because people have been asking me what I would do if I were in a public servant position at this time about COVID. I'm the mom of 4 boys, and so I've had over 22 years of experience in doing what is best for people who are very important to me and who are depending on me to make wise decisions. Early on in my parenting career, I realized that one-size-fits-all rules or regulations did much more harm than good. It was only when I gave my sons information and insights and then stepped back and let them make their own decisions that I got good results. The one-size-fits-all mask mandates have caused vastly more destruction than they've prevented. They've harmed the people they were supposed to help. I know of several vulnerable people who have had to quit their jobs because they can't wear a mask. I know others who can't afford to quit, so they suffer while wearing a mask so they can earn an income just to survive. I know of several hearing impaired people who are hurting because their previously vibrant world has gone even more silent than before. All the lips that connected them to the world around them are now covered, inaccessible, and have ceased to communicate with them. I know of people who suffer from severe anxiety who are trapped. They must either wear a mask that causes them to have flashbacks and anxiety attacks, or go without a mask and suffer from severe anxiety because of the disapproving looks and the cruel words that others aim at them. They're effectively trapped inside their homes, all hope of a successful recovery on hold. I know of people who have had essential medical procedures postponed, either because of the shutdown or because they're afraid to go to a doctor's office because they believe they might become infected. One precious lady was in the hospital with a few minor issues that were not COVID, so she was neglected until her minor issues suddenly became major issues, and she passed away. I know of extremely vulnerable people who started out in March as vibrant, alive, full of hope and plans for the future, but who are now shrunken, afraid, and significantly worse in every way. The masks haven't kept them safe. They're a constant reminder that we're supposed to be afraid and that they're not allowed to forget that. Some of these people that I'm talking about are really well-respected, well-loved people in our community who live here in Wichita who are not okay right now. Until we go back to living based on facts, data, and sanity, these people will continue to get worse. Every example I gave is connected to names and faces, to people I know and love. These aren't random examples or fictitious stories. They're real, and these people are not doing well. So the virus is affecting many people, but it affects each one of us differently. To get the very best results, I draw on my parenting experience and do everything possible to give the people information and the most accurate data and statistics, and then let them decide what to do with this. As public servants, it isn't your job to take on the liability for keeping everyone healthy. Your job is to protect our individual rights and freedoms, as well as our ability to do what is best for ourselves and for our loved ones. I'd ask you to stop trying to save us from a virus and start giving us the freedom to recover from the mitigation efforts on our own terms and in our own way. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Hello, city members and city council members and mayor. I'm a little nervous.
You're good, you got 5 minutes.
My name is Jamie Crank. I've lived in the city of Wichita for 8 years and in the Wichita area for 20 years before that. In the prayer of invocation, it was requested that you, our council members and mayor, remember how these decisions will affect the people of Wichita. My prayer is that you also remember that your decisions need to reflect the will of the people you have been elected to represent. The best way to The best way to represent us in this matter is to allow us to take responsibility for ourselves. Anything more than that is government overreach. We are not children in need of your protection. We have the right and the ability to protect and care for ourselves independently and without interference. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You
Good
have
morning.
5
My
minutes.
name is Rosie Schmidt.
Good morning.
And I live in Andover, right on the county border there. And I do a lot of shopping in Wichita. It's time. It's time to stop the mandate. Most people are reasonable. Now, lest you think I'm flippant and not being charitable to my neighbor, I will tell you that I'm an RN and our family was probably one of the most strict adherents to the recommendations and mandates by the experts for over 2 months. All the while, I was doing my own research, and when I became convinced that the death numbers, testing, reporting of testing, and media coverage were politicized and corrupted, I began using the brain God gave me to govern my behavior instead of relying on the self-appointed experts who have their own biases, agendas, and tunnel vision. You see, when given the facts, charitable people do the right thing. Americans always have. Some will say, but what if it saves one life? I say, what about driving on Kellogg? We could save a life if we all quit driving on Kellogg. Are you prepared to do that? God gave us a brain to mitigate our own risks. We all know what we are willing to risk, and I'm also thinking of others. I'm thinking of the thousands of soldiers who died to protect my rights. The mask wearing should be an individual decision, a recommendation at most. Why is it that every day on the news you hear some grim new milestone somewhere about the ongoing corrupted test totals? I want to know what the number of hospitalized truly are for COVID, the number of deaths truly from COVID, and all of the testing is just corrupted. We all know it. And think about it. The mask mandate is based on these corrupted tests. I'm thinking specifically of Dr. Lee Norman's wonderful graphic that made national news when he used 2 sets of standards of reference. We need to stop the mandate. We will not comply. A friend sent me a post, and I don't know the author, but I thought it was very, very wonderful. It says, there's a difference between being a good citizen and a good American citizen. Good citizens of communist countries submit and are obedient to their government. Good American citizens are different. We are actually part of the government checks and balance system. Not only do we not have a duty to not be submissive, we have a duty to restore balance to the overreaching tyrannical government we are witnessing state and nationwide. And we shouldn't look for a pat on the head for blind submissive obedience, and we should not confuse that with spiritual obedience either. We live in America. We the people are the bodyguards for freedom and our free agency. Government does not act in that capacity. Don't ever expect government to safeguard your freedoms automatically, because both sides of the aisle have been taking our liberty for decades. I will repeat, experts have tunnel vision. They don't know how mask mandates affect each individual person, and that is why individual rights are paramount. We're scaring the heck out of our kids as well. Have you ever noticed a baby in church over its mother's shoulder, looking from face to face to face, wondering, what is this? And if you remember back to 9/11, when the towers came down, we were told, don't let your children watch the newscasts over and over, because in their immature minds, they think it's happening again and again and again. We're doing the same things. We're confusing our kids. I won't ask you to not do the mask mandate. I won't beg. I won't plead. I won't comply. You didn't give me my rights, and you're not doing a very good job of protecting them. Thank you for listening.
All right, next speaker, please. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes.
When do I talk? Start now?
Yep, you're good. You get 5 minutes.
Okay, I appreciate the chance to speak in front of the mayor and in front of the vice mayor. I'm going to apologize in advance if my tone is going to sound a little harsh, but to me this matter is personal. This mask business, this mask mandate, whatever you want to call it, has done nothing but divide people everywhere you go. People are pitted against other people because some people believe in wearing them and some people don't. The problem is this whole mask mandate thing seems to hang by a thread, because as I understand this, and I'll be happy to have my numbers corrected afterwards if need be, but as I understand this, the county voted 3-2 against wearing masks, and the city, according to Mayor Whipple and his vice mayor, voted 4-3 in favor of wearing masks. As I understand this, we began the mask mandate August 11th, and it was supposed to be for 30 days. Then come September, it got, July, and then it got extended again in August. Obviously, if this mask mandate were working to cure COVID cases, it would have been ended by now, but obviously it's not because the mask mandate keeps being extended. What I don't get is I've been a resident of Kansas for almost all my life, 10 years here in Wichita. Why is it that only 10 counties in Kansas have a mask mandate and the other 95 counties don't? It makes no sense. I can go up to Harvey County where I bought a vehicle a week ago and not have to wear a mask when I went into the dealership. I would probably couch the whole argument this way. If you're going to wear a mask, make it optional. I know even if we lift the mask mandate, employers like Walmart and Costco are still going to make their employees wear them. But everywhere I go, everyone I talk to, virtually everyone, I've only talked to one negative in the last 6 months, but everyone I've talked to in the last 6 months is against this mask mandate and thinks it needs to end. Frankly, I don't think it's legal. I think you only have about 30 days to impose a mask mandate under some sort of a medical emergency or whatever, and then after 30 days it's supposed to go away. So I don't even think you're acting lawfully. But I would simply suggest that you end the mask mandate and quit using it as some sort of form of electioneering. I mean, after all, we imposed the mask mandate in August, then again in September, then all of a sudden it's imposed until October 21st, conveniently right before the November 3rd elections. And now, in order to cover your trails, it looks like you're trying to impose the mask mandate till the end of the year so that people won't identify it with electioneering. Again, I would say, why masks only in 10 counties in Kansas and not in the other 95? The answer is simple. They impose the mask mandates in the area where the population centers are the greatest and where they think they can influence election outcomes. I think that's basically what's going on with this, and virtually everybody I talk to feels the same way. They have hopes that maybe by November 3rd, after the elections, the mask mandate will disappear. Frankly, I think it should disappear now. There's no sense in any of it. The other thing that I would find interesting is that if you would actually put this mask mandate to a vote of the citizens in this county, I think you know what would happen. It would go down in flames. The other thing is, I'm sure you're well aware if you made the mask mandate optional, or the mask wearing optional, people would quit wearing them. And I wonder why that is. The reason is because you as politicians have never attempted to make the case for wearing masks in the first place. You just tell us to wear them, and you don't give us any voice in whether we can wear them or not. Instead, you're just good at pitting people against other people, the ones that like to wear masks and the ones that don't, the ones that think you got to wear a mask versus the ones you don't. And I frankly think you're just spewing a bunch of hatred in the community by enforcing something as ridiculous as this. I still find it interesting that by only one vote, 4-3 in the city council, as I understand this, we're all required to wear masks. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Use some common sense, abolish the mask mandate, make it optional. I don't care if people want to wear one, I'm not opposed to that, but make it optional. You know Walmart and Costco and all those places are going to require their employees to wear masks anyway because they're out-of-state employers. But don't make the local citizens wear them. Do what the other 95 counties do and just abolish the mask mandate and make it optional. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Vice Mayor Clayco.
Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to clarify for anyone that's listening, the county voted to support a mask ordinance. They have a mask ordinance right now. Thanks.
Yes. Mask order, yes, that's correct.
Say your name.
Ordinance?
It's an order. I'm sorry.
An order?
Hello, my name is Kaylin. I live in West Wichita, Kansas, and I'm not just here for me. I'm actually here for my daughter, Oakley. I choose to raise her with no fear. I am sick and tired of other people judging me for not wearing a mask because I have a daughter at home. I am doing what's best for her, and I want everybody to know that I am not raising her to be scared of a virus or anything. And I don't mean to make it about anything else, but I was standing in line. I was actually not going to speak today, but I felt the need to say something because I needed to get off my chest. But in the direction that everything is going, there will never be a COVID vaccine that will touch me or my daughter, ever. I am so afraid for humankind right now, thinking that this is the solution. I just want to say no is no. I choose to say no, and I hope that something will change. And I do appreciate your time today. It was very short, but I just had to get that off my chest. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
There you go. Say your name and your address.
Joey Verana, 18,000 West Highview Drive. Thank you for your time. Is this the mask I'm supposed to have on? Is this the scientific mask? Is this the mask that you guys are giving out today that's paper towels? Is that the scientific one? Is this the one I made at home that's dirty? Is this the scientific stuff that we're mandating? Mask until vaccine. That is what has been said. I hope that all of you that are born between 1950 and 1980 know that you received 4 to 15 vaccines. Now children are on schedule to get 72. This breaks my heart. I hope that all of you are up to date on your vaccines, on your adult vaccines. As of 2017, there's more than 78 adult vaccines recommended. DPT, 5 vaccines, HPV, 3 vaccines, MMR, 2 vaccines, pneumonia vaccine. If you're not up to date on those and you're planning to mask until vaccine, I suggest that all of you go out and make sure that you get up to date on your adult schedule, or that would make you a hypocrite. Did you know that the long-term studies that were done on the H1N1 vaccine was approved after 6 weeks? The MMR vaccine was approved after studies that only lasted 28 days. Chickenpox vaccine was approved after trials that lasted 42 days. And the hepatitis B vaccine your kid gets right after birth was approved after 5 days. I have the book right here. If you guys would like the citations, it's all from the CDC's website. The swine flu vaccine was the worst disaster in U.S. history. 21 deaths, 6,000 paralyzed, and $4 million in government payout. I hope that when you put these mandates in place, you're willing to stand there when people are injured and put at risk. And if there's risk, there should be choice. Thank you for your consideration. Overturn the mask mandate.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder, we're only discussing masks today. The ordinance is only for masks. It's not for anything else. Next speaker, please. Councilmember Bluebog.
Sorry, Mayor, was there something in there that I thought he was?
I believe he spoke at length for vaccinations, and I believe part of his discussion was, sounded like it was against a mandatory vaccination, which isn't being discussed today.
Okay, I thought it was all pertinent. So. It was.
believe the book he held up was about vaccinations, am I wrong?
Well, he is a doctor. I appreciate the doctor coming in here and speaking, so thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? See none. Sir, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, City Council. Thank you for choosing a career of public service. But yet, our public service is, we are the ones that voted you in. And to have a blanket coverage of mask mandate does not fit everyone. My grandpa was World War I regular Army. My dad was World War II Army Signal Corps. I served 6 years in the Marines. I do not live in fear of catching a coronavirus. I use my own common sense and what my body tells me if I need to wear a mask. I am in the forefront of many veterans organizations here in Wichita. And you've heard all the stats and all the figures of coronavirus, but perhaps I can give you a vision of our PTSD veterans. It's real, it's serious, and the vision is to stand in a flag line and try to honor the sacrifices and service of a PTSD victim. Our PTSD victims find themselves with a higher heart rate, anxiety, wearing a mask. Masks are not for everyone. If you've got underlying medical conditions, by all means, protect yourself, use common sense, and wear a mask. But for those of us that want our freedoms and have fought for our freedoms and served our country for our freedoms, we choose not to wear a mask. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Leanne, and I'm here representing not only myself, but my 5 kids. And I want to start by reading a quote by Benjamin Rush, one of the signers of the Declaration. Unless we put medical freedom into the Constitution, the time will come when medicine will organize an undercover dictatorship to restrict the art of healing to one class of men and deny equal privilege of others. We will be constitute the Bastille of medical science. All such laws are un-American and despot and have no place in the Republic. The Constitution of this Republic should make special privileges for medical freedom and religious freedom. We are already seeing 2 classes. We saw Lacey Cruz demand we wear masks and belittle our county commissioners who stood for our freedom. But she herself decided not to wear a mask and go to a party. How ironic. And also, we saw Nancy Pelosi close down all of the salons in San Francisco, but she herself got to go to one and not wear a mask. We saw the VMAs happen without having to self-quarantine. We see congressmen get to have funerals, but we ourselves are denied the right to have a funeral for our own loved ones. I want to also read to you guys a law and remind you of this law. It's called Title 18 USC Section 242. It's the deprivation of the color of law. So whenever under color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district in the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or laws of the United States shall be fined under this law or imprisoned much more than 1 year or both. It tells us that if you are going to deny us our rights, and it is not just law enforcement, it is health officials, and it is congressmen. How you vote matters. And it's now time you guys are held accountable for how you vote. There are people that I have contacted on city council and in our county commissioners who have stood for our rights. And we the people applaud them and we stand behind them and we appreciate them. But we did not elect you to tell us what to do. We elected you to hold the line and to protect our God-given rights. It is not your job to give them to us. It's not your job to tell us what is right for our bodies. Fear is not a virtue, and we have made it one. But standing for those who fought long and hard to secure us our unalienable rights is a virtue, and what we should commend and encourage and celebrate. So now we can talk about the science. I'm not qualified to get into details. I'm not a scientist, nor am I a law expert, and I will not claim to be. But I'm one that loves our country and loves truth. We should celebrate critical thinking and those who challenge the narrative. So critically, how are we to make laws, or how are you to impose these things if we do not have solid science? I know under certain stipulations, you have to prove that you have done the least invasive means at establishing your goal or coming to your goal. Well, what is your goal? And how do we know it is the least invasive? All of our studies are skewed. All the studies, as Dr. Norman put on, nationally it's made news. Nationally, they've said you use 2 axes. You cannot do that if you're trying to prove a stat. The New York Times themselves have come out and said 90% or so of tests should be negative because the amount present was so minuscule. And we have to remember, presence does not equal prevalence. So while I may have germs on my body at any given time, that does not mean I'm infected, nor does it mean that I will spread it to anyone. So I ask you to get us solid science, and as Ronald Reagan said, your job is to tell us the facts and get out of the way. Let the American people do what is right for them. We love our country, we love our communities, and we want to do what's best for our families and our communities. So please end this charade, stand for our constitutional and Declaration of Independence, and give us liberty. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Everybody need a break? Is everyone okay? All right, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, there we go. So, in regards to public health, please excuse me if I don't want advice from this government or our federal government on health. Your track record for personal health, land health, is less than impeccable. It's actually dismal. So the fact that you think a mask is somehow going to perpetuate health is laughable. When you incentivize programs that spray carcinogens all over the ground, that run into the water, that kill the soil. So public health coming from you is something I'm not really interested in, quite honestly. I noticed that a lot of people have said things like people who don't want mask mandates don't understand science. That's been debated. I don't really feel like I have anything more to contribute to that. We can find experts on either side of the aisle, either way. What else? Yeah, I noticed that there were also a lot of people saying things like, I have cancer, and so people that don't wear masks don't care about me and want me to die. And so please, public health officials, do something about these people that won't wear masks because they're trying to kill me. I don't know if those people understand that you, as a city, spray things that cause cancer all over all the time, as well as incentivize agriculture that has known carcinogens and neurotoxins that, again, are all over now because of those programs. To piggyback on some things that have already been said, you have made the correlation about masks until there's a vaccine. So you brought vaccination into this conversation about mandatory masks. You brought that up. And so I would like you to finish that thought, please. A mask until a vaccine, and then what? What's mandatory at that point? Who gets a choice at that point? What, do we need to prove that we have a vaccine in order to get somewhere? Or do we still wear a mask if we don't have a vaccine? You started that correlation. You brought that into this conversation. So please do not try to separate that issue. Please do not pretend like we are creating something that was not started already. And please answer this question. What is your plan when there is a vaccination?
You have a minute 30 left.
Great, that is just enough time for you to answer my question.
The purpose of public comment is to make sure that the public can question or comment on the items. When you have back and forth, that allows the electeds to filibuster your time, and I usually don't allow that because I want to hear from the public. However, if you are reserving your time, Councilmember Johnson, you have a minute left of her time that you could ask her a question. You have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This isn't a question for her. Jennifer, is there anything in this ordinance that mentions a vaccine?
No, Councilmember, there is not.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mayor.
I believe the vaccine was brought up by Councilmember Bluebog in discussion, but I don't think it had anything to do with this ordinance. Councilmember Bluebog?
Thank you. And I don't know if we had that in this public meeting or the county. I know we've had that conversation before, Bob. Can you tell me where that's coming up? I know I didn't dream it up.
No, Councilmember Blueball, you asked if the hospital administrators had talked about mask order being in place until there was a vaccine. And I think they have expressed a preference for that, but nothing more than that. And the council has never had that discussion.
Okay. I know we've had the conversation about a threshold and
numbers.
A numbers threshold or whatever it is, and I knew the conversation had happened with the vaccines.
I think the mayor indicated he wanted to talk about thresholds afterwards.
So you and I up from the bench had a discussion about the mask mandate working and getting down to a particular metric in which people could feel safe letting their guard down, but it was never mentioned vaccine. Councilmember Fry's on the list. Maybe he knows when we had this discussion.
So there was a discussion during the social media town hall that you conducted last week with the 3 medical doctors that was broadcast on Facebook Live and through Cake. And I believe there was a discussion there about a mask until a vaccine. I don't remember if it was yourself or one of the doctors that suggested it, but that is the most recent recollection I have of the discussion.
That seems to correlate with the comments from the manager that the medical community is worried that without the numbers going down, we would need a vaccine in order to contain this virus. So I wouldn't doubt that. Any other discussion? All right, well, thank you for giving your time to the bench. We appreciate you being here, and thank you. Next speaker, please. All right, welcome. Again, please stay focused on the mask mandate. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. So, Mayor Whipple, 2 questions before my speech. Now, I'm wanting to talk about the vaccines, okay, just so the question is answered.
Just real quick, as was mentioned to the last speaker, we don't answer questions back and forth from the bench because we are not here to filibuster your time. This is your time to comment on only the legislation that is presented on the agenda at this moment. So if you ask questions, I will still allow you to use up the rest of your time. Go.
But would you be able to discuss it with us in the future as far as vaccines, just not now? Is that right?
Of course, yeah. Right now, this is your time, and I've already used up enough of it, so please.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So, it's absurd that we're still talking about the mask mandate extension based on numerous and mixed reasons. But I'd like to talk about more personal experience. A friend of mine has to take a finger device that detects his heart rate. Usually, after testing for about 5 seconds, it should detect at 97 or 98 of heart rate. His has occurred at 94 or 93, which is very low and very bad for his heart rate. This is because of the masks that are mandated by the city of Wichita, as well as our county health official. The mask can give certain individuals shortness of breath and can lead to chest pain, or eventually pass out. This is not so-called scientific research that I've done. This is all just personal experience. Also, I'd like to point out, recently at my work, I'm required to wear a mask the whole shift, and I'm willing to wear one there and any other place where they require customers to cover their faces. However, I do not want to be told by the government that we must wear a mask. The government interference with our own health is a direct violation of the rights of our own bodies, and doesn't allow us to make decisions of our own health, as well as a violation of the free market in our society, because only businesses and schools have the right to decide to require their employees and customers to wear a mask by their own procedures and refuse service to anyone who doesn't wear one. Because at the end of the day, these employees work for that business and or school, not for the government. I also have seen a picture of one of the council members who mandates masks, but yet doesn't wear one at parties or gatherings, but yet expects the people they mandate against to wear one, but yet that person doesn't wear one at gatherings when they're supposed to. Recently, I have gained a painful feeling in my chest where my heart is, and I couldn't tell what it was, but somehow it happened. It happened when I was wearing a mask for such a long period of time. During and even after a few days, I took it off at work. So meaning, I was at work, and I wore it for a long period of time, took it off, and my heart still had a weird feeling for like the next 3 days, and it hurt. So I would put a mask on every once in a while after that. But most of the time it was off, but my chest was still hurting, resulting in me just constantly rubbing it for relief. I am grateful that it is better now, regardless of what the condition was and if it had to do anything with the masks. However, this kind of thing can't happen again, or else any kind of pain, pass out, or otherwise any kind of health condition set off by the forced masks, resulting in not only health care bills, but going to the doctor for medical attention, it's going to be on the hands of the people who extended the mask mandates. We all have heard of the saying, my body, my choice. If anyone truly believes in that, they would not force masks on individuals, nor would they require fines to be paid just because they were practicing their bodily rights. I also believe that constantly touching your face directly or through the mask when removing or adjusting it can lead to sickness because of the germs in your own hands because of the masks. We're always told, especially by the government, not to touch our face, but it can be hard not to when we have forced masks on us, by of which were mandated by the same people who say not to touch our face. I understand in the midst of the coronavirus, we all have precautions, and we should take, and I believe that we as a society can learn from this virus to prevent the spread of any kind of illness into our future for a safer community and decrease sickness, as well as death rates. And I also believe that we all have individual rights as well as free market rights to see how we can go along in life to protect our health, but it should only be up to the individuals as well as the free market such as schools and businesses to make those precautions for themselves, not the government. Doing this will allow people to make choices for themselves and have access for their own relief from excessive mask wearing and won't have to worry about government interference or their rights being taken away. Thank you for your time.
Man, perfect on that timing, by the way. Thank you for being here. Next person, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Hi, I'm Lauren Wexham and I live in Northeast Wichita. I'm a wife and a mother. I volunteer about 500 hours a year. I have a medical background as an RN. And from the beginning of the COVID outbreak, I've been looking for evidence to show that that mask wearing is beneficial. And my early studies that I looked at didn't show a statistical difference in preventing a person from getting a virus. I would like to see really accurate statistics comparing the risk of COVID in places where people actually use them and places where they don't. And a decision to mandate a mask should be based on really accurate statistics that really weigh the benefit versus the risk. I don't believe it's really simple to wear a mask. Most people touch their masks continually when they wear them, including me. And so if we have microbes on our fingers, we've just moved them to our face, and we shouldn't be touching our face. I think they're uncomfortable. I think it's hard for people to think when they wear one. And how can a cloth mask prevent the spread of a virus when the holes are not small enough to prevent the microbe from getting through? The first principle that we've learned through all of this is that we shouldn't touch our face and our hands and our mouth. And I heard a physician speak who treats COVID patients early on in this, and he said that he wasn't afraid of the COVID virus because he does not touch his mouth and his nose and his eyes without washing his hands. And we've heard that washing our hands is very important, so we can keep doing that. I believe that masks create fear and dread. Everywhere I go, I see people distant from each other. When I shop, I find it difficult to get help from workers because people are afraid to be too close to each other. When I heard the other day that the city is planning on just mandating masks indefinitely, that gave me a very sad feeling. I think that indefinite guideline kind of creates this a future fear, like when is this ever going to end? And also, whether we believe it or not, lots of people are worried that will we have to wear masks until we're mandated to take a vaccine, whether we like it or not. And keep in mind that no vaccine companies bear any liability for vaccine injuries. I feel that healthcare has been hijacked. It's not right that I can't attend appointments with my husband, who's had 5 years of health problems. I couldn't attend the birth of my grandson because of regulations, and they chose for her husband to be there, which was entirely appropriate. It's not right that the elderly are kept from having visitors. It's not that right that people are dying alone. Surely we've got a way of figuring out this better. It's also not right that many aspects of healthcare have been dropped because of the fear of COVID, and that's not good healthcare. If masks really work, then why can't people go to the hospital to visit patients? If they really work, why can't all the children go to school face to face? And if they work, why can't a person stay with their loved one until they die? So to end with, I think that people are able to determine what kind of risk they're going to take when they leave their house, wherever they're going to enter, whether it's a public or private place. And anyone can wear a mask who chooses to, but it shouldn't be mandated. And I'm praying that you all are praying as you make a decision that dictates what our lives will be like in the near future. And God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Heather Scripps, and I live in Northwest Wichita. And I'm just one voice in the community that is against the mask mandate. I believe it's discrimination and it's unconstitutional. And it strips the rights away of your citizens for medical freedom. I work with women who come from abuse, abandonment, sex trafficking, and other conditions. And wearing a mask for them can be emotionally damaging and detrimental to their health. I realize that there has been medical exemptions built into the mask mandate, but these people are still bullied and shamed for not wearing a mask. And this should never be the case. It's unfair. Where there's a risk, there always needs to be a choice, and there can be a risk for some wearing a mask. I just ask that you please consider this as you're making your decision and let the people have the right to their medical freedoms. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
All right, hello. My name is Benjamin, and I'm 21. I don't want to wear a mask all the time. I get lots of, just these random retail employees telling me, that my face shield that I wear isn't good enough, even though it's in the mandate, because these retail employees they're not trained about the medical masks. They're not trained to know these things, and they don't need to, shouldn't need to, but they just enforce the cloth masks, and that's all they are trained to do. So I get kind of harassed about that a bit sometimes, and I shouldn't have to wear a mask anyway, because the flu has been more deadly in almost the same amount of time. It's 3 times more deadly than COVID has been, but I think we should have a freedom choice to be safe. No one should be forced to be safe, because if you're being forced to be nice, then it's not being nice. It's just, being told to do something. It's I think a personal choice. Like, you can wear a mask, you'll be just fine, but forcing people is not something that I believe should be even legal to do. And these masks, they do cause a lot of mild suffering, even if you don't have medical conditions and whatever. Like, if you're working outside in the sweltering heat, it becomes really unbearable, because you're breathing back in that hot air that you just breathe out, and it becomes, I would think, almost a heat hazard. I believe in the freedom to not wear a mask, and that it should very much not be something that should be allowed to happen again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And then the mayor's going to welcome you up. You can
Welcome, sir. I'm glad you're here. You have about 5 minutes, and there's a timer on your screen, but go ahead.
Me and my friends have been riding bikes, jumping on trampolines, and playing together in large groups all summer long without masks. All of us are healthy and our families are healthy. I don't like that you guys are making me and my family a threat to society. I am a healthy boy. Stop trying to pretend I'm sick.
Thank you, sir.
I'm done.
That was good. Thank you. We'll do our best to keep you healthy. Next speaker, please. Ma'am, welcome. You have 5 minutes. We're glad you're here. There we go.
Hi, I'm Ava.
Hi, Ava.
Hi, I'm Ava. There are other ways to protect our immune systems. You can put healthy food in your body and get plenty of sun. Vitamin D can help protect you too. Masks are not best for everyone. If you want to wear a mask, it's okay. But if you don't want to wear a mask, that's okay too.
Ava, thank you. Next speaker, please. I'm going to adjust the camera. Sorry. That works too. There we go. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Becky Hale, and I'm a local real estate agent and leasing agent. And I did not expect to speak today, and I hope I say all that's on my heart. Those of us who know that they haven't been honest with us about the numbers, they don't make sense, they don't add up. We've known that from the beginning, and here we are at the beginning of September, and we're taking actions that the consequences are so much worse than what we're supposedly doing this for, which is the common words from Governor Kelly is the greater good of the community. And if you really cared about the greater good of the community, you would have never shut us down, knowing that the numbers don't warrant it. We can see the dishonesty with when you're putting out the numbers of deaths, and when you can't, we catch on to that because there are other causes associated to that. Then you start backpedaling and saying, well, it's about cases. Cases are growing. Well, I got pressured into with some contractors that I work with that knew that I supposedly had secondhand exposure from someone who supposedly was told they had COVID and was down for 2 days. They told me because they knew my family and I had secondhand exposure that I was extremely selfish. Of course, I never went into quarantine, so I went from being a noble citizen and very brave and everything like that to the most selfish person on the planet, yet the guidelines and rules that they give us were completely different at the beginning than what they were later. And I saw those who were getting shut up and spoon-fed all the propaganda and everything that everyone's telling them. When they come out of quarantine, they're all scared. They're all making decisions based on fear. I am a person of faith, and I'm very disheartened. I know that we're a more affluent group, more educated. We work. We want civil peace, civil unrest, or civil rest. We don't want this unrest. I am not responsible for someone else assaulting other people. It is absurd. And the fact that our governments and people think that this is going to end in November, it is not going to end in November. The reason it's not going to end in November is because President Trump is already president. If he could stop it, he would. This is a state issue, and our government is not, our local government is not the people's advocate. And if you truly are against the masks, and I'm sorry to get so passionate, if you truly are against the masks, take them off, please. Because I know we have to have lions and we have to have people on the front line. But if there aren't anyone behind them, we won't last very long in the fight. And if you are a person of faith, and if you truly do have the Holy Spirit and you are convicted and you know that this is wrong and that God does not dictate us by fear tactics, if they are scaring you into submission, you know that is not from God. And you are going against God and you are listening to mankind and this world if you comply. So I pray that the reason I'm standing up here is because I noticed there's so few lions. And thank you, all you lions who are here. I thank you all for showing up. I pray that I said all the right things and that I didn't leave anything out. But or get anyone too angry with me. I don't want the officials coming after me, and I'd like to stay employed. But everyone has the right to work. My uncle mentioned that he was really bothered by the fact that I'm going into Walmart refusing to wear a mask and that I'm not complying because they're private businesses. And if private businesses, it's their business, their rules, right? Well, those aren't their rules. They don't want to do this. They're getting ordered to do it. Our government is making them the civilian police, and it's wrong. And if you're an honest person, let's stand up for what's right and good and true without shame and without fear. And I pray I won't stand alone, but I know I answer to God and I want him to say, well done, good and faithful servant. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name's Sydney Craner. Thomas Hemphill, that probably doesn't mean anything to you. It does to me. He was an ancestor of mine that fought in the Revolutionary War. He fought tyranny against the British, and now we're here to fight tyranny against this mask order. It's not right. We want to breathe. We want our freedom. We want the right to choose whether we have to wear a mask or not. Please quit forcing this law or mandate onto us. Actually, I guess it's just a mandate because it's not a law. So that's pretty much what I have to say is just let us breathe and let us choose.
Thank you so much. The next speaker, please. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Nancy. I'd like to say that this is the first time I've ever done anything like this before. I'm 63 years old. I've lived in the United States of America all of my life. I've experienced the wonderful freedoms that we possess and have possessed, but I see our freedoms being taken away. I respect the right for others to wear a mask if they want to wear a mask, but I need them to respect me for not wearing a mask. Now, I happen to be asthmatic, and so that is an issue for me and has been since day one. But I have come into conflict with people. I try to be kind and courteous, but I've come in conflict with people who have said, I have to wear a mask even though I am asthmatic. But going through this experience over the last several months and seeing that the statistics and the percentages of people that are actually being coming down with the virus and being hospitalized and death percentages have come way down. Now, I know a lot of the statistics have shown that more and more people are being tested, and so those percentages have gone up. But if you look at the percentages of hospitalization and death, those have come down dramatically. So I come before you to appeal to you as the people that we vote for, and we ask to speak for us, that you would speak for the people of Wichita, Kansas, who love this city. I'm new to it. I've only been here 3 years. I'm a transplant from California. And we love this city. We love the conservatism that we've seen here and the way this city has thrived. And we don't want to see that stop. But lastly, I want to say the mask has impacted so much of our population. It covers our face. We can't smile at people. We can't talk. We're afraid to say things to other people because behind the mask, it's almost like we become zombies. And we are people that become very fearful. I've seen it everywhere, including in the church, which is really sad. So I'm asking you to listen to our voices before you make those decisions of having us wear a mask until there's a vaccine, because this is wrong. And this is the United States of America, and we should have a choice in how we take care of our bodies. And I know there's people that say, well, you're exposing me to this or you're exposing me to that. But the point is that there have been many other types of viruses, including 1918 and others since then, where we were able to quarantine ourselves, take vitamins, take supplements, stay away from crowds. We are smart. The American people are smart people, and we can figure out if I'm in a busy place where there's lots of people, then if they need to put a mask on for that very short time, then do it. But to require people to wear masks in their jobs, outside of their jobs, in every single store, even down, I had a pedicure, and the gal doing my pedicure said, just mentioned to me that her 6-month-old and her 18-month-old that are in daycare are required to wear masks. And pediatricians have come out and said that that is actually deathly harmful to infants and toddlers. So that is my piece I wanted to say. I hope you will consider this when you make your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. All right, welcome. You have 5 minutes, and I think there you go. Now we can see you. Perfect.
There we go. Hi, my name is Steve. That was my wife, Nancy, who just spoke. And first, let me show you a summary of what I'd like to share. It's this message.
Very good.
She and I believe that masks should be voluntary, but you've heard all the facts and figures. So I'd like to give you just a very personal story, and I'll be brief. Let me start by saying thank you so much for the restraint that you have been showing here in Wichita, Kansas. I am thinking of my grandson who lives out in California. They started with the usual social distancing, wearing of masks, trying to just be practical about not spreading COVID-19. But they have advanced to the point now where for months they have been practically under a quarantine. In that particular location, they are not allowed to go out to the park. They are certainly not allowed to eat inside for restaurants. And you've seen the battles taking place there of whether they're allowed to go to church or not. So I'd like to start by thanking you for the restraint that you have shown so far by not putting those draconian measures here in Wichita. And of course, there would be no need for that here in Wichita because the rates of the illness simply are not that high. In fact, they're quite minuscule. But now I'm thinking of our situation here in Wichita where my wife and I, when we go to church, we wear a mask in the door and we sit there in the pew. And it is so different than it used to be. It's pathetic. People don't talk to one another. You cannot hear them when they sing. Maybe that's not a big deal to some people, but it's a symptom. I think my wife addressed this. The masks in themselves are causing the behavior of our whole culture to change for the worse. Not only can you not see the smiles, you don't feel like speaking, you don't communicate, and heaven forbid we don't hug anymore. These are all very personal things. As I say, you've heard all the statistics, you know the facts, you know that the masks are not foolproof anyway. They are not the solution to the problem. But I'd like you to just consider, if you would, the emotional, the relational aspects of it, of how being expected to wear a mask under most circumstances is affecting us and our relationships with one another. I mentioned my grandson earlier. We are watching him wither as a person because of the lack of social contact. Now, I know that the subject of quarantine is not really what we're addressing here today. But as I say, I want to thank you for the restraint you have shown, and I want to beg you to continue that restraint. And in fact, I would like to encourage you to lift the mandate on masks altogether, because we have seen personally in our family what it is leading to, and that is not a good thing. I'd like you, as you approach the October 21st date, to consider, what if you were to do what California has done? What if you were to say, well, there's no vaccine now, and so we must continue the mask mandate? What if you were to take the additional step of saying we even need to quarantine? I wonder if people realize that if there were a quarantine issued around the date of October 21st, that would prohibit us from voting on November 3rd. Now, I don't know whether that is in your thinking at all at this point, but I would just like to point out how one step leads to another. It has in other locations, and we would hate to see that happen here. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for your restraint. And please eliminate the mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Clerk, how many speakers have we had? I lost count.
42.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jordan Glover, and I'm not a doctor or anything like that. I'm just a regular Joe, a concerned parent. And I'm here to say no to the mask mandate. I feel it was right given to me by God, not you or anybody else. If people want to wear a mask, that's just fine with me. It's when you force a mask on my wife and 5 children, that's when it concerns me. When did America decide not to be free? When does it stop? Land of the free? I don't remember this ever happening before. Wearing a mask into a restaurant and taking it off to sit down, that's just ridiculous. Why weren't we wearing masks for influenza or even the swine flu? I work in construction. I actually wear respirator masks, and they do work. But these pieces of cloth that people are putting on their faces, they don't do anything. If you actually wear a respirator, you would know the difference. You would know that it works. These masks do nothing. What happened to flattening the curve? Remember that? Well, I'd say it's flat. Again, I'm just another Joe out here talking, but I just ask you to repeal the mask mandate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Kira Glover. I am asking you to repeal the mask mandate. Thank you for listening to my concern, and I urge you to let me breathe.
Very good. To the point. Next speaker, please. Welcome. Oh, you have 5 minutes. Go
Hello.
ahead. Sorry, I was looking at the baby.
Thank you. My name is Megan Glover. I have been a resident of Wichita my whole life. I am here to ask you to repeal the mask mandate. I am a mother of 5 children, 3 of which would be required to wear a mask. Wearing a mask takes away from their oxygen intake. We make choices to better our health, to keep our gut healthy, and to boost our immunity. We make choices to stay home when we don't feel well. We choose to help ourselves. In doing that, we help others by reducing our sickness. Mask mandates do not help public health. I ask you to repeal the mask mandate. Allow your citizens to make their health choices. I would like to note that all of us who are against the mandate are not asking you to make sure that no one else wears one. If a person chooses to wear a mask, they have the right to. Mayor, I am confused by you wearing your mask while sitting 6 feet away from your fellow council members. If you are following the social distancing recommendations, you don't need one. All you are doing is restricting your oxygen and breathing in your own carbon dioxide, which is not good for your health. And with the mask mandates, you have asked us to take in consideration everyone else's health and wear them for their health. I ask you to take off your mask and allow all of us who have concerns to see your facial expressions while you listen to us speak. This is very necessary for interaction with everybody, is to see our facial expressions. Please, Wichita City Council, repeal the mask mandate, allow us to make our choices, and to help our children not live in fear, or the rest of us live in fear. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to everyone who has come here today. I ask you again, please repeal the mask mandate and let your citizens breathe and make health choices for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, please.
Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Erin. I hadn't planned this out, so this may be a little disjointed, and I have a lot of thoughts. So I know I only have 5 minutes, but I could stay here all day. So I'm asking you to please repeal this mask mandate. I have lived in this city my whole life. This city is my life. This is my home. This is my kids' home. And this is my kids' life. We live here. We shop here. We go to church here. And we breathe the free air here. Everything that you do in these meetings and these decisions that you make affect all of us. My children are suffering the consequences of mandates. So please repeal the mask mandate. I have 4 children, and speaking of vaccines, I have 2 of them who have been injured by them. I know a lot of people like to deny that, but I have 2 children who have been injured by vaccines. One of those children has issues breathing normally, so his liberty aside, he has problems wearing a mask, and so that's completely out of the question for him. He can't breathe already on his own, so a mask is not okay for him. So a little story, we drove through downtown today, which is a place that we don't come very often, and my kids asked, can we go to the library? Can we go to the museum? Can we go to Exploration Place? Can we go to the farmer's market? And you know what my question or my answer to those questions always is for my kids? No, sorry guys. Even though we take care of our own health, even though we get plenty of real life-giving food, we get plenty of good water, plenty of rest and exercise and sun and vitamin D and all those things, and we don't roll through McDonald's every other day. Sorry kids, we can't go do these things that you should be able to do as children and experience. We take personal responsibility for our own health, and we suffer the consequences when we don't take that personal responsibility and make good choices. If I know how to take care of myself, then it should be my choice for myself and for my children to wear a mask or to not wear a mask. Please repeal the mask mandate. Our immune systems are internal, and we work to boost them so that when we do come into contact with pathogens, our God-given immune systems can do the job that they were meant to do. Please repeal the mask mandate. My immune system does not exist on a piece of string that I wear over my face in the form of a mask. My immune system is mine personally. There's plenty of science I know for a fact that you guys have been emailed, because I've seen a lot of my freedom-loving friends send that information to you, that proves that masks really don't help. They are detrimental. It even says that on the side of the box that they stand there and hand the masks out of. Please repeal the mask mandate. My kids are missing out on pieces of their childhood. Please hear me when I say that my right to liberty and my responsibility to protect my children will always trump recommendations by people who don't know my family history, who don't know the consequences of me trying to force my children to wear something over their face that they don't need, just so that they can live their life like a normal person. No matter what the divisive social media surveys are put out, and they say, I can assure you that there are plenty of people who feel the exact same way that I do. A lot of the city of Wichita believes that there should be no mask mandate. So I am please asking you to repeal the mask mandate.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. All right, welcome. You have 5 minutes, and you can begin whenever.
Thank you. My name is Terry. I transplanted to Wichita 43 years ago, and I always felt like this city was so progressive. But now I see our whole world going backwards. I just don't understand. I have listened to whistleblowers from OSHA discussing the uselessness of mask wearing. And it breaks my heart to see children covering their beautiful faces. I really believe for every person who has spoken here today that there's probably a couple thousand or more Wichitans who could not be here and who feel the same as all of us. Every time I go in public, I see people constantly fidgeting with the masks or wearing them incorrectly. What's the point? We really need to focus on our own individual health, just like everyone has said. We are walking, talking germ fests. Our bodies are made up of trillions of viral and bacterial cells, and to think that you want us to believe you've isolated one, I don't buy it. And everybody in public that I talk to, they don't buy it either. I would ask that we not go forward with any more mandates on this mask issue. It's not in our best interest. It's not in our best interest of our health. So I really hope you will rethink this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Milana Leibel, and I'm a senior at Eisenhower High School this year. I thought it was really important that you guys heard from some youth today. So I've worn a mask a total of one time. So I wore it for work one time. And I couldn't think. I got fuzzy. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what was going on. That is just not safe. It's not. So I've chosen to not put myself in a position where I'm wearing one since then. So I go to the grocery store, no mask. I can't even go to school this year. They won't let me go without a mask. I have a note from my doctor. They say, no, you can't go to school. So I've got to do online. So I'm making all of these sacrifices over this mask. And think about this. I'm a high schooler. Like, if I don't go to work because I don't wear a mask, then my parents, they're gonna take care of me. But these are people that don't have an option. Their options are, I either go to work, I make a living, I pay my house payment, or I don't breathe. They're like basically deciding, am I gonna pay my rent this month, or am I gonna do that? Am I gonna go to work, wear this mask, not be able to breathe, so I can pay my rent? And it's just awful to put people in these positions. My brother, my older brother, he has special needs, and he's bipolar and all this stuff. So he has such a hard time keeping it together at work normally. But now you're putting this thing over his face. He can't breathe. He can't see other people's reactions. Like, it's just not okay. I just don't understand how you guys would ever think that it would be okay. You have to think about who you represent, because you don't just represent the people that are in the high risk area. You don't just represent those people. You represent all of us. And I can say that there's a lot more of us that are not in the high risk area. there's a lot more of us like me. I'm a teenager. We're basically know kids are dying, but we can't go to school. And my other brother, he's here today. He wants to go in person to school, but he can only go every other day because they only want half the kids at the school. He is losing time and he's losing education. The value of online education, I'm sorry, but it's just not the same. Especially for some kids, that just doesn't work. And so I'm just asking you guys to really think about who you represent, because you represent all of us, not just the people that are in the high-risk group. You represent everyone. And this is not good for everyone. It's just not. We deserve to have a choice. And so I'm just asking you guys to please give us that choice and allow us to make those medical decisions for ourselves. Thank you for hearing everyone today.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, please. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Mike Bailey. I'm a retired member of the United States Army. I think the mask issue is rather ridiculous because I believe in God and I believe that He's going to provide safety for me in anything I do. Also, whether wearing a mask or not, it should be my right how I choose to live and how to die. This chaotic paranoia of a disease that has affected less than 1% of the entire planet population has disrupted so many lives and put so many people out of work and stuff in what I believe I've already said, paranoia. It has disrupted parents with children at home that have to find daycare or some other means of supporting their children through the school year if they can't return to the classroom. I think that they should be able to return to the classroom, and it should be their parents' choice whether they force them to wear a mask or not. I think that this mask situation should just be completely repealed and given us the opportunity to choose. And one other thing I have, it's a question. If we're potentially breathing hazardous chemicals into this mask that could be hazardous for people around us, why hasn't the government established a biohazard disposal system for the masks that we wear daily? And thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Where's this camera at?
You're looking at it. We see you. Perfect.
Mark Haynes here, retired Wichita firefighter, captain. I just wanted to say that I think this mask mandate should be repealed and done away with. As Americans, Kansans, and Wichitans, we have certain inalienable rights. That among those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And this mask mandate imposes on our liberties and greatly affects our life and pursuit of happiness. I'm in your demographic, the over 65 demographic. I'm not afraid of getting this virus, and I think that it's been overblown. I've read a lot of material about it as far as the masks, and they're greatly ineffective and detrimental in many cases. They've done several random control studies on them and have found all kinds of results that don't support masks. And even your Mr. Dr. Fauci has said that masks are not going to protect you from this. There's tape of him saying that. So anyway, to make it brief, I know we're imposing on you guys' time, so I'll just close and say, get rid of the mask mandate. Let us live our lives and be happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Todd. Hey, Todd. Welcome.
What's up?
Living the dream.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Todd Ramsey. I'm a business owner and resident of downtown Wichita. I am not among friends this morning. I have been watching City Council since 9 o'clock, and I felt compelled to come as one of the sole voices in favor of the mask mandate. I know that as I walk out of this room, I will be greeted by boos, but all that I ask is that you please don't tread on me. I have heard multiple people confuse the subjects that are being discussed this morning as they bring up the issues of vaccines and thinking that there is some type of correlation between what the city is proposing with the mandate and vaccines, and I simply don't believe that there is a connection. I don't have any kids, but if I did, I would have a daughter, and I would name her Oakley, and I would teach Oakley about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I'm sorry. I am a patriot. I do believe in liberty. Even though I don't have my USA-themed t-shirt, I believe that we should all have our freedoms, and I am not blindly supportive of Nancy Pelosi. I am not a doctor, but I choose to listen to doctors. I am not a lawyer, but I choose to believe the lawyers who say, who are able to explain the difference between the mask mandate and the quarantine. I listen to people who say that what I'm saying is not scientific, just anecdotal, and I say, why are we giving them the same weight that we give scientists and doctors? There is so much confusion about what your role as City Council is versus what the County Commission does. And the biggest piece of misinformation is the fact that the County Commission has already extended the mask mandate another month. So the Wichita mandate, I mean, you could extend it, but those of you who would support to endorse the mask mandate, I all really like and support. And you have heard from people who said that if you vote against it or vote in favor of it, you will be voted out. So if God says it's my time to go, it's my time to go. And I get that. And I believe that it's my body, my choice. But I also believe that as a business owner, a mask mandate is the best way to stave off another mandated closure. So I'm asking you to simply uphold what the county has already endorsed, what the county has already voted on, and maintain the mask mandate. I'm speaking this morning because it has been profoundly frustrating to have no voices in support. And so I know there are people like me who are watching. I hope there are people like me who are not considering moving to Wichita and watching City Council. I don't really know that that's a common behavior of potential people coming to our community. But I encourage you to uphold the mandate, support people just like me, and keep our businesses open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Mayor Whipple, City Council, I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Aubrey Allen. I live here in Wichita. I am a mother of 4, soon to be 5, and I'm a registered nurse in the state of Kansas. I ask you today to consider what these mask mandates are doing to our immune systems. We live in a world full of bacteria and viruses. Being exposed to these things on a regular basis is what makes our immune systems learn and become strong. My question is, have you considered what this is doing to our immune systems? Living in constant fear of germs and droplets, something that we haven't done in the past, even during flu season. Covering our faces with warm, wet masks and inhaling our body's wastes for extended periods of time. Even the CDC, which was a gold standard when I worked at one of our local hospitals as an RN for years, can only say masks may prevent the spread of coronavirus. Even they do not have the science to back up this statement that masks do prevent the spread. Where are the studies to show this is safe? I have heard it said, well, surgeons wear masks for hours during surgery and they're fine. These environments are monitored and controlled. Those masks are to prevent bacteria from entering a sterile environment and an open body cavity. There are no studies showing the effects on our bodies and on our health from masking for long periods of time, on exertion while exercising, for people with each individual health issues or those with multiple comorbidities, for the elderly, for children of all ages, how it affects pregnant women like me and our precious and vulnerable lives of our unborn babies. Have we tested the effects of the elevated carbon dioxide levels collecting inside these masks and being re-inhaled? Have we researched blood gas levels to see how that affects our bodies? The moisture collecting on these masks, all the bacteria that are added to the environment from all the touching? Who is held liable for these health risks from your mask mandates? Respectfully, I ask you, Mayor Whipple, are you? City Council, are you? Healthcare professionals are trained on the use of personal protective equipment, from cross-contamination, for donning and doffing masks. The public is not trained in these areas. Everywhere I go, I see cross-contamination. If you're worried about spreading a virus, you should be concerned about the greater risk of that. All that these mask mandates are doing are providing a false sense of safety, division, and fear, and risk to our health. We are coming up upon cold and flu season. Have you considered what that's going to look like this year with weakened immune systems and with a flu vaccine that is for most years extremely ineffective and which science has shown increases the risk of other respiratory infections? For those who are elderly, immunocompromised, or feel most comfortable or safe wearing one, wear a mask. I support that. But I believe we should all have the freedom to choose. Our forefathers who founded this great country pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor so that we could be free. I ask that you end the mask mandates and support our right to choose what's best for our own families. Where there is risk, there must always be choice. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, did someone say something? Okay. Good afternoon. I didn't plan on speaking this afternoon. I'm no expert in medicine or disease or treatment. My daughter's actually who convinced me to speak this afternoon. So from what I hear, COVID-19 affects less than 1% of the population currently. I'm not aware that we've ever treated the healthy for an illness before. Here's what I do know based on my experience over the last several months and common sense. I've yet to see a single mask that says it's approved for protection against COVID-19. I can see how it might provide a false sense of security for some, that if I'm sick, it's okay that I go out as long as I'm wearing a mask rather than just staying home. But the biggest thing that I have a problem with is power of choice. Unfortunately, they're not the choices that we want anymore. My children were forced to decide whether they wanted to stay home from school and not go to school or wear a mask, whether they wanted to participate in athletics or wear a mask. They had to choose between the two. They couldn't participate if they weren't willing to wear a mask. My healthy wife and I have decided not to wear, have to decide whether we're going to wear a mask and go to our kids' events or not wear a mask. And I have 4 health conditions that qualify on the exemption list, but I've been required to wear a mask to enter certain facilities. And then I end up paying the physical consequences days after. My healthy special needs son has to choose between wearing a mask or losing his job. Many people have had to decide, or they've had to miss the death of a loved one or the birth of another loved one. Although less than 1% of the people are currently affected, 100% of us are asked to make personal, difficult decisions and miss moments that we won't get back. I believe that those claimed to be experts have a vested interest in our fear. What we're missing are the facts and our ability to trust our government officials. Now's the time that you can start to rebuild our trust by removing the mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
During this entire pandemic, I've had the opportunity to travel to other nations in Europe. I've been to multiple states, talked to many people. Basically, what we're seeing in the media and what you all are telling us just doesn't match up with what's going on in the world from what I can see. Additionally, as you walk around and you see people wearing masks, you see them wearing all different type of masks. You see them wearing bandanas. You see them wearing something that has no medical qualities whatsoever. I can't really see the justification for extending masks and shutdowns for something that you just don't have the evidence to back up. Currently, there are multiple strains of the normal flu going around that are far more contagious or just as contagious, but even more deadly than this. I've known a couple of people that have had these strains of the flu. So I don't understand how you can continue to shut down our city and force masks on people when there's just nothing to back this up. Thank you.
Next speaker. Until we have 23 more speakers. Surely we could ask if folks are repeating a point that's already been made to either make a new point or refrain from speaking if they would like. Right now it seems that we have 23 more people. Ma'am, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ann Carline, and actually we moved to Wichita in 2005 with our children who were preteen and teenagers at that time, and we were so happy to be here in the Midwest. We've loved Wichita. I'm not a doctor or a nurse or a scientist. I'm here as a wife and a mother and a grandmother who is afraid of what this mask mandate is doing to our family. I have grandchildren who already suffer from a little bit of anxiety. In 20 years, when they're in their 20s, I wonder what their lives are going to be about. What are they going to be like? Are they going to be afraid, anxious, depressed, full of anxiety because they have been indoctrinated into this? I'm just an American who wants my freedom back, who wants my choice back. I respect people who want to wear a mask. If that's what they want to do, if that's what they feel necessary, I respect that. Personally, I don't want to wear a mask. In fact, it makes me anxious. It makes me feel sick. It makes me feel like I'm going against my conscience. And I feel it's my God-given right to not have to do something that I feel that I'm not hurting someone else if I keep my distance. I go into stores and I think that people are not wearing them because they believe in the mask. They're wearing them to get done what they need to get done, which is their shopping, providing for their families. So they wear it, and they wear it under their nose, they wear it on their chin, they wear it hanging from their ear, just to get in and just to get out. And I don't really feel that it's helping anything because no one's really believing that in the mask mandate. They're not no one. Some people are not believing in it, so they wear it just to acquiesce. And I don't want to wear it to acquiesce. I want to do something that I believe in. I make personal decisions about what I eat, how much I sleep, whether I exercise, what supplements I might take. I go to the doctor if I need to, and I still make a decision on my own. I still say, am I going to take that antibiotic that he prescribed or she prescribed? Am I going to do that exercise that the therapist suggested? I still make the choice. No one mandates me to take that antibiotic or do that exercise. I want my grandchildren to stop living in fear. I can't believe they know the term social distancing. It's so wrong. We didn't see them for months. My mother moved in with us, and they weren't seeing their great-grandmother who might die of a heart attack or have a stroke. We were separating families, dividing people in church, dividing people on the streets. I feel like we judge people when we don't have a mask on. I feel like people look at us and think we are being insensitive.
I feel if I put a mask on, I am living a lie, and I cannot do that. I cannot in good conscience say, I believe that this is what I need to do to protect you and what you need to do to protect me. I take a risk, we all do, every time we get in a car. I pack my grandkids up and I get on the road and we go somewhere, and there could be somebody on the road who could hit us and kill us or maim us or hurt us seriously. And God forbid the same thing could happen. I could make a mistake and do the same thing, but it's a risk that we take. And no one tells me not to drive my car. I could go downtown to the restaurant and there could be a drive-by shooting, but I have to take that risk. It has happened in Wichita. I want my grandchildren to grow up in Wichita and enjoy everything we have. Like the lady who spoke a few before me, we don't go to Exploration Place. We don't go to the Wichita Art Museum like we used to sign up for their art classes. I am not taking them into a place and say, live in fear. Live in fear. I will not live in fear. I am a child of God. I am created in his image, and this image is how we express to each other what we're thinking, how we're feeling. And we've taken that away. People have waved at me. I mean, waved like they know me. And I have no idea who they are. No idea. I went into church this morning and all the kids were masked. I was sick.
Your 5 minutes is up. If you could just wrap up your last thought, that'd be great.
I hope you will repeal this mandate. Please, I'm begging you. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Diana. I'm not a medical professional, however, I am a loving grandmother. I have a 7-year-old grandson who is quickly approaching needing psychiatric counseling because of all this nonsense. He errs on the side of a germaphobe. I was at their house, they mowed the yard, I had a sneezing fit due to mowing the grass. He had a complete breakdown, thinking he was gonna die, I was gonna die, COVID. I had to fastly explain to him, this is allergy, son, nothing but allergies. If you're really wanting to protect our children, let them grow up without fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name's Janet Fine. I am a member of this community. I'm also a registered nurse and have been for over 40 years. I have worked both hospitals and I've also worked in the public health arena. And I am very concerned with how we're handling this situation with COVID. I personally had COVID in January of this year before anybody in the States were aware of exactly what was going on. Not too much different, a little bit worse in some of the symptoms. Not everybody gets the same symptoms with this particular virus. We have had it before. It is life-threatening to some. If you have pre-existing conditions, that will affect that. I have worked in the school system in 2009 when H1N1 was very prevalent. The highest population involved with that was the school-age children. We didn't shut down the schools, we didn't close the economy, and we didn't shut down the United States because of H1N1. We did everything possibly to keep all of the cleanliness done in our schools. 3 times a day we would go in and wash all the desks, and we reinforced good hand washing and how we coughed. The thing I get really concerned about is, you guys think that families don't teach our kids how to have good hygiene when we really do. And in the school system, all we do, I had K through 5. We just reinforce those behaviors that are taught at home. Viruses spread, and I want to ditto everything that the nurse two people ahead of me reinforced, so I don't have to go through that whole rigmarole. I'm just saying, the detriment to the masks that we've never ever had in the 40-some years that I have been a nurse ever implemented on the population. So the basic question is, we can sit here and discuss facts, and you're going to have the anti-mask will have their doctors, and the mask people will have their doctors. We'll have numbers that will talk to whoever is on that side. But the basic problem with this whole thing is the Constitution, and it's our freedom. And we give us credit for being smart, and for those that have high-risk issues that they need to be. I have a 91-year-old mother with COPD, and she gets hydroxychloroquine. She gets all the other things that have proven to keep her well. I don't take her out. I don't put her in big crowds, but that's because she's high risk. Let's open up Kansas. Let's let choice come back to the mask issue. If you need the mask and you feel okay with the mask, then wear the mask. If you don't, I don't need the mask now because I've had it. And please don't scare us with your numbers. You just reported today that we already had 1,500 brand new cases. You didn't tell us anything about the results of those cases. Were they asymptomatic? You told us how many went to the hospital. Were they in an ICU bed, or were they just being taken care of at a normal hospital process for anybody that would probably be high risk, I would say. The majority of the population can handle this virus. No different than every flu season that we go through this. Plus, give us a choice. This vaccine, I won't take the vaccine. I don't need it. But you don't need to impose that on our population either. Make them choose if they want to take the vaccine. I was in school health. Even though it was mandated by the state of Kansas, if I had parents that did not want their kids vaccinated, all I had to do was sign me a permit saying if I had an epidemic happen in any one of my schools, those children were extracted until that epidemic was gone. So please, get rid of the mask mandate. And please, open up Kansas, because our economy is suffering severely right now. And we need to have our people back to work with no restrictions at all, and we will get through this virus just fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Right in here. You want to stand right here?
I don't understand.
You want to stand right here?
Okay,
I'll give you a thumbs up this time.
just talk. Okay. Okay, my name is Susan Miller, and I live here in North Riverside area of Wichita. And I wanted to discuss some of the problems that I'm having with the mask. And one, I find it highly discriminatory to people like myself who have hearing disabilities. My ears are occupied enough with my glasses and hearing aids. The labels on these masks say they are useless by design. You know, I mean, really, you could cut the pretense that this is about anybody's health. It's not. This is about your control over this, and it needs to end. Now, you are elected to represent the people of Wichita. Then represent us. We're not asking your permission for this. We are a free people. This is about liberty. Thank you.
Megan, are we maintaining decorum over at Century 2 right now? I'm getting some text messages with some images that people are touching each other and not socially distanced. Is there decorum at Century 2 right now, Megan? If not, we could take a break until decorum is reached. 1 second, ma'am. I'm asking the staff.
What are they doing, Mayor?
My understanding is that, let me check. People are holding hands now at Century 2, which puts our staff at risk, and we are no longer maintaining decorum. Therefore, I would ask legal if it's proper that I break for 15 minutes till decorum is reached.
Is that part of our mandate to, we can't touch hands?
The
city does not have any ordinance on distancing or touching.
Okay.
As long as they have a mask on.
If they have a mask on, shouldn't be an issue.
Right.
They don't, not from this picture, excuse me. But my understanding is we have social distancing throughout all of our properties here. Mr. Manager, is that correct? And we have social distance chairs that people are supposed to be standing in, and I have employees over there. We have employees who are interacting with everyone, and I think that we should maintain decorum so that if this is something spreading, then we can keep our employees safe. Therefore, it doesn't take a second. We will recess for 15 minutes, and we'll be back, and hopefully decorum will be met. Thank you. Ma'am, we're at recess for 15 minutes. Come back at 1 o'clock. We'll be back on. appreciate that. Usually we have these long ones, and then afterwards we have about 10 other items, so. All right, we have
No, I'm good.
wait till the vice mayor gets seated, and then we'll
You
start.
put it on the low power. Low power mode.
All right, we are back. My understanding is we do have decorum now at Century 2. We have to maintain the same decorum that we would here. With that, we will recognize the next speaker, and thank you for your patience, and also you have 5 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shanna Matheny. Thank you for taking time to listen. I really didn't come intending to speak today, but I do think I have a little bit of a unique perspective. I work for a major U.S. manufacturer, and in the state of Kansas, we're responsible for about almost $100 million of wholesale dollars into the economy. I work with about 80 independent retailers in the state, many in Wichita, and thinking about that you are elected officials to represent the people. The majority of people I come in contact with on a daily basis are not for the masks. We do not have any, I guess there's just such inconsistency with the data. And if you have any medical sort of background, understanding that these little flimsy masks that we're wearing are not for a virus in the first place, it's just there's a genuine lack of belief in what we're doing. It is crippling businesses. It is frustrating business owners who have literally put their lives on the line to pour into our economy with their own sweat, blood, and tears many times. And 2020 has almost crippled many of them. We're struggling to get back on their feet, and the mask mandate is making it that much more difficult. The protocol that they're having to follow is extremely frustrating. And I talk to a lot of customers that walk in the doors. I spend a ton of time in these stores, and people aren't wearing the mask because they feel it's making them safe. People are wearing the mask so they can get access to the store. So it's just really frustrating. I'm asking you to please not mandate the masks any longer. In addition to them being extremely ineffective, they are depersonalizing. It's dehumanizing us. People are afraid to make eye contact. People have lost the ability to shake hands or smile at people. And I get that the virus can be serious, but if you look at the numbers coming from CDC, maybe I don't even want to go there, but we're not, sorry, it's frustrating. We're not dealing with something different in the sense of like the flu. We've never masked up, covered ourselves, tried to hide from the virus. 99% of the people that get it recover. It's just, we're asking that you please repeal the mask mandate. In addition to the businesses I see, I have extreme concern for my kids. I have a senior in high school who this year is kind of ripping her heart out over the fact that to practice choir, she has to go outside. They have to be in masks 8 hours a day. I can't stand to wear my mask more than about 30 minutes and I feel like I can't breathe. I had to take my son to the doctor last week, who is in 8th grade. The doctor pulled his mask off. He was having neck pain. And she said, yeah, we're starting to see issues. The masks are not effective. They depersonalize, they dehumanize, and it's a government overreach, in my opinion. Thank you for listening, and I just beg you, please repeal the mandatory masks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hi.
You have 5 minutes.
My name is Daria Scriven Nelson. I first of all wanted to thank you very much. I know that it's been a long day for everyone. This is my 3rd time back to be able to speak because the line was so long. I had to go to work and now I'm back again. So thank you, Mayor Whipple, just for listening to us and listening to citizens along with the City Council. I am coming to you as a concerned parent, also just a citizen of Wichita. I am also a policy council member and policy council chair of Head Start. I do not represent them in speaking this. I just wanted to let you know I am active in the community, and I would like you to listen to people from all fronts and both sides in order for you to make a decision today. I understand that most of you have probably made your decision before you even spoke to anyone this morning or heard from anyone, so I'm not trying to waver you on that decision. The reason for me coming here is just to let you know there are citizens from all forms and all walks of life that are both for and against masks. I'm not either one. I'm not for nor against it. I am against government overreach. I am against governments mandating policies that would prevent me from making choices about my bodily autonomy, prevent me from my own civil liberties and my freedoms and what I think is best for my health, that would prevent me from pursuing happiness for both my family and anyone else around me. And that's my main reason for being here today, is mainly just so you can hear from all different people, but understand there are people that are not extreme on either side, people such as myself. I have 3 children. Our youngest has Down syndrome. Our youngest is 2 years old. It's very, very hard to keep a mask on him in public. I understand that some of the mask mandates require 5 years of age or older. If I don't at least attempt to put a mask on him within the doctor's office, they won't see him. They will not even see him as a patient. So it's a struggle to take him anywhere. And to get dirty looks from people when I go just to simply shop in a grocery store, feeling restricted from doing just daily activities, when it's hard enough to have to do things on a general basis with my family and take them where I need to, just to go through life. That's all we're doing. All of us are doing right now. We're just going through life, and we're doing the best that we can. And everyone is. And I know you, Mayor Whipple, and everyone on City Council is doing the exact same thing. I know that you are doing your best to get through all of this. And no mask mandate is going to make this virus go away. No mask mandate is going to prevent or restrict any spread of virus. In closing, I wanted to show you, I went to the courthouse to receive some documents about 6 to 8 weeks ago, and this was the mask that was given to me. A thin piece of fabric. I did not have a mask on me, so they said that I could get one. It was issued to me at the door. They have a gauntlet that you go through along with security to where you are issued a mask if you don't have one. I know that it's hard to see on camera, but this is actually thinner than some of my own undergarments. So I don't understand how this, given by a county building and county issued, would stop any form of virus. So the entire thing overall, like I said, in all different fronts, is trying for everyone, but masks in general are not stopping disease. I am completely for frequent hand washing, social distancing, temperature checks, a lot of other things that are not impeding upon people's civil liberties that can actually help prevent all kinds of diseases, all different types of things from spreading, including flu, the common cold. That's what we should be thinking about, hygiene. How can we be helping people from spreading any type of disease, let alone any type of coronavirus or anything that people are afraid of right now? So again, I know that you're listening to multiple sources and you've listened to all types of people today from all different walks of life. Just from me being here, I've listened to ex-firefighter, ex-military, nurses. There's been all types of people that have spoken with you today and their opinions on this, but I truly am in the middle. I'm not for masks nor against them. I'm against the mandate that impedes upon my civil liberties and makes it difficult for me, my child with family needs or special needs on my family to even go out to the grocery store or do anything on a simple task, because it's hard enough in this environment that we're in this difficult time without having to find some type of cloth to put over my face, because that's all this is, just a face covering. I don't need extra issues when I'm just trying to do simple things like shop with my family. So thank you again for listening, and I hope everyone enjoys the rest of their day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Did you say I could go ahead?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm really not good at speaking, so just bear with me. I wrote it down on my phone, and here goes. Hello, my name is Jessica Mears. I've lived in Wichita my whole entire life, and I'm 29 now. I'm here today for my children. I have an 8-year-old and I have a 2-year-old, and I'm speaking on behalf of people that cannot be here today. My 8-year-old got to start school last Tuesday. Like any other kid, on the first day of school, she was beat. She was wiped out, tired. She passed out. I look over, and her heart is beating so hard that I can see her through her chest. She's a healthy kid. I have never seen this before. So as a mother, I was concerned. And I got the privilege to take her to school the next day. And as we're going up to the drop-off, she puts her mask on, but before she gets out, she pulls her mask down and gets air in there and tells me, I'm gonna get some air inside of my mask before I go inside. Why do they need air inside of their mask before they go inside if they can breathe in their mask? I want to know what kind of anxiety this is causing in our children. What is happening to them when they don't feel like they can breathe correctly? We need hugs. We need high fives. We do not lay down our Constitution rights because we are scared. Faith over fear. Give us the choice. We need a choice. What is this doing to our mental health? Where are the studies on the news about the risk of our mental health? I can find studies about COVID-19, but I cannot about our mental health and what these masks are doing. I'm looking at you, KWCH. Our kids need smiling faces. We can choose to abort babies, but we cannot choose to wear a mask. My body, my choice, right? This isn't normal or our new normal. My family will not mask until vaccine. We will not vaccine. We have complied for too long. You may choose to wear a mask, but for me and my house, and my family, we will choose to serve the Lord. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Daisha, and I am a middle school student, and I think we should have a freedom of choice, and we should repel the mask mandate. And I am a child of God, and so I believe in Jesus Christ, not a mask to save my life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Welcome.
I came from putting my 1-year-old down for her nap time. I just came down here. My husband said, well, one of us should go. We're not really protesty type of people. But I guess the science, we don't really need to talk about that because anybody can do their own research. But I just want to come at it from kind of this stance of being a mother in today's world. We didn't send my first grader back to school because of the masks. She's always putting stuff in her mouth. We're always telling her to look at people's faces, read what they're saying, read what their face is saying to you. I'm just concerned that the choices as parents are being taken away for our own children. In Western culture, it seems like we kind of downplay intuition when it comes to mothers and parent choice and all that kind of stuff. And I just know that putting my child in a mask to go out, masking them, is not the best thing for them. And so I guess I'm just here because I would ask you to reconsider, to let it be our choice instead of something that you force on us and our children. So yeah, that's about it.
Did you say your child was 1? Okay, never mind. Oh, first grade, okay, yeah, I was gonna say, please don't mask a 1-year-old. Next speaker, please.
What do I do?
Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Hello, I'm Debbie Edwards, and I've lived in Wichita since I was 9 years old. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to come and speak to you and for you listening. I just want you to know that this has been an interesting year, and I'm sure you agree.
Yeah,
And I don't understand the overreach that the leaders here have taken about the mandate on this. Well, it's not a mandate, but the mask, wearing the mask everywhere. I mean, it's just the numbers don't prove that it's necessary. And the CDC has just recently come out and said their numbers were off and it's not nearly as bad as they thought. And I mean, we're learning so much more about COVID now that the deaths are they're just not what we thought they were. And they're usually from people that have immunity problems and older people and just people that are sick anyway. And that's no different than any other illnesses that we have, like the flu I mean, the deaths just they're just not an issue like we thought that it might be. And so I think it's time to remove the mask because having been a preschool teacher, I know how much covering your face would mean to children, to others that have emotional problems. They can't see you smile, they can't see your expressions. It's just bad emotionally on people. And so I just think it would be a good thing to get rid of the mask and people to get over their fears of this illness. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, it's hard to hear. I guess it's my turn. I came here today just to stand in support of all the other brave souls that are here, but the longer I stayed, the more the Lord called me to speak. Didn't prepare anything, but I did bring my flag, and my flag represents hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and thousands of men and women that have given their life for our freedoms that all of us here today are taken advantage of. We are a free people. And you may call it just a mask. It's not just a mask. It is taking away our freedom, our right to choose, as you all like to say. Right to choose is my body, my right to choose. I choose not to wear one. And obviously, hundreds of more that are out here watching this and listening have chosen the same thing. They choose not to wear one. So, yeah, I've been here since 8:30 this morning. I did make a little bit of note here that I'd like to read off. I've talked to several people. I've listened to many speaking before me, all speaking truth. These people are citizens of this city that you are representing, and I'm asking you to listen to them today. They've taken their time to come speak, wait out here for hours to come speak to you, and I ask you to hear them. They are each as important in this world as you are sitting behind this counter right here. Are you listening? Are you really listening to them today? Or did you have your mind made up before you even put on your tie this morning? You've heard the statistics, not once, not twice, dozens of times. You've heard professionals come today to tell you that the masks don't work, that this virus is not the big bad wolf that you all are saying that it is. So I won't repeat all the statistics. So since they are useless, why are you mandating them? Why? There's a deeper reason, and you know what it is. So maybe it's time for you to tell us what the real reason is. Everyone here would like to know. Finally, only God knows your real reason here, and you will have to stand before Him one day, and you will have to give an account of why you didn't get off the fence and stand up for what was right. You can make your choices, but you will not choose your consequences. I ask you to repeal this muzzle mandate now. Thank you.
All right, next person, please. You have 5 minutes. Welcome.
When am I up?
You are up. You have 5 minutes. Go for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing a scamdemic, the likes of which the world has never seen. Bill Gates, ladies and gentlemen, that evil, sinister moron with the real attractive wife, okay? He's trying to mass vaccinate everyone in the United States of America and the world, okay? So that people can't get into heaven because he wants to pump aborted fetus DNA into people's bloodstreams. That's what all this is about. And it's about vote by mail so President Donald Trump can't win the election. That's what this is all about. It's a scamdemic. The National Institutes of Health actually has a financial stake in the vaccine. Okay, this is the biggest scamdemic that's ever been perpetrated on the American people. We're shuttering our small business, middle class economy while Wall Street is getting bailed out. The insect people, okay, the people at the top, the sociopaths, are robbing us blind. Okay, we have a 99.999% survival rate with this invented virus from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Fauci's the one who funded the project in the first place, and it leaked out of the Wuhan Institute. Fauci was the one who did this in the first place. This is a scamdemic. You are being used, okay? And every government moron looks like an absolute idiot and a fool with their disgusting face diaper on their face. We've got teenage boys dying now in gym class because they're cutting off oxygen and breathing in their own carbon dioxide because of these absolute fools, these morons, these government authoritarians. This is the biggest fraud that's ever been perpetrated on the American people, and we are tired of it. I refuse to wear a mask. I will never wear a mask, Bill Gates. You can shove your mask up your ass, Bill Gates, okay? And the same thing to the Wichita City Council. If you try to mandate me wearing a mask, we're gonna have problems. You got that? This is America, and we are not going to back down. Enough is enough of this nonsense. Enough is enough. We're tired of being lied to. Okay, we have the authority of idiots. We have a confederacy of dunces ruling over us. Okay, mouth-breathing morons, literally mouth breathers, who are breathing in their own carbon dioxide because they have a disgusting face diaper on their face. I refuse to be an animal. I refuse to be subjugated by Oprah watching, daytime television watching, TV dinner eating normie morons. You got to wake up to what's going on in this world. That's my time. All right. Thank you.
You got 2 minutes, 30 seconds if you want to keep going. Nothing? Next speaker, please. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Howdy.
Howdy. Floor is yours.
David Stillwell. Thanking all of you guys for being here because we elected you to be here. We want you to be here because we want you to do what we've asked you and voted for you to do. I think that this big group here probably represents more than the 1% of people that may lose their lives to this COVID-19. I'm a dad. I'm a free person. I'm a student in Wichita. I'm a husband, an employee. My family represents business owners all around the city. And I'm a taxpayer, and I'm a voter. All of those things being said, I think that you should listen to me and listen to every single one of us that want to speak, because we are repeating ourselves, because we're unified. And us holding hands shows that unity. And if you're afraid of our strength, great, do something. We're asking you to. I kind of am a little blunt, and I think that whenever it comes to what you want, I don't care. I really don't, because I'm free. I'm free to decide what's best for my health, my nutrition, my exercise. You know, I decide what languages I want to learn, and the education, the company that I keep. And with that freedom, I promise not to take anything away from you. I promise to be courteous to your freedoms. I won't tell you where to shop. If you want to go to the shop that mandates, because they own the business, that you wear a face cover, then that's where you get to shop. If I want to shop at the place that allows my free face to be seen, that's where I'm going to shop. It's capitalism. I'll always allow your freedom. I want it, because if you don't have yours, I don't have mine. You guys are the leaders in our community, and I think that Wichita, including Kansas City area, I think that we represent the leadership in Kansas, and I think Kansas starts to represent, you know, all of us blue-collar, hardworking communities. And if you want to lead us into, you know, that slavery, you know, you're leaders, we elected you. You don't get to tell us what to do. We're here to tell you what we want. Okay, so let's see, I'm not your slave, and you don't own me. I'm going to say, let's let freedom decide who wears a mask and who doesn't, because I want everybody that wants to wear one to be able to. I think that's all my notes. Deal with the group that's here. Deal with the numbers. Good luck getting home and seeing your family. We're all going to sacrifice the things that we want to do to make sure our point is heard. I expect you to sacrifice for us. Thank you.
My name is Charles Dara. I'm a homeowner here in Wichita, Kansas. Maybe at this point in the afternoon, I was thinking a little bit of humor, a little bit of a joke might be appropriate.
Yes, please.
I don't know if you read on Babylon Bee that the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, is extending the mask mandate until we find the cure for death. Once death in the world is stamped out, then we can gradually begin to return to normal. Now, of course, that little story is not true at all. It's just a joke, but I think it points out some things that are of importance. Back in the spring, when we all heard about this COVID epidemic, people were asked to take extraordinary measures and do things we normally didn't do to flatten the curve. We needed to make sure that curve was flattened so that the hospitals weren't overrun with patients, so that people weren't dying in the hallways, so that the doctors weren't making life and death decisions as to who could have a respirator and who couldn't have a respirator. Well, as time has gone on, the curve has been flattened. So what happened? Well, they moved the goalpost, come up with a new curve to flatten. Not the curve of death, not even the curve of hospitalizations, but the curve of reported cases or positive tests. And this is just getting more and more absurd all along as we move forward with this. It's just at the point of total absurdity. And it's a shame to see young children like little scared robot sheep walking around out in the sunlight, playing games, riding their bicycles, all masked up because they're afraid, because they're scared, because they've been terrorized by adults telling them that they're going to die if they don't have their masks on. And that's not right. I urge you to get rid of this mask mandate. It's not necessary. And I want to thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Next speaker. Hey, welcome. You
Hi,
have
my
5
name
minutes.
is Chris Sarah. I've lived in Wichita all my life, and I want to thank you for your time and effort in helping to lead our great city. I am a rule follower. I like to stay in the box. I like to stay safe, but when it comes to something that's completely illogical, I just can't sit back and follow. I would like to read the warning on the box of your typical medical ear loop mask. It says, this product is the ear loop mask. This product is not a respirator and will not provide any protection against COVID-19, coronavirus, or other viruses or contaminants. Wearing an ear loop mask does not reduce the risk of contracting any disease or infection. This statement, combined with the fact that studies have shown asymptomatic people with the virus are not contagious, should give us the freedom to decide. Please let us decide. Those who would choose to wear a mask, they should be free to do that. Those of us who do not feel we are in any danger or any risk at all, please allow us just to go free with no mask. Thank you very much.
Next speaker. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, hi. I am a new person to Wichita. I just moved here about 3 weeks ago, and I moved here basically because the nicest people I've ever met are from Wichita, Kansas.
Amen.
And I've lived in a lot of different places, but this is nuts, trying to tell people you have to wear a mask. My daughter is a doctor in a huge hospital. My husband happens to be a lawyer. Guess what? They don't wear masks either. So I'm just saying, don't do this to the people of Wichita, and don't do this to a granny like me. Thank you.
Next speaker. All right, sir, you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
I think the face mask mandate is ridiculous. If your health depends on me doing something, me wearing something, you got a bigger problem than the mask mandate or the virus. The masks are filthy, they're unsanitary. If walk into a restaurant that has a mask mandate and watch the people around you. They take them off and they plop them down on the table where people are eating their meal. That is unsanitary. So I think they're a bigger health problem than the COVID. And I like to call them face diapers because they trap more bacteria and things like that than what they help. There's a 80s song called Eyes Without a Face by Billy Idol. Listen to that song. That's what we've become. Eyes without a face.
All right, next speaker.
Hi, my name is Nicole Olson, and I am here to talk to Wichita and Sedgwick County and our governor, Laura Kelly.
Only
So,
the
dear
council today,
Wichitans, do
though.
you really believe this is about masks, about protecting your health? No, it's not. I'll keep it short and sweet. It's called control. They want control, and they want to still fear in you so they can control you. My message today to everyone in Wichita, especially our leadership, you should be ashamed of yourselves for perpetrating these lies. For the love of God and for the love of country and for the love of our community, open up America again. The data clearly shows that if you're under the age of 50, you have a very, very, very tiny chance of death from COVID. If you are a child, it's almost impossible. And if you're over the age of 75 and you're not already on death's doorstep, you're going to do just fine as well. 99.95% survival rate. What the hell is going on? It's all about fear and control pornography. People, please wake up. Trump 2020. Thank you.
Next, please. Again, if your point has already been made, don't feel like you have to still make the same point over and over again. Sure, welcome.
Hello, how are you?
Great.
My name is Jeremy McTaggart, and I've been here in Wichita about 4 years now. And I'm just going to start out with this because I think it's important that we understand where a lot of people today are coming from. So this is the preamble of the Constitution. It says, "We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." This Constitution ensures my rights as a human being in a free country and being a free citizen to do whatever I please, as long as it doesn't infringe upon the rights or harm other people. What's this little thing here supposed to do? This is a mask? I mean, I don't get it. So, do not fear is mentioned over 500 times in the Bible. And the last I checked, I don't believe that's a suggestion, it's a command. 2 Timothy 1:7 says, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind." See, I don't know where you all stand with God. That's between you and God. But maybe that's the challenge. Maybe it's time we all ask ourselves, who do we serve? See, I truly believe that these mask mandates and the business shutdowns are nothing more than an attempt by a government to instill fear and dependency upon that government. I'm thankful that here in Wichita, we haven't yet succumbed to the anarchy and the terrorist groups, BLM and Antifa. I'm glad our law enforcement stepped up and made arrests here a few weeks ago, because I myself was almost a victim of those protests.
Please stick to the mask
So let's talk
ordinance.
about this mask mandate. I mean, you somehow think that that little mask is supposed to protect me or you? I mean, seriously, is that supposed to happen? I mean, the last I checked, the Constitution allows me certain unalienable rights, so long as those actions don't cause intentional harm to others. I'm a free citizen, and I live in a free country. So why am I harassed by refusing to wear a mask? See, I have an autoimmune disease that I've had for over 20 years now. So technically, I should be more concerned than the average person, right? I mean, hey, don't go out, don't get around anybody, you might get sick, you might die. But if I would have lived in fear that's being implemented by this mask thing, I probably would have died a long time ago. See, I believe that we're created for community, not social distancing. Each one of us has certain gifts and talents that we're given, and we're supposed to use those gifts in community with others. So how do we do that if we're required to mask up, stand apart 6 feet, unless, of course, now you're sitting down, now you can take your mask off and gather. I mean, none of this makes sense to me. So if the solution is worse than this pandemic, who does that serve? Well, I would say it definitely doesn't serve me. It doesn't serve you. It doesn't serve these businesses that have shut down and gone belly up because of this nonsense. I will not wear a mask because I will not give away my freedom. See, I respect your right to wear one if you feel that it's going to protect you. If it somehow makes you safe, by all means, wear it. I don't care. Just don't curse me out like an employee down the road at a store did when I walked in without a mask. I mean, what right does he have to curse me for exercising my freedom? So, what right do you have to determine what jobs are essential? I mean, I sit with families all the time in my line of work, and the last I checked, those families all have responsibilities, they all have bills, and to every one of them, their job is essential. So how can you say one thing is and one thing isn't? I mean, we left liquor stores open for Pete's sake. Not that I have anything against drinking, but you force other places to shut down and yet leave liquor stores open. I mean, where's the common sense in that? Do y'all have any comments for me? Any input?
No. You have 10 seconds. Thank you. And I'll just let the public know that we only do masks. That's the only thing that we have done as a council. Other economic shutdowns, the stuff at the beginning of the year that came from the governor, which is at the state level, we are at the city level. So please, let's stay focused on the stuff that we do at the city level. Ma'am, you have the floor and you have 5 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Hi, I'm Dr. Haley Banda. I'm a West Wichita resident. I felt compelled to speak here today because this whole situation has just kind of wreaked havoc on my my life and my family and how I'm raising my children. My husband and I took a leap of faith and started businesses amidst all of this craziness. And we are so proud to be Wichitans. We moved back here after I graduated from school, and we, immediately got involved and wanted to be, really involved members of the community. And I have to say, I'm super, super disappointed in the way that Wichita has led the region amidst all of this. I am currently expecting, and I have to say, I've seen things that say that I should be more aware, more cautious, because I'm immune compromised right now as a pregnant woman, but I am more connected to my Creator than I would venture to say anyone could be in this moment. I didn't have to tell my body what to do and how to take 2 cells and make it into a child, a human being. And the same goes for our immune system. Our immune system is not in a dirty piece of cloth over our faces. And I'm fearful of what we're teaching our children by saying this is the new normal. I was very hopeful as I started to follow Mayor Whipple on social media and moved by the words that he shared about wanting to put Wichita on the map as a regional leader and wanting to make sure that all Wichitans had a seat at the table. So here we are, and no longer the silent majority. We want to see an end to these mandates, and we want to see choice. You have an incredible opportunity as our city leaders to put Wichita on the map as regional leaders and do something different and stand for something. Because right now, what we're doing is dividing this community. And you have such a beautiful opportunity to unify and stand for something bigger and put Wichita on the map as a place of inclusion and a place that provides its citizens choice. So I beg you to please take to heart what these people have shared today. It's not easy to get up here. This was a whim decision for me. But when I looked back and I watched that video of Mayor Whipple, I just had to stand up here and say, was that all political fluff? Or are we really gonna invite all Wichitans to have a seat at the table and unify our community? Thank you for your time.
Hey, Haley. Haley. Just for the record, you introduced yourself as a doctor. Could you tell us what you're a doctor in, or what your doctorate's in?
Chiropractic.
Perfect. Oh, congratulations on the baby, by the way.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Hey, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jessica Bieberly, and I am a mother and a chiropractic assistant, and I just wanted to speak out, especially for my child and all the kids out there that are not getting to live their life the way we got to. I mean, we were created by God perfect with this amazing, innate body that's so powerful, and He gave us everything we need to protect ourselves from all the bad, and there's nothing these masks are going to protect you from if you're still out there not washing your hands. Like, you can't mandate masks if you're not going to make sure people are washing their hands, making sure they're not smoking cigarettes and eating junk and drinking alcohol. Like, masks are not going to protect anybody's health from anything if they're not taking care of their body as a whole from inside out. It's just, one, I'm sure everybody feels this way, but it's so frustrating to think that anybody would think that a mask is going to save them from whatever's out there. Your body and what you were given was created perfect. And that's all you need to be healthy, as long as you take care of it and do the things you need to do. From exercising, getting plenty of sunshine and vitamin D, eating right, and living your life. Living in fear and stressing over all the craziness doesn't make anything better, or you healthier, or protect you from anything. All I guess I have to say is, forget the mask. Live your life, be happy, and trust in your body and what God gave you. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Michael Friend, and I think it's important to tell you that I'm not a doctor. I'm a contractor. People come to me and ask about their homes. So when somebody wants to tell me about masks and viruses, naturally, I go and talk to doctors and nurses who are having experiences with it. And in a circle of people that I know that work in the industry, the decisions that are being made do not have the respect of the health officials that I know. As a child, I grew up with asthma, and let me tell you, the world didn't stop, and we didn't make kids not go play tag just because I had asthma. I had to get stronger. I had to get caught up to where everybody else was at. I don't work out and eat healthy today and take care of my body for the health of others, But what's funny is my healthcare costs reflect the decisions that other people make for themselves. So let me make the decision not to wear a mask, because I don't take care of myself to not enjoy the benefits of being healthy. And if I'm not wearing a mask for me, I for damn sure I'm not doing it for anyone else. My turning point was my 20-month-old daughter came to me and handed me a mask, and my wife would wear the mask to go into grocery stores because she doesn't like confrontation. But we reached a unanimous point of agreement in my house when our daughter brought us the face mask, because that is not the world that she is going to remember as she grows up. So we don't wear the masks anywhere. This isn't about right now, as much as you people want to tell yourselves that this is about protecting people. This is about the future. This is how much buy-in can you get from the public to support the masks, to support vaccines, to support, mandatory anything you want to throw at us. And the big deal is, I'm not asking anybody to not wear a mask. You can wear a mask if you want to. That's the big difference between us and you guys. And what's funny is we're coming in here and you ask us to be respectful, but what you have to remember is you have to earn our respect because you're the elected officials. And what's funny is many people who think like you support protests and rioting that we're seeing all over the country. If it comes to that, I think you'll be really surprised at the reaction the Midwest has versus everywhere else. And many of my friends, I'm about 30 years old, many of my friends voted for you because they thought you were a moderate, or thought that many of you were moderates, and you've proven to be anything but. So before you talk to me about my 5 minutes being up, you have to think about what's going to happen when your 5 minutes are up.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to highlight, if we could please stop with the alluded to threats that we've had. I've counted 3 so far, and reactions to protesters and things like that really don't have anything to do with the mask mandate. And I don't think that is what we as Wichita stands for. So just wanted to put that
I'd
out
also
there.
ask for the vague threats to stop. That should be common sense. But thank you for voicing it. I wasn't sure if I was the only one who thought that.
Thanks.
However, we will continue on, and you have the floor. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Patty, and I'm a resident of Wichita. I am here as a representative for my daughters, especially one of them who has special needs. Your mask mandate has caused a division in our city, and I'm asking that you vote no on further mandates. My daughter, who has special needs, cannot wear a mask. She chews on it. She is not medically exempt, but she cannot wear it without chewing on it or pulling it down or touching it constantly. And I am here as a representative for her because this mandate is causing division in this city. And there are people like you who did not take the time to ask if she has a reason for not being able to wear it. She has been bullied because of this. She has been given dirty looks. As she's trying to grow socially, she is being judged by people who don't even know her. And I am just asking, again, to please vote no. Whether or not your mind is made up, please listen to what we are saying and the reasons why we were saying it. Thank you.
All right, next speaker. Next speaker. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Nancy. I'm here because, well, I'm speaking for people that's in nursing homes because they can't speak for themselves. They're separated from everybody that they know and love, and my father's one of those. I don't want him in the nursing home, but I can't take him out. And if I didn't go up and see him through the window, I know he wouldn't get the care he needs, which I don't think he does anyway, because I've been where he is a few times, where his oxygen bottle was empty on 2 different occasions. Another time, he was wearing oxygen, but he was wearing the tube, but he wasn't attached to the oxygen itself. And there's other things that have bothered me when I've gone up there where I knew he wasn't getting the care he needs. Anyway, I'm just saying that they're divided. They can't speak up for themselves. Their families can't see them. Some nursing homes won't even let them see them through the windows. Those people could be being physically abused, definitely neglected. I feel like my father's definitely being neglected, and I don't like that. I think it's wrong. It's a crime and shame on all of those people who do not stand up for the people in the care homes, and that they're separating them where they can't see people that they love. So I hope you guys will think about that while this mask mandate is in order, because those people don't deserve to be abused or neglected. They're in the late part of their lives. They should be enjoying their lives, what's left of it. Also, I know people that are nurses, and they said a lot of those people in nursing homes are dying from depression because they can't see their families, they can't hug them, they can't sit down and have a meal with them. It's just very wrong. It's very wrong. So I'm asking you to please lift this mandate and free our elderly people. And I'm glad that the lady that spoke before me did, because I know she spoke for people that's got disabilities, and I think that's good that she spoke up. And I'm thankful for all the people here today that speak up. Thank you.
So I'm just going to follow up with a comment. I think we said this earlier. We don't have any city policy that regulates nursing homes or hospitals. They have their own policy that either comes from their company or their accreditation. We have a mask mandate to lower the number of COVID cases so that they can lessen those policies. So I just want to make that clear. We do not make policy for a nursing home. In fact, if you want less restriction for a nursing home, you should be in support of suppressing the spread of COVID. Thank you. Yes, you have 5 minutes. She looks tired.
Hi, my name is Mary Beth Gonzalez, and I just am here to voice my concern about masks, especially children wearing masks. I am here with my 4 children. And today I said, let's go to the protest. And they're like, I don't want to today. And I said, well, do you want to wear masks everywhere you go? And they said, well, no. And it's not all about asking our children what they want, because there are definitely things we have to do in life that we don't want to do. But taking our freedom and wearing masks should not be one of them. I can choose what is right for my body, for what I wear, and for what I need in my life. There are risks, and death is a part of life. It will always be a part of life, and I'm not saying we need to needlessly have people die, but sometimes it's just too much. The restrictions on people in our life is just too much. And so I am here to ask you, to plead with you to unmask Wichita, to help us keep our children from being afraid of life. And I just want to thank you for your time and hearing each and every one of us today.
You're welcome. Thanks for being here. Next, Speaker, please.
Is there a microphone or?
No, you're good. We can hear you. You're welcome.
Oh,
You have 5
go
minutes.
ahead and get started.
Yep, you're good. Go for it.
Okay, hi, my name's Katie Marshall. I'm so glad to be here, and I am so excited to see all of the people banding together against this complete nonsense. Let's see, I'm just gonna start out with Revelations 13, 16 through 18. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell save he that hath the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Now, if you guys don't see where this is headed, I don't know what to tell you. Open your eyes. You have to wear something to go into a store and buy something. This is a pathway to the mark of the beast. It starts with a mask. It goes to vaccinations. Don't get it. That vaccine is going to be dangerous. And after that, it's the mark. There you go. You can't buy or sell. When this whole thing first started, my husband has never worn a mask. And he said, and so he was going into the store, and this is when Walmart came out with their policy, and he didn't even realize he was doing it, but as he pulls up, he starts humming. He didn't even realize he was doing it. I said, do you realize what you are humming? And he said, no, what? I said, you are humming the Star Spangled Banner. I said, because when you go in that store, you are one of the last remaining examples of freedom. And he does it. He has never worn a mask. He goes in every single store. Sometimes he gets kicked out, but he presses on. He's never worn a mask. We're not going to wear a mask. They can do what they want because we know where this is going. Stand up for freedom. Stand up for the people who died and spilled blood on battlefields so that we could have the freedom that we have in this country. Benjamin Franklin said, those who would give up necessary freedom to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither freedom nor safety. It is time to stop living in fear. Evil triumphs when good men sit back and do nothing. And I am so proud to see everybody here standing up and doing something. You are the greatest people among us. Never give up freedom. Fight for it to the death. Give me liberty or give me death.
All right. So just so you know, you don't have to scream into the microphone. We can hear you fine if you talk normal. You have 5 minutes.
I would like to express my gratitude for allowing to be able to speak this afternoon. I want to let everyone know that I'm a pastor, and I'm a pastor of the Berean Assembly here in Wichita, Kansas. We've been here for 15 years now, and I want you to understand that everybody in our church, they serve God because it's voluntary. And I think it's a sad mandate when we as citizens of Wichita, Kansas, have to be mandated what to do when it should be voluntary. Whether people choose to serve God or not is entirely up to them. And as a pastor, I allow the people to choose whether they want to come to church or not. And I allow them to choose whether they want to wear a mask or not. And it's not up to me to dictate what it is that they're supposed to do when they come to church, because they simply do it based upon their own desire. And I would highly recommend to this committee today to please reconsider mandating those things that are against not only our God-given rights, but they are also against our own free will. If we want to wear a mask, then wear a mask. If you believe a mask will protect you, then so be it. And I hope that you wear a mask wherever you go, and I hope you feel safe behind that mask. But I'm going to tell you right now, when I go into a grocery store and they mandate that I wear a mask, I want you to understand that everybody looks like they're mad at everybody else. There's no freedom of expression in there. And if you don't wear a mask, then you're looked at as somebody that doesn't care about the lives of other people. But I want you to know, as a pastor, I greatly care about other people's lives. But what I care about more than anything else is their freedom to choose what they're going to do when it comes to their own health. If they decide they want to wear a mask, it should be up to them, not up to us. And you, as our elected officials, I pray and I hope that you consult your own conscience, consult your own heart, whether you would want something mandated against your will in regards to your own body. And I've heard several speakers out here say, it's my right concerning the liberty of my own body. My body is mine. Now, some people say if I don't wear a mask, that I don't care about other people. Well, then is the mask supposed to protect you when you wear it? Or is the mask supposed to protect other people when you wear it? Nobody can seem to get a clarity on this. But I will tell you this much. In regards to myself, I desire and I hope that each and every one of us will have the freedom to choose whether they want to wear a mask or not. And I hope this afternoon that you hear the voice of many people who have told you flat out they don't want to wear the mask. So again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. And once again, I pray for the people of this town to have the freedom and the liberty to do what they desire to do. Thank you very much.
All right, next speaker.
Hello?
Yep, floor is yours. You got 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Rainey Dugan, and I thank you for your time. Now I pray that God will soften your hearts today. My husband and I have lived in Wichita, Kansas our entire lives. I have 5 school-aged children. I try to be informed and keep an open mind to others' perspectives. However, at this time, it appears fairly obvious to me that forcing entire populations to wear masks is not working in the greater good with regard to the greater good. I believe the policies put in place because of this virus are not preventing illness, but promoting poor health care, promoting anger, unkindness, and conflict, promoting confusion, chaos, and division. For example, regarding poor health care, I had to take our teenage son to an eye specialist, and we were required to wear masks. He had to have a special procedure done to remove abnormal cells from his eyelid, so we had to wear the masks to stay. We don't typically wear masks. While we were at this eye doctor's office, an adult child brought her elderly, impaired hearing mother for her appointment. After they checked in, the adult daughter seated the elderly mother, who is hearing impaired, in the waiting room and began to yell to her that she was not being allowed to stay. She could not stay for the appointment. She was pleading with her mother, please have the eye specialist repeat everything he says several times. I went to the front desk and I said, this is not normal and this is morally wrong. Because of the policies implemented for this virus, we are abandoning the elderly, thus promoting poor health care. And that is your responsibility. You're supposed to be taking care of our community. Another example of poor health care is we're suppressing the immune systems of our school children, sending them to school for extended periods of time, all day long for hours, smothering them. They can't think. They can't communicate appropriately. That's another example of why these policies promote poor health care. Promoting anger, unkindness, and conflict.
I can't go to the store to purchase necessities for our family without a mask, without being confronted by conflict and shame. Promoting confusion, chaos, and division in our country, our communities, and in our families. For instance, our 11-year-old daughter said to me one day about a month ago, we were walking around in the store, and she said, "Mom, I'm really a smiley person, but no one can see my smile." The ugly consequences of these policies are your responsibility. You are responsible for abandoning the elderly, for smothering the school children, and for driving the confusion, fear, chaos, and division that are blanketing our families, our communities, and our once free America. I will continue to pray for all of you to be enlightened by the Spirit of God, and I pray that you will unmask His people. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please. Welcome, you got 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Carolyn, and I'm going to address something that hasn't been talked about much today. But I just recently found out that Kansas has been named an originating state for child human sex trafficking. Is that what we want our state to be known for?
Ma'am, you have to stick to the
Is that
topic
what
of
we
masks.
want our city to be known for? If you vote to extend the mandatory mask mandate, you are an accessory to this crime. When an abducted child and a sex trafficker wear masks, they're not identifiable. They can't be seen. Their facial features cannot be seen. Amber alerts would be useless because a child's face will not be recognized behind a mask. The children will be stolen and abused without anyone to save them. Please end the mask mandate to save these children. I am also asking you to end this mandatory mask mandate now because, first of all, we're told we must wear masks, but not if we go to a restaurant to eat. We're told that we must wear a mask, but not if we're on a football team during a game. We're told we must wear a mask, but not if we're a news anchor on TV. There are tests that prove that masks do not stop vapors from passing through them. But then if a mask does stop the spread of COVID-19, why can't family members visit their sick relatives in a hospital if they wear a mask? Why can't family members visit their relatives in care homes if they wear a mask? Those sick in hospitals or in care homes are becoming depressed and feel abandoned because they are not allowed to see their family members or have visitors. The fact is that masks do not stop the spread of the virus. The fact is that masks can hinder a person's health. Not getting enough oxygen and breathing one's CO2 can be harmful for one's health. It can cause blood clots leading to stroke and heart attacks. Our friend's daughter our friends took their daughter to a doctor for a school physical. The doctor was checking her oxygen saturation level with a finger monitor, and he noticed that her oxygen saturation level was really low. The mother had reached up, pulled her mask off, and within minutes, the oxygen saturation level raised to a normal level. What are we doing to their health? What is wearing a mask good for anyone's health? Nothing is good wearing a mask. There are also tests and case studies of patients being cured using hydroxychloroquine and zinc and an antibiotic for early detection. If you want to stop the spread of COVID-19, please allow these drugs to be used and let the pharmacies dispense these drugs if they're given a prescription. Doctors have to save lives, not decrease the population like others want to do. Today, or just yesterday, on the KDHE website, I went there. It is public information, by the way. And I saw that there was 485 deaths of COVID in the statewide. For the state of Kansas, during the 2019-2020 flu and pneumonia season, there were 1,516 deaths. Did you shut down businesses for that? Did you shut down churches for that? Did you mandate masks for that? No, you didn't. The healthy do not need a mask, only when caring for the sick. The mandatory mask mandate needs to end now. Our country is turning into a socialistic, Marxist, and communistic country run by our governments. Our freedom is being taken away from us, and I don't want that to happen any longer to myself. I will not live in fear anymore. I will go into a store without a mask. I will go to my church without a mask. I will not wear one on public places. I am a healthy person. But most importantly, I was made in the image and likeness of God, and I will not cover that up. Please end the mask mandate now and open up all businesses so we can return to our normal way of life and increase our economy once again. Thank you.
Just want to state again, we are only talking about masks. The city council does not put any restrictions on any businesses, and also we do not regulate medicine that doctors can hand out. We only do masks. That is what we're talking about today. So please, let's stay germane to the topic. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for giving us our freedom to speak today. I would like to be honest. Around me as I wait in line for the past 3 hours, there are comments about Mayor Whiffle not listening to us, already making a decision, and I pray that is not the case. Mayor Whiffle, please take us seriously as we stand here for our human rights. My name is Michelle, and I have been a resident of Wichita for over 30 years after I graduated from Wichita State University. I don't believe face masks are effective. I believe it is rooted in social conditioning, framed in fear and misinformation. Where is the scientific proof, Mayor, that masks prevent the spread of this virus? I do not see doctors and lawyers lining up and believing in this. Why are releasing prisoners if this is effective? Why aren't they wearing them in the prison cells? They're already having separate and being isolated from another, but yet they're released. Government lying has always been a continuous phenomenon. Just look at history. What did Hitler say? What was his dictum? That a lie thrice repeated becomes a truth. Let's look at South Dakota. Let's look at that governor. I don't think she drank the Kool-Aid and shut down her entire community. She did her research. She pointed to studies that indicated a low health risk from this virus. She said, we cannot sacrifice the education, physical, emotional, and social well-being of our kids. South Dakota did not shut down their community. They didn't drink the Kool-Aid. In Wichita, I could go to any big chain Walmart. I could go to Lowe's. I could not go to a small mom and pop shop. If I wanted an abortion, which I did not, they were opened to remove future human beings that could be citizens of the Wichita community. Liquor stores were still open. I could change my spirits and handle my depression if I had it. But I couldn't go and be a community with my other fellow Christians who I want to pray with, who I want to seek God's help and guidance with. Let's look at history. What did President Kennedy speak? And I challenge every one of you in the council. Go look up 1961, Waldorf Hotel. What did President Kennedy say? He was speaking to the press, and he said this: survival of our friends is in danger. And yet no war has been declared. No borders have been crossed by marching troops. No missiles have been fired. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. Look around. What do you think? Is what Kennedy said happening today? There are rioters taking off heads of statues, blowing up towns, mom and pop shops, destroying businesses. That is guerrilla warfare by night. Let's call this for what it is. These are criminals. It's not about law and order.
Can we
Did
keep
God
talking
not
about
set down
masks,
law
please?
and order through the Ten Commandments, the Beatitudes? And in the gospel, there's words of life? Why are not we embracing God's commandments? Ignore man's. The many and desperate concerns of these times must be surrendered to God, our Father, despite the false accounts of present-day media who are a bunch of liars. Satan's discouragement is all around us, isn't it? But so too is the mighty hand of God. Therefore, please, people of Wichita, do not allow Satan to trespass upon the peace of your heart, covering our faces, our identity as children of God. Satan hates God's creation. He wants to hide our faces because we are in his image and likeness. So let's drive out the devil. Let's drive out these evil mandates that are not holy, that's causing division. And with heartfelt prayers together as a community, let's come together and peacefully protest. And let's not quit. Let's not give up. Let's have hope. Amen.
All right, please stay on the topic of masks. Next speaker, you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, I thank you for the opportunity to speak here this afternoon. And again, I would echo what the previous speaker said, that I hope Mayor Whipple and the council are actually listening to our concerns. We started this mask mandate to flatten the curve and not overwhelm hospitals, but our hospitals were never overwhelmed, and the curve was flattened long ago, but yet you continue to extend this mandate. Our number one defense against any illness, viral or bacterial, is hand washing. And yet we hear very little about that. We're required to wear a mask in our grocery stores, in our banks, etc., but yet everyone touches the same screen to check out, the same stylus pen to sign their name, and they are not cleaned in between customers. So it seems this mandate is not as much about health and protection as it is about control. I'm a physical therapist and I worked during the AIDS epidemic. Yes, it was scary because there were many unknowns, lots of deaths. And yes, we did wear masks when we worked with a patient with AIDS, but we did not wear them the entire day at the hospital. We did not have a city mandate, and we did not shut down our economy. After the last extension of the mandate, I asked an ER worker here in the city about their cases, and he told me they had several cases at the time, but none of them were from Sedgwick County, and none of them were on ventilators. The CDC has had to constantly backpedal on their numbers. People are receiving positive results of their tests when they weren't even tested. Doctors are being censored when they present facts regarding COVID numbers and the ineffectiveness of masks. Our country was built on freedom and a government for the people, to listen to the people and not to control the people. Our kids deserve normal schooling without being muzzled. In God we trust, not in City Council, not in Mayor Whipple, not in Governor Kelly, and not in masks. God bless Wichita, God bless Kansas, and God bless America. Thank you.
All right, next speaker. Madam Clerk, how many speakers have we had so far?
This will be 86.
86? Not one medical doctor. No kidding. Welcome, you got 5 minutes.
Hi, I was not planning on speaking, so bear with me as my thoughts are probably pretty jumbled. I have a 1.5-year-old, and he is, so to speak, immunocompromised. He has medical conditions. He's had 8 surgeries in the only 18 months that he's been alive. So I totally am a part of the high risk society, and I understand where those people are coming from, but I would never ask somebody to do something for my son. My son's health, my family's health only depends on me, and I'm the only one that can control that. I can't tell somebody to go for a jog and make themselves healthier. You are in charge of your own health, and my son is missing out on therapies, missing out on all kinds of things as other special needs kids are. Those kids are always left in the dark, and especially in times like this, when crazy rules and crazy mandates are happening, they always get left behind. And that's ridiculous, and that's just not right for these kids to suffer. You're just letting these kids suffer. They're not getting what they need. I feel so strongly for parents that can't stay home and can't help and can't be hands-on. What do you expect them to do? You are a leader in this society, or you're supposed to be. And we elected you, we the people elected you, and so we're speaking, and so you should be listening. And from some of the comments you've made to some of the past speakers, it doesn't seem like you are very open to what's going on. It seems like you have your mind made up, and I think that is just a terrible way to lead right now. Be somebody in the community that we can trust and listen to the people that are speaking. This can be a new season for us. You can open up our communities fully. You can end the mandate, and we can go on and live our lives like normal. Not a new normal, but normal. Let the kids have their childhood. Let the kids play sports. And I know that's off topic a little bit, but you're a leader, and if you're gonna act like we have to be scared and we have to do all these things, then people are gonna follow. And you say you don't have control over some of these things, like some of these places, the hospitals, stuff like that, but they're following other people's leads. And just be a leader and change the season for us. Let us go through the rest of the year having normal lives and having our communities open. Please end the mask mandate. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Rachel. I'm from Butler County, and I want young people to stand up and fight. We are laying the foundation for the world our future children will grow up in. And I don't know about you, but I don't want that to be a socialist, godless world. Our constitutional rights do not go away during a pandemic. I wish people cared more about who's trafficking children than who's wearing a mask. My view is the need to wear a mask is based on lies and fear, and wearing one promotes lies and fear and just further divides us. The devil loves all this chaos and division. Suicide and depression are skyrocketing, and no one takes that into consideration. I find it interesting that Dr. Fauci, the CDC, and the WHO at the beginning disregarded masks and literally told us not to wear them, then suddenly switched with no explanation and as non-negotiable. Masks are dehumanizing people. I just want to see people's smiles and not people being afraid of each other. You can say, think of others. Okay, I will. I'll think of all the men and women who died for our country to make us free. And now you'd like to just throw that away. Masks are for criminals, and I'd like you to please stop trying to mandate them. 94% of people who have died from COVID had pre-existing conditions. You know what? I have a pre-existing condition too. It's called liberty and freedom, and it's given by God and protected by our Constitution of the United States of America. I don't live in fear, I live in faith, and I won't let my constitutional rights be taken away by this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mike.
You have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. Appreciate everybody that's come here and shared their hearts and their minds concerning these things with COVID-19. And I want to say thank you to Daniel for interrupting my walk this morning and asking me to come in and speak. My name is Rick Woolsey. I have been in construction pretty much all my life, working in the trades. I'm now, well, December I'll be 67 years old, so I'm at that age where COVID-19 is supposed to be my boogeyman. I have a damaged phrenic nerve, was told that if the surgery was ever to occur, I would have to stop working, couldn't wrestle with any of my little neighbor kids, friends, or anything like that because I would bleed internally to death. The surgeon said, let's see what you can do to manage this before we go to surgery. So for a year to a year and a half, I went out and I made myself run. I made myself breathe air. Started out as a walk, a few steps, then it turned into a jog, and then I got to where I could just blitz. My background is that I've been a business owner here in Wichita. All my schooling's been in Wichita. I've been held licenses as a Class B general contractor, master plumber, facilities maintenance for the county, Sedgwick County, and finished up my working career as a maintenance director of assisted living. With my background, what I did, boots on the ground work, was I was entrenched in everybody's kind of bacteria. Just use your imagination. Cross-contamination, no gloves, no mask, no shield unless we're cutting concrete and things like that. So the last 50 years, I've had every kind of opportunity. And yes, I'll be honest with you, I did catch a cold every once in a while. And I was probably the poster child for slips, trips, and falls with the metal and screws I have in my hands, in my arms, and my neck. Where I was at the assisted living, we were enforced, of course, to wear masks, being that kind of a facility. What I noticed, though, is I did not wear one, not until the end. The people were wearing them wrong. There was no seal on their face. I used to fit masks as a maintenance supervisor. People with facial hair, it's just crazy. I would ask staff members, when was the last time you washed your cloth mask? I'm supposed to wash it? Really? Oh yeah. In fact, you should have about 4 or 5 of them that work with you. So you can wash them about every 3 or 4 hours. Put another one on if you really believe in this stuff. Wearing them incorrectly. One of the interesting things is that out of people, of 100 people, staff and residents, nobody became a case. 80 octogenarians did not die of COVID-19. We were fortunate, I'll admit that. We had a tight ship in spite of not wearing our masks correctly. And I'm thinking, you know, with all these weeks and months of basically, you might as well not wear a mask. Contaminating your mask, touching your face, touching your mask wrong, wearing it for a week. In fact, the administration wanted to look good with the fact that we had great inventory of masks. I was told, don't give them a mask until the end of the week. I did not do that. I handed out masks like it was candy. Okay. By July, I'd had enough, and I said, I'm not going to wait to 70 years old. I have 3 years, and I'm not going to wear a mask for 3 years. So I gave him the keys and retired. Moved back to Wichita. It's great to be back home. The thing that was killing me, though, was all those folks, as you've heard from others who've been associated with loved ones in assisted living. These people didn't have memory care issues. They were healthy people. They did not have those cases, but they were isolated. They had nobody visiting them.
Sir, your time's up. If you could wrap up your thought.
A professional visitor. So I close.
Thank you, sir.
Bottom line, I'm a conscientious objector. Whether you repeal it or not, I'm repealing it. I'm not wearing a mask.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Hello.
So you say your name and your address?
And you get 5
Hello,
minutes.
my name is Audrey Goff, and I am a mother of 4. This is my baby here, and almost my whole life, very intentionally at least for the last at least 10 years, I've been a very passionate pursuer of health and fitness and all things wellness. And so when all this started back in the spring, it really caught my attention because all the things that were being recommended, I had just never come across these measures as recommendations for one's health. And so that caught my attention. And so I started doing, some more digging just to figure out what's going on here, because none of this was really making sense to me. And, it's interesting because according to an Amnesty International report, to back up here, I really was thinking at first that this was all BS, bad science, okay? And then as I did some more digging, I realized, you know what? This actually isn't bad science. It is science-based, but it's not the science of health and wellness. It's actually the science of coercion and torture. And we have science to back that up. This is about breaking the will, and this is actually science-based things that are known techniques. So according to Amnesty International, a report that they did, torture is the systematic and deliberate infliction of acute pain in any form by one person on another in order to accomplish the purpose of the former against the will of the latter. So this report then goes on to use the Biderman chart of coercion to describe this technique. So Albert Biderman was a psychologist who studied the communist Chinese tactics known as DDD: debility, dependency, and dread. The CIA, interestingly, has been trained to use debility, dependency, and dread, and according to their 1983 Human Resource Exploitation Training Manual, many psychologists consider the threat of inducing debility to be more effective than debility itself. I thought that was very, very interesting. So with DDD, the victim becomes dependent upon the torturer and develops a strong fear of anything vague or unknown. So what are some of the things listed out in Biderman's chart of coercion? So number 1, isolation. Wow, that is number 1. I don't think I really need to expand on that. So number 2, monopolization of perception. So this has been shown widespread in our nation by corporate mainstream media, has been monopolizing all of pop culture and all the information we're receiving on social media that challenges the mainstream narrative. Everything's being censored. And also listed that falls under this category is restricted movement and monotonous food. So restaurant closures, just things, food shortages in the grocery stores. I mean, it's pretty obvious where that fits in here. And obviously, I'm not just speaking to masks right now, but trust me, they do fit in. Number 3, induced debilitation and exhaustion. So we've seen this through gym closures, church closures, losing your job, school closings, and wearing masks all day long, which actually all of those things, it increases the stress in our lives and provokes exhaustion and debilitation, which the definition of debility is to weaken. So, number 4, threats. We've been seeing, elsewhere in the nation, the threat of children being taken away. We've been seeing threats of these experimental crazy vaccines being forced onto us. Oh, and we've been told that, more of us will die if we open up America, and we're threatened with, the new normal and contact tracing and all this stuff. Number 5, occasional indulgences. So here we find, here's like a little cookie to it's kind of like a little bit of hope to keep you going. So, these protests are fine, those protests are not fine. Walmart's okay, but
Your time is
look,
up,
you
ma'am.
can
If
still
you could
shop,
wrap
but you
up
have
that
to.
thought, that'd be great.
I'm sorry?
That was a full 5 minutes. Your time is up. Wrap up your
That
thought.
was
We
5
got a
minutes?
long line behind you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just a mom, I know, but just, it's interesting. Thank
No,
you.
your little boy, I think, just kind of stole the show there. He was great. All right, next. All right, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Mallory Green, and first of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your time and allowing me to say a few words to you all today. I chose to speak today on behalf of anyone who couldn't be here today or was too afraid to speak up, and just let you know that your voices matter and all voices matter. My request is that today you all would have an open mind to listen to the citizens. Please listen to our voices and hear us. Think about us, think about the children, think about the elderly loved ones who've been deprived of human interaction. Do you understand what that can do to someone's mental health? With all the conflicting information we've been given and told, guidelines that appear to be ever-changing, can you really blame us for being confused and questioning the real motives behind COVID-19? I have immense respect for our veterans and military personnel, but them risking their lives and freedoms of their own to fight for us to keep ours is being done a great deal of injustice at this moment of time, in my opinion. I'm not here to try and sway anyone's opinion, rather merely state mine. It's worrisome to be living in a world where so much is unknown. Please at least allow us our right of freedom of choice to choose whether a mask is the right choice for us or a face free of one that could smile and more easily communicate with those around them. I think the real pandemic here is all the hatred and division being spread throughout our country. This seems an awful lot like an intentional distraction. Please stop trying to control good people. Focus on things that really matter, like child and human sex trafficking, not silly mask mandates to protect people's feelings more than the actual disease threat itself. Maybe if we could all just work together to spread love and respect and quit judging and condemning one another, perhaps the problem might correct itself. Thank you for the time and listening to me today, and God bless.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. All right, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi there. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for allowing me your time today. My name is Rachel Reed. I'm coming to you today as a concerned citizen, but more as a concerned parent. My daughter had her first day back at Derby High School today. She's a junior this year and a very strong-minded girl. As strong as she is, I was heartbroken to receive a text from her a few hours ago stating how sad the new normal at her school is. She told me she had to leave class just to take her mask off for a minute and get some fresh air. How sad it feels to eat lunch alone, and how social distancing is affecting all of her and her friends' mental health. Our bodies naturally breathe out carbon dioxide, and having a face covering restricts that expelled air from getting out. We've seen research on cases of mask-related exacerbation, cases of streptococcus from bacteria trapped within the mask. These are serious physical medical conditions created by wearing a face covering. But what I would really like to cover is the mental health aspect of having a mask mandate. Yes, there are people dying from COVID-19, but there are also people dying from depression and suicide. There are people with anxiety that are suffering massive panic attacks. Suicide is currently the 10th leading cause of death in the US. The National Alliance of Mental Health Helpline has seen an increase in 65% since March of this year. Wearing a mask covers your smile. Children can't see their teacher's smile. Wearing a mask makes one feel as though they were hiding or doing a criminal activity. Please think about how it is affecting our children's mental health. Is this the world we want, living in fear and hiding behind a mask? And moreover, what is the end of this ridiculousness? What metric is being used to determine how long we will have to wear this? Is it a certain number of cases? Is it a zero mortality rate? Or is it a vaccine mandate? I feel like the mask is just another method of silencing the masses. We need fresh air in our bodies. We need sunshine and smiles. Let's stop spreading fear, and please start spreading happiness. I'm very thankful that I had an opportunity to share part of my mind today. There's so much more that I could say, but I think the amazing turnout of so many community members today speaks for itself. We are not asking for no masks. We are simply asking for freedom of choice. Thank you.
All right, next. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mary Ellen Wilhelm. I am a wife, a mother, and a Wichitan. My husband is a physician. I have a daughter at the Naval Academy and a son that serves in the U.S. Army. I am here to respectfully ask that you do not continue the mask mandate for the city of Wichita. I am not against anyone who thinks that wearing a mask is a good idea. I am against making people wear a mask that do not think it is necessary or healthful, especially since there is no empirical scientific proof that masks prevent the spread of the virus. In fact, there are studies that have determined the opposite. A study from the CDC itself from May of 2020. It is entitled Non-Pharmaceutical Measures for Pandemic Influenza in Non-Healthcare Settings, Personal Protective and Environmental Measures. And I'm just going to read a tiny excerpt from that. Although mechanistic studies support the potential effect of hand hygiene or face masks, evidence from 14 randomized controlled trials of these measures did not support a substantial effect on transmission of laboratory-confirmed influenza. In conclusion, please let businesses decide for themselves. Let individuals decide for themselves. Let taxpayers decide for themselves. Let voters decide for themselves. Peace and health to you all, and thank you for your time.
All right, next speaker, please. Welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Of course.
I'm a member of Butler County, but my family works and lives and shops and attends church in Butler County. I'm a homeschooling mom of 6, and I would not necessarily be standing here before you today, but for them. I want to be an example to them that we have a civic duty to vote and to stand up when we see something that we don't agree with. I don't have any data or facts to give you today. If you want to find that information, you can find it out there, and many more people have done a better job than me of presenting it. I want to focus on one issue, and that's with my church. We all know, without looking at any data, that people that believe in God and worship Him are better people. They commit less crime. They're more loving. They treat others better. What you have done by your mask mandate has scared people to the fact that they will not go to church. And this is a lifeline for many people. So even though you keep reminding us, and I understand why, you're only deciding on the mask mandate here in Wichita, not at the state level or any other level. But people will not be able to distinguish the difference between that level. It's affecting everybody at all levels, and they will associate your decision today with with your decision of whether or not to enforce the mask mandate. So going back to the church, our church is trying to do the best they can to follow your mandates, but it's had consequences. Like I mentioned before, people are not coming back to church because they're afraid of a virus that this mask mandate encourages fear of, even though we've heard today many contrasting information. So I just ask that you release this mandate and release our churches and our businesses and our schools and let everyone get back to normal as much as possible. and let our wonderful healthcare workers here in Wichita take care of those that are sick and need our help. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi there. Come, Holy Spirit. I'm just asking to say what the Holy Spirit wants me to say. And a few personal experiences with a mask. Number one, I am highly claustrophobic, and I know people in my family, some of them suffer from anxiety as well. When I went into a doctor's office once, they told me that I needed to wear the mask. I needed to wear it over my nose. So I did. And they took my blood pressure. And the first time they took it, it was 178 over 80. And I said, oh my goodness, I have never had anything over 130. And they took it again on another arm, and it was 180 over 80. And just out of curiosity, I was wondering if it had to do with the mask being on. And so I took it again, and it was 120 over 78. So there's a lot of us with fears, anxieties, and you know, it's very difficult to wear the mask. From my father, who is at a nursing home, he's very hard of hearing, and they require a mask to talk to him. And every time we talk face to face, you know, I have to pull down the mask because he doesn't understand me. And I see some of the CNAs come and they're doing the same thing, pulling down the mask because he can't understand. And many are in the same boat at the nursing home where they read lips. Also, 2 of my family members have auditory processing difficulties. Just out of curiosity, the speech therapist ran her own little test, and she tested a bunch of the kids in her therapy center. And she did half with the mask on and half of the session without the mask. And what she was finding out was there was a huge jump in comprehension and understanding without the mask on. In my own daughter's experience, she went from 0% understanding with a mask on to when the therapist took the mask off, she went to 75% understanding and comprehension, which is a huge, you know, increase. And I'm just worried about her right now with her teachers teaching with the mask on. How much is she going to gain from, you know, her learning experience? I've been a foster mom for 11 years, and I've seen a lot of trauma. And I've studied the TRBI model. It's trust-based relational intervention. And let me tell you, the mask mandate goes against everything that we learn to try to increase trust. I have a son who has reactive attachment disorder. We got him when he was 2. I've spent the last 11 years trying to, you know, help him with attachment. When I see moms who are feeding, who are nursing, it just breaks my heart when they're wearing a mask, because I've learned about the brain and the development of the brain in the first 3 years. And if you are not face to face with a baby and they see your smile, you're going to have some
trouble down the road. What we know right now, we hear many statistics about it's great to wear the mask, it's not great to wear the mask, but one thing that I know is true is that we do not know the detrimental statistics of what these masks are going to cause in the future. And from a foster mom point of view, who is trying to establish attachments, we live in a wounded world. We need smiles. We need connection. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Hello. I'm here to ask you to repeal the mask mandate. I believe that government is here to protect our rights, and it's not their job to protect our health. That is our own responsibility. We gave you an inch when we let you shut us down for 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Well, the curve is flattened, and here you are taking a mile months later. Just can't let go of power. We are responsible enough to choose for ourselves. There are plenty of experts that have spoken up against the uselessness of masks. Unfortunately, they keep getting censored. But you chose to only listen to the experts that you agree with. The experts disagree about masks, so you need to let us decide for ourselves. So I ask you again to please repeal the mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Welcome.
Hello.
You have 5 minutes.
My name is Shayna, and I'm asking you guys to say no to abolish all mask mandates. Do masks have a place in society? I believe they do. They have a place in the operating room, in the emergency room, where I'm sure they follow strict sanitation measures to prevent the spread of infection, flu, COVID. Here, the average citizen, we don't follow those procedures. I believe that the mask mandates actually increase my risk of getting sick. I'm touching my face more often when I'm fiddling with my mask, and I would just like to go over what my procedure for wearing my mask is. Here's my purse. I have this dirty phone. Let's see, I have a wallet that I touch, tissues, papers. Can any of you relate to this? I have gum, I have everything in my purse. Oh, I have another dirty phone. I have loose change that's been handled by everyone. See, I'm still going.
That's a bad
Got
spot for a
tissue,
mask.
more receipts. Oh, there's my dirty little piece of cloth so that I can be compliant. The mask mandate is about compliance. It's not about keeping us healthy. I hope that others relate with my procedure for wearing my mask. I stick it in my purse, and if it's not in my purse, it's in my pocket. I go to the grocery store, I touch everything. You know, if someone wants me to wear a mask and I'm having a personal interaction with them and I am in their personal space, I will do that because I respect them. But if I'm not in someone's personal space, if I am grocery shopping, I don't understand if you can't keep your distance from me, how I'm a threat to you. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, let's keep it going. Hello, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm here to represent the residents at the nursing home that I work for that can't be here to speak for themselves. Let me tell you, they are not okay. They are now suffering from depression and loneliness because of these unnecessary precautions. One man that I talked with told me he couldn't remember the last time he saw his family. Another was excited to finally meet with his wife for the first time in months, but he was given 20 minutes exactly, and it was behind a glass wall with masks on. This is not okay. Human beings need to be touched, to be loved, to be held. And if these masks work so well, why can't we meet with our loved ones? Thank you.
Ma'am, could I ask a question of you?
Yes.
So you work for a nursing home. Could you tell us where the policy from the nursing home comes? We've had a few people who have come up and I guess, associate the mask policy with whichever policy is being applied to separate folks in a nursing home. I'm just going to take this opportunity. Is it different from each nursing home, or is it from like an accreditation? If someone's upset with the nursing home policy, who do I send them to?
I believe that every nursing home has the same policy as to the residents have to wear a mask if they leave their rooms, and the people that work there at the nursing homes have to wear masks at all times. So they don't ever get to see anyone's face except for their eyes. That's it.
But the visitation that comes from the nursing homes, like each nursing home is different with the visitation policy?
I believe it's different in some ways. I know a nursing home that they allow you to be 6 feet apart from them without, wearing a mask, but still it's 6 feet away. And then also with the nursing home that I work at, you have to be behind a glass screen. So I guess it does differ with the nursing homes, but again, you can't touch them, you can't be near them, and I believe that's not human at all, and they deserve to be loved.
I appreciate it.
Does that answer?
Yeah, it does. I just throughout this day, we've been hearing about nursing homes, so I figured I'd jump on the opportunity. Someone like yourself is employed there to kind of learn a little more about where the policy is coming from, and so I appreciate you indulging my questions, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi. All of these people have made some excellent points, and I don't feel that I have to add to them, but I just want to make one point. You keep saying that you only control the mask mandates and that you are only responsible for them, but honestly, people don't care. If you align yourselves with people who are causing so much suffering, you will be held responsible as well. Fair or not, we will remember what you do today.
Okay, thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Hi.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm a college student. Going back to college and making friends has been extremely hard for not me, but everyone. And I know it's not just college students, it's everybody going back to school. And one of the main ways that people decide whether they're going to be friends with someone is by judging whether they're smiling or not, whether they are, in a good mood. But because of the mask, you can't see anyone smile anymore. And kids are going to class, but they aren't communicating with anyone out of fear, fear that someone's gonna not like them. And so going to school is already hard, but it is even harder when all you see is sad kids walking around, people that aren't wanting to talk to anybody. No one wants to be in a prison, and this is exactly how we feel. Students need to be able to be with their friends, be able to laugh, be able to enjoy themselves. No one goes to school just to go and sit in a class when they can do that at home and be homeschooled and learn more. They go to be around with their friends and to communicate and to have, people to help them with an assignment. And they can't do that. And so kids just need to be kids. They need to be allowed to be the way that they are and enjoy themselves at such a young age. And even if you can't change anything else, you can only change the mask mandate, and that will do wonders for everyone. And like, just if you can change the mask mandate, people will feel like they're not in prison anymore. And so we just ask that you please lift the mask mandate for us. Thank you.
All right, thank you for being here. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Abby. I have always smiled at people, friends or strangers, because I love to smile, and you never know what someone's going through, and maybe that smile will change their life. Since masks became mandatory, I can't see anyone's face, and instead of smiling faces, all I see is empty eyes. Last week, I went to a retreat, the first I'd gone to all summer because all the rest were canceled. It was amazing. There were no masks or social distancing, and I forgot what it was like to feel divided and isolated all the time. I cried when it was time to go home because I kept thinking about how I would have to face the glares and hatred once again. People hate me for not wearing a mask, and they don't even know me. That being said, it is worth it because I will not give up my freedom. They can keep glaring. I'm going to keep smiling. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Hello. I appreciate you so much for being here, for listening to all of this. I know that it's a tedious day for all of you. My name is Christina. I have been a lifelong Wichita resident, and many, including Scott Pierce, have given you more than enough information and science to back the efficacy of masks. So I'm not going to do that today. What I am going to do is give you a different perspective. I am a mom of 2 autoimmune disorder kiddos. Beating viruses and dealing with viruses is day to day in my life. Mine are the kids that you are supposedly protecting, but instead they are inflamed from all of the stresses of all of this. We spend hundreds of dollars a month to help boost their immune systems. We believe that God gave us our bodies to be able to heal, and He gave us the tools to be able to do that. We also know that natural immunity from those of us who are healthy is what helps protect those vulnerable. Okay, if we all keep ourselves from any viruses, even the normal strains that we go through, we are actually making those vulnerable people more vulnerable. Again, this isn't just this virus, this is any virus. We need those immunities to be able to keep us healthy and to be able to protect those others as well. Now that also brings me to the fact that we're talking about 30% natural immunity versus 70% immunity that they're talking with a vaccine that we don't know the repercussions of or how long it lasts. Which brings me to the point of masks. What is your end goal? Is it 0 cases? When did this become the goal? What is your real goal? How many deaths do we have from other diseases that are completely being overlooked by the scare of this? Are you striving? I'm seriously asking, are you striving for separation in our community? We were created for relationships, and yet you are building and encouraging division and hate. That is not protection. It is creating a lower immunity from all of the things that our bodies should be able to protect us from. You are protecting us from the wrong thing. I have severe anxiety and claustrophobia, which, speaking of, we are standing here, many of us with this claustrophobia, in a closet. So please take note how much we are dealing with to be here and to speak and how passionate we are. But the judgment that we receive created from this division is encouraged by this mandate. The accusation that we are not compassionate is the furthest thing from the truth. Many of us aren't even going places because of this mask mandate, so you can't tell us that we are creating a problem or encouraging the problem. Why don't we instead encourage proper health? Why can't we, instead of dwelling on the negatives because of comorbidities that are completely forgotten about or not discussed, why can't we talk about how to prevent this disease, how to boost our immunity, how to get over it, what things we can do to protect ourselves from it? Why not talk about the success cases?
Why not put your money towards this instead of putting a mask on that encourages further fear and division and hatred? And I question, does that not make as much? There are so many businesses that have closed and are affected by all of this. And there are plenty of doctors that you are not listening to that are scared to speak and are against this mandate. They're afraid to speak up because of how they are treated. We've seen how many business owners have been persecuted, one of them sitting in the crowd listening to every minute of this. Persecuted. And what would happen to the doctors that speak up? They just want to treat and help people. And what of all those people in the hospitals and nursing homes? We've heard for years the positive impact of having support, hearing our loved ones, feeling their presence. How many people are affected by not having loved ones there? I am shocked that you still can't have visitors in the hospital. Who's advocating for those people? How can you continue to trust the mistesting? And I guarantee you there will be more cases in the fall. We were already told that there were corona strains in the last flu vaccine. It's coming again. Common sense will tell us that positive tests are not going away. So what are we going to do about it? Because we cannot hide behind this. We are seeing the effects in the nursing homes, in the hospitals, and of our youth and the suicide rates. We have got to change our tactics and learn to help people to see how they can grow from this, how they can overcome this, help create unity instead of the division. And you have a huge part in that. All we're asking for is the choice for how to govern and handle our own health. Thank you very much. Have a great day and God bless.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm a local business owner. My husband and I are. History is so important to society. I believe it's important because there are so many lessons to be learned from it. We should learn from our history, especially from the years 1933 to 1945. This was a time when the people were no longer heard. They lost their voice. I'm referring to the leadership of Adolf Hitler. This was a demonstration of dictatorship in its finest. I can only imagine people woke up one day wondering how they lost so many rights. And if you're familiar with this history, you know discrimination was at its highest. This mask mandate has set our community up to discriminate against individuals that cannot wear masks. The Americans with Disabilities Act was created to protect these individuals, and this mandate has reversed this act and allowed organizations to turn away individuals who are not able to wear a mask. I'm almost 50 years old, and I have managed to stay alive without the government dictating to me what I can and can't do. When COVID-19 first hit the States, I was prepared. My girlfriend and I had been watching the news and the reports out of China, and we went as far as planting a garden. Trust me, we were concerned with protecting our community. COVID-19 is real, and there are ways to mitigate it. However, studies show masks are not the way. When you voted on wearing masks, the main argument in favor of masks was to slow the virus so that our hospitals would not be overwhelmed. The hospitals in our community have never been overwhelmed. Only 13% of the patients in ICU are COVID-19 related. So why are we continuing this mandate? When city officials are voted in, we vote based on the individuals that will help our voices be heard. It doesn't seem that our voices are being heard. It seems as though it's more about your personal agendas. When I opened my business in Wichita, I loved the support our local officials gave us. The leadership was forward-thinking and supported our growth. They encouraged us to push forward and face our fears. Now it seems as though the leadership is fear-based. A fear-based community doesn't just happen. Generally, it's a symptom of a fearful leader. Fear creates anxiety, and it's a very poor motivator. Approximately 100 people die a day due to motor vehicle accidents. Approximately 35,000 people died in 2019 from the flu. We have shut our economy, mandated social distancing and require people to wear masks based on fear. The maskers will say that the government makes rules all the time to keep people safe, seatbelts, stop signs, etc. Let's not forget, driving is a privilege, not a right. Making our own health choices is a right. What's next? Forced hand washing, mandated social distancing, and required vaccinations? Will it go as far as us having scarlet V's on our clothing to show we've been vaccinated? In a community of nearly 500,000 people, we have lost 56 lives to this virus in Sedgwick County as a whole. It's time our government stops leading from a fearful place. It's time to stop being sheep, stop following other fearful leaders, and take a bold step forward to lead us with strength back to the health, strong community, and that we once were, and allow us the chance to revive our economy. The bottom line is, I don't want to wake up one day only to realize we live in a dictatorship community. Please stop this nonsense. Stop trying to play God and be the bold leaders you were elected to be.
And I'll add, Mayor Whipple and City Council members, we appreciate and respect the positions you have to carry every day and have to listen and represent. But when you guys ran, you said you were going to be the voice of the people. Well, it's time for you to listen to the voice of the people. You know, COVID-19 has not killed us, but you're killing us and our small businesses. We hope you'll reconsider this. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Howdy. My children started school today. 2 of them went into elementary school just fine. Wears a mask. I believe that's ridiculous, but that's my opinion. My daughter, she started school today. She's a middle school student. She is now on a computer, just like I am right now. There's a delay. There is now a home invasion in my house because I now have to worry about what people can hear or see in my computer, off their computer. You can go to Walmart, you can go to any other store, but a child cannot go to school. If you can go to a store, teachers can teach. I'm not for the mask, and that's just my opinion. Thanks.
All right, next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, I just want to start by saying that I'm not opposed to masks. As a matter of fact, I made over 100 masks for donation when the initial shutdown began. I wore mine because I believed in slowing down the virus and not overwhelming the healthcare community. As time wore on and the data continued to come out, I began to question why we were still having to wear them. As I said, I'm not opposed to them. I'm opposed to being told to wear them. If my friends and coworkers want to wear one, they're free to wear one. I'm not responsible for their health, and they are not responsible for mine. You are not responsible for my health. However, you are responsible for my freedoms. More importantly, I'm over 50. I have chronic health issues. I believe that my decision to wear or not wear a mask should be between me and my doctor. We know what's best for my health. It should be my choice, not yours, whether to wear one or not. These overreaching mandates need to end. I respectfully ask that you truly take to heart and consider what you've heard today and let us choose for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Erin Laird,
and I am a resident of Sedgwick County as well as Wichita, but I am from South Texas. I moved here to receive my criminal justice degree from Wichita State, and I did so. I'd like to thank you all for being here, not only to hear our voices, but to witness the numbers we've gained as a community against everything that you're trying to implement and already have with regulations. It takes strength, courage, and conviction to be a leader and a voice. What are y'all afraid of? Earlier today, my mother spoke about my special needs sister who cannot wear a mask. And I don't think y'all were actually listening, because I'm afraid that y'all were too busy thinking about how you would respond to what we are saying than rather hearing what we were actually saying. Compromised immune systems are nothing to discard or take lightly, but the statistics show most of us are well-bodied and healthy. If their mask works, why do I have to wear one? If their vaccine works, why do I need to receive one? I no longer believe that masks are about protection, but rather a way to silence, control, and make our words less profound. As you can see today, we're not staying silent. We're not keeping quiet. We're speaking up and out with the same determination with which you're imposing these regulations. The bottom line is, I would like to remind you that you're all elected officials. A mask mandate until a vaccination only leads up to your re-election. Quite frankly, you're not only losing the majority, but you're also losing the trust of those in which whom we've elected you as to be our voice, to be who's supposed to be everything that we need you to be. And you're losing it. And we cannot stay and stand with this any longer. We have to speak up, we have to speak out. It's our right, and thank you for hearing us in this matter, but you need to actually listen. Because with your masks on, we can't hear you either. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sweet.
Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Sweet. I'm going to give you a second just to look. I have never worn a mask in my life, and I never will. There's not one person, one law that can make me wear a mask. I go in every store, and that's just how it is. This is stupid. Anybody that makes a law to wear a mask or anything needs to be out of office, 100%. No joke. Man, I'm nervous.
You're fine, you're doing good.
Anyway, I just think that they're stupid. I think people live in fear. They don't help whatsoever. I mean, I don't know. I'm just, like I said, I'll never wear one ever. There's not one person that can put one on my face. And I don't care if you can pass every law there is, I'll never wear one. That's just how it's going to be. And everybody right now, just take your mask off. Don't wear your mask. You do not have to wear a mask ever. I'm going to be free or I'm going to die. That's just it. I don't understand it. Is it the fear? Fear is so crippling. Like, what is it? You know they don't work. People have lettuce leaves on their face and they're okay with that. It's just stupid. I mean, anybody that thinks the mask is going to protect them from this virus shouldn't be leaving their home anyway, because they're idiots. I'm out.
All right, next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, I'm Nicholas Myers. I was born here, served 7 years active duty U.S. Army. I have two beautiful daughters in East High in the IB program. Today was their first day of school. I heard another father talk. And if masks work, why are our children not allowed to go to school in person? That's one of my hugest questions. If they work, why can they not sit in a classroom, sanitize, and do in-person learning and get the education that they deserve? That's my huge argument. But you got, athletes on the field sweating and bleeding into each other and exchanging DNA, and that's okay. But at school where they're supposed to learn, they are not allowed to. They've been locked in our house for the last 6 months, and they're going to continue to be there for the next 9 weeks. There's new studies that came out that said the PCR test, that they're 40 to 90% wrong. So that means 40 to 90% of the testing that's been done, people aren't actually positive. Also, if you are going to uphold these ridiculous mandates, and you need to clarify on the exemptions. There's, like, people have talked about the conflict that it's causing. People are scared. They've done such a great job of scaring people. Now, when you walk in there, and Walmart, if you're required to wear a mask, it says wear a mask, but you walk in, they're still going to serve you. You know why? Because they don't care, because all they want is your money. And the mask mandates are a joke, and we should have our right to choose. That's all. Thank you for your time.
All right, next speaker, please.
Go ahead.
Yep, you got 5 minutes. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. My name is Rodney Hale. I'm an associate pastor here in Wichita at a church. And since this mandate and since March or so, whenever we stopped allowing people to go to churches and things like that, we have not had one person come down with COVID-19. And in my church, we don't mandate anybody wear a mask. Never will, never have, not going to. I didn't come in here with a mask today because I don't own one, and neither will I ever own one. There's no statistics that point out whether you had a mask and it saved you from COVID-19 or whether you didn't have a mask and you got it. So whether you do or whether you don't, there's no statistics that say that you were kept from getting COVID-19 or that you got it because you didn't wear a mask. And so I just want to say that the role of the government, which you already should know, is not to mandate anything for the people to do, but to protect the freedom and the liberty that they already have. And I want you, as our leaders here in Wichita, to understand that it's not your role to mandate to us what we do, but it is your role as elected officials to protect the rights that we already have. And I've heard many people come in here and say that we are thankful that you've allowed us to speak. Well, you don't allow me to speak. You protect the right that I have by the Constitution to speak. And you don't allow me to wear a mask or not wear a mask because it is not your right to mandate that to me. That is my freedom of choice. I was in the United States Navy, and I know that many people have given their lives for the freedom that we possess, not because government gives it to us. We possess it because it is our God-given right to choose. And I will not bow down and surrender my rights. Nobody can take my right from me unless I surrender it. And I will not surrender my right. Just like the gentleman said, a couple of people before me. He said, I will not wear a mask, and there is no law that will make me ever wear a mask. And I just wanted to share that with you. And I hope, as you as the leaders of our community will understand that it's not your role as government officials in this local government to tell us what to do for our own health. That is not your role. It is our roles as individuals that have the right to determine what is good and proper for ourselves. And nobody should mandate to another person what is good and right for them. And I want to thank you for listening to all of us today, because there has been about 100 to 1, if you will, people that have come out and spoken against this mandate. And if you will just listen to the voice of the people and not listen to the voice of those people telling you what to do that are above you because of the governor or the officials in Washington or whatever, but just listen to your constituents here in Wichita, because we are the ones that are elected you, and we are the ones that have shown up to ask you to listen to us and take away this mandate, which is, it's unreasonable. It's not good for anybody. And I just want to thank you for listening to everybody. You have a good day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 20. You have 5 minutes, not 20 minutes. Go.
There's one thing I wanted to say to you guys today, that you need to understand what this is and how many people have sacrificed everything for this. You guys are working hard with whoever else it is at a higher state level. You're listening to some doctors that we didn't elect, we didn't put there, to force a mandate on us, which it's a mandate, it is not a law. Once the people wake up to this and realize that they don't have to wear that mask, there will be more. The people that showed up today, there will be more. And these people will affect you and your position in office. I promise you that. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Amy, and I was born here in Wichita and still live here in Wichita as a homeowner and a taxpayer. I'm here today to swallow my pride and beg for the mask mandate to be lifted. I'm here as a mother of 2 high schoolers who have spent their entire lives here in Wichita. Before quarantine, they were mentally, physically, and socially healthy. And if I'm being honest, they weren't just healthy in these areas, they were thriving. I do not want to publicly expose the specific personal struggles that my children have had recently due to the mask mandate, because I don't believe that that is fair to them, but I am here to tell you that they have been negatively affected in a huge way, and it breaks my heart as a mother to see my children struggle because of something that is being forced on them. They should have the choice whether or not they want to wear a mask. Their body, their choice, right? That is their right as a citizen of the United States of America. I'm thankful that my children have been able to start school in person this semester, but extremely disappointed that they are forced to wear a mask for 10 hours a day, including while playing their sport after school. In my opinion, no one in their right mind would say that this is healthy for our children. Please stop the mask mandate and let the people choose. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome, sir. You got 5 minutes.
My name is Gary. I'm a small business owner here in Wichita. Born and raised, lived here all my life. Have to say, I've always been proud of my town and proud of my state, till now. Have to say I'm embarrassed when I see Governor Kelly get up on national TV, talk about her mandate, and know it's all a sham. It's not real. Now I hear the mayor here in this town doing the same thing. It's not real. They know it's real. Mayor, you said you wanted to hear some new points of view on this. I've heard a lot of good things today. It's things I already knew about masks are ineffective. This is all about compliance. Let's get down to what it's really about. It's really about your political aspirations. The DNC has mandated you and Kelly to push this mask mandate. That's all this is. You all know it doesn't work, but it's all about politics. You want to move up the ladder. You be a good lapdog today, they'll move you up to run for Congress or something else as your host. It's not about your concern for the citizens of this city at all. It's about your own self-serving. Nothing more, nothing less. Same with Kelly. She's going to do anything she can to move up politically. It's all politics. Y'all know you can't beat Trump on policies or ideas, so you're going to use this and any other thing you can throw at him. How about being honest, do something for the good of the people instead of yourself? Can you do that? Are you capable of doing that? What I see is a self-serving hypocrite up here. You've tried to shut this down several times today because you don't want to hear it. You already had your mind made up before you showed up for this meeting, and you know you did. Because again, it's all about your political future. We see through it, everybody sees through it. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Ashley, and I am a resident of Butler County. I was not prepared to come and say anything today, but it's important that I do. I am a mother of 10 kids. 8 of my kids are in school. They will not be attending public school this year, and they are disappointed. I can't send them to a school that is desensitizing them and showing them what a prison life is like. They will not fear that. I don't take my kids out in public because when you stand there and you have somebody judge you for not wearing a mask, my kids don't need to see that. The mask order has been to protect people, but we're not protecting anybody. Everybody's just angry. I have a mother. She has a lot of medical conditions. She won't leave the house. She won't socialize outside of the home because she's terrified. And I know that you guys don't believe that you're doing any harm to the schools, you're doing any harm to the elderly, but everything that we are experiencing stems off of you and your mandated order to wear a mask. So we are asking, let it go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Murphy, and I am a business owner, mom, grandma, and I want you to know that I appreciate you being here because you've heard for almost 7 hours straight, other than a 10-minute break, of people and where they stand. And we ask you to actually stop hearing us and listen to what we're saying to you. I want you to know that when coronavirus hit, I was watching it probably before you were. I was a member of CERT for many years in the state of Kansas, and when Greensburg got hit by the tornado, I was one of the first people there looking for cadavers, looking for people to rescue, going and putting myself out there to help people in our community. So I watched these things, I listened to these things. I started doing lives, I started talking to people about what Corona would be, what COVID would be, before it was even mentioned here. When we had our first case, I was watching the numbers. When we had our first 12 cases in New York, I was watching the numbers. As those numbers rose, I was telling people to prepare, not panic, because this isn't about panic. And I feel like that's what you guys have done at this point. When they asked for us to wear masks, it was to protect our hospitals. We didn't want them to get overrun. I understand that. I was talking to friends in Italy. I was watching what was happening there. But that didn't happen here. Here's our statistics. 56 people in the Sedgwick County area have died out of 500,000. Most of those elderly, and elderly being over the age of 80, that's going to happen. That's life. We're not God. You're not God. Stop trying to tell us that by choosing not to wear a mask, that we don't love our community. We love our community, or we wouldn't be here all day. I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning. All day, 7 hours, people have been here because we love our community. And we are asking you to hear us. We are not saying that people who want to wear a mask shouldn't have that right. They do. We support that. Just stop mandating it. Step up like McPherson did. Their mandate ends tomorrow. You need to do the same. You wanted to hear us. You wanted to say that, enough people didn't want this. 7 hours almost, guys, you've been sitting there, and we're still not done. And we've only got 5 minutes. You are hearing from the people. We elected you. Now you start listening to what we want. Again, you want to wear a mask? Mayor, you want to wear a mask? You wear a mask. But don't you demand that I do it. Thank you for your time.
All right, next speaker, please. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Hi. So I started the day off with my niece calling me at 7 a.m. saying that her internet was down and she needed to be able to start her first day of school. So she rushed over to my house, and with her public school appointed laptop, we got it going after 45 minutes for her to be able to start school at 8 o'clock. Just imagine, if you will, doing one of these things every single day for the next 9 weeks. I'm sure you guys are tired after sitting there looking at a screen for 7 hours. My niece is going to have to do that for the next 9 weeks. I had my first awakening this morning watching her get her computer set up. I want to say my name is Mike Nelson, and Cindy Claycomb was my sales 201 teacher at Wichita State. And I know this from her, there's always a sale being made. Either you're selling me or I'm selling you. There's been a lot of fear-based mind control, which is a really good way to sell someone on something to get them motivated for what you want. Cindy Claycomb is a very, very smart person, and I would assume she understands that masks don't do anything. It is fear-based mind control. Fear has two meanings: forget everything and run, or face everything and rise. We're tired of this, and we're rising up with our voices right now. Hopefully you will listen to us. I'm not gonna spend much more time, but of my 5 minutes, I want everyone right now that's watching online or in the building, take your phones out or something to write down with. Go to this website, centerforhealthandsecurity.org. centerforhealthandsecurity.org. If you read through this website, there was an event 201 placed. It was a fake pandemic trial in October of 2019. I suggest everyone go to that website and check it out. Please quit using fear to control us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Bill Stout. Many of you know me, some of you know of me. I've been here before.
I had no intention to be here today. I was driving home and listening to the comments that were going on, and I simply felt compelled to come by. I will not thank you for allowing me to redress my government. It is my right to do so. And continuing to hear people thank you for your time is ridiculous. It's not your time, it's my time. I'm the taxpayer, I'm the employer, you're the employee. The reason I'm here is I keep hearing the mayor interrupt people. I keep hearing snide comments come out of his mouth. I keep hearing him show a demeanor and a behavior that is beneath his office, and I find it reprehensible. How dare you tell people what they can say? How dare you tell people not to repeat a point because you've already heard it? It is our time, not yours. We will say what we choose to say, and you will listen. You are the employees. It is sad that you have already shown that you made your decision up before this began. Your demeanor shows it. I'm a student of psychology. I can see it in your emotions and your actions. I'm beyond words at this point, which is extremely rare for me. But I want to remind you that one of the comments the mayor made today was telling people to not threaten him or the council. Now, I didn't hear any threats. Maybe I missed one while I was driving, but I did see a threat on Twitter from the mayor to a member of the Chamber of Commerce. So I find it rather ironic that you would somehow feel like you need to tell people not to threaten you, but it's okay for you to do it to business professionals. That is unprofessional behavior. That is beneath your office. That is exactly why I'm here, because I continued to listen to the snide comments, and I've had it, interrupting people on their time because you didn't like what they had to say. Sorry, but not sorry. I am adamantly opposed to government overreach and mandates. Let's be clear. The mask mandate is a failure, and it is nothing but control. And to prove that it's nothing but control, I am standing here staring at a laptop, a picture of myself speaking, because you are too cowardice to let me look you in the eye and speak to you at the Wichita City Council. Last week, I spoke to the county commission in person at the county building. Amazing. Apparently the virus doesn't exist there, but it does at the city building. I'm confused by that. But it just shows the nature of what's going on. This has become about government forcing its will on the people. So it's time that maybe we reminded you that we, the people, are your employers. It is time to listen to the people who elected you. If you refuse to do so, rest assured we will not make that mistake a second time.
Thanks a lot, Bill. Excuse me, Bubak, excuse me, sorry. 7 hours later, I lose decorum myself. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Bob, I just wanted to ask, I don't know what the setup is over there. They don't have a monitor that they can see us?
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of what the setup was over there.
So I think the little screen is what they see. I think they run the normal live feed.
On the big screen.
Okay. So, but they're wearing masks over there, right?
No.
They're not? Nobody's wearing masks?
What I'm hearing is many people are not.
Okay.
They're distanced.
I was just curious as the setup where we haven't brought the public back in here again where they can see us face to face if they're wearing masks. Is that what the issue is? Is that why we don't have them back in here? Is because we didn't want to enforce the mask on them, or what's the issue there?
Well, frankly, right now it's the size. We couldn't accommodate that many people in this room.
But normally we wouldn't have that size.
Right. Council, I don't have clear guidance from the council on how you want to move forward with that. We've been careful in terms of how we reopen City Hall for large gatherings.
Okay. Well, I would hope that if they've been there for 8 or 9 hours, they should at least be able to see us when they're speaking to us.
So they can see you right now, like in that little box. So that's the same thing they're seeing. The guidance early on with the policy, and one of the reasons why we had to reestablish decorum is for social distancing to protect our employees. As you can see, that's why we have all the social distancing signs in this auditorium and throughout. When we open up the auditorium for people to come in, we can't regulate how many people come. You can't just close the door, and that's why we're utilizing Century 2. Century 2 has much more space than we have here, and that was the logic of the policy when we gave guidance to the manager a few months ago.
Okay. I guess it's still not clear to me that this should be a prime example of the mask work. We should be able to have them all in here.
So
we can debate that after we hear the public comment.
All right, next speaker.
Hello there. My name is Weston Moody, and I want to thank the mayor and all of the city council members for taking time to listen to all of these concerned citizens. I think you guys just proved part of our point when it comes to us not being there. I mean, it sounds like you're kind of scrambling for answers as to why you won't let us there without actually saying we just don't want to confront these people. But without going too in depth into that, this mandate has had an effect on everyone, whether you are for the mandate or not for the mandate. People need to see each other in a different way than they've seen each other lately. I've seen a lot of division, and it's division that I've never experienced since living in Wichita. So I've lived in Wichita for, gosh, it's been over 10 years. I'm not sure exactly how many years, but I've been here for long enough to know that this isn't how the city of Wichita operates. This mandate I wasn't for in the first place, but you know, at first we were all like, okay, we don't know what's quite going on. So we, you know, kind of got our feelers and tried to figure out what was going on. Well, it's kind of taken a turn into, I'm not sure what words to put on it. It seems kind of tyrannical to me, but I'm not going to say you're trying to force us to do anything that we don't want to do, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and people can do what they want to do, and that's exactly why I'm here, is freedom. We want freedom to choose. That's all we want. That's all anybody that's been here wants. It got real for me when I heard a story from my wife while I was at work on a Saturday that she wanted to take my son to get some breakfast. Well, one of the first things he said, and mind you, this is a kid that I have done everything I have been able to do to try and keep him from places that require him to put on a mask. As of now, I don't ever see him wearing a mask. Now, I know he's seen people wear masks, but he's never asked about it. But before they go in, the first thing that comes out of my 4-year-old's mouth is, "But Mom, I don't have my mask." That's not normal at all for humanity, period. So please, think about what you're voting on today. Think about who you're affecting, all the people that you're affecting, the little lives that are being affected right now. You know, they're seeing things that none of us has ever had to see, and frankly, I never thought I'd ever have to see. But with that said, we just want freedom to choose. So please, please, please end the mandate now. Thank you.
So, Mr. Manager, when did we put in a policy to safeguard the public and our employees from COVID? When was that put in place? Because in my mind, it seems like it predates the mask ordinance, so I just wanted to...
Mayor, it does. If I remember right, it was probably March when we first implemented that.
Okay. And did any members...
And we've had a limited number of COVID cases among our employees.
Okay. And did any members of the council ask to bring it up for a vote or to push hard against it? I don't remember any pushback. Was there any pushback that you recall at this time?
Well, I think there was discussion with council members regarding it.
Okay.
And I think the council allowed us to put that in place at administrative level. We did not bring it to the council for a vote.
Thank you. All right, next up we got, whoa. All right, yeah, you don't have to stand that close, but you can if you want. You have 5 minutes.
Hi. I'm Bree, and I do not do this very often, ever. Anyways, Bree Russell. I'm from the northwest side of town. That's where I live, in the Wichita city limits. and I work in an office downtown, and I work around the city and county all day long. I've been born and raised here in the heartland of Kansas. Wichita is my hometown. I'm actually a 5th generation Wichitan. My kids are 6th generation Wichitans, believe it or not. That takes us back to the mid 1800s. Not that you want to call me like a nativist or anything like that, but I am proud of my hometown. This is my community that I have so much passion about, and that's why I'm here. Absolutely why I'm here. I chose to stay here. After my high school years, I went to Mays, and lived in the city limits as well, and went to the Mays School District. I attended Friends and WSU. I have 2 degrees. I have a diversified education in humanities, Spanish. I speak another language. I care, to do that. I love people, international business and economical studies. Let's see. I've stayed here because my dear family is here, and I have an amazing network of friends and business associates. My passion is building this community and building businesses. Did you know that Wichita is known for incubating businesses here and franchises? That's what we're known for. That's what we do. And I really feel like the mandates and the restrictions are absolutely hurting not only us as individuals, but our businesses and our livelihoods and our lifestyle and our culture. So there's that. I am a mother. I'm a mother of 3 kids. I dropped off my kids today at school, and it was disrupting for me. I'll admit that. I hate seeing my 8th grader excited, that his friends, they're wearing masks, and I'm not going to argue with him about it, but whatever. It's sad to see that. It's sad to see my 9-year-old going to 4th grade having to wear a mask. I really do feel like that should be a personal choice and not the government telling me what to do. I really feel like this mask mandate needs to be repealed and the restriction needs to stop immediately. I don't care what the agenda is. The reality is what it is. Let's just say when Governor Kelly decided to do the mandate right before the 4th of July, interestingly enough, I felt confident that our Sedgwick County people would do the right thing. This is Wichita. This is Sedgwick County. We are not the entire state. So when the Sedgwick County made their decision on that Wednesday, I felt good going on my vacation with my family to celebrate the holiday. And then I come to find out, interesting enough, the mayor has called some new emergency meeting. Even Brian said that it wasn't in the purview of the city council to be voting on this, but yet it was an emergency meeting. And even my friend Jeff said he was sitting on a rock with his family there, having to make an emergency decision. I don't feel like it's not your place. I don't understand why we were even doing this in the city when the Sedgwick County was in place. But it's just been this story that's being told, and we're tired of it, truthfully. So please repeal this. Please stop this. Let us make our own decisions. We're free here in Wichita. We're patriots, and today has been a great day. Thank you very much.
All right, next speaker, please. Sir, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to ask, how many, because it's not going to take my full 5 minutes here, sir, but how many speakers have you had today?
That's a good question. Clerk?
117. Well, he's 118.
You're number 118, sir.
118.
Yep.
Well, about 3 weeks ago, you had a council meeting and about the police funding, and you were pretty proud of the number that was sent out, or had the number of people that showed up that day. So I hope that you can look at this today and that you can see how many people have come here to speak to you today and respect and seriously take into consideration why these people are here. Many of them just like me. I'm not a professional speaker, sir. I'm not and a lot of these people aren't. But they've come and they shared their hearts with you folks. There's 3 of you on the city council. I want to thank you, the 3 of you, for being there today, and I apologize to you for the fact that you've had to sit through this all day. The other 4, I think you really better start looking at things a little different, because I guarantee you, this isn't a threat, this is a promise. You will not be in office next election if you don't start paying attention to the people in Wichita. If you think that you're going to get away with another month of this, you're crazy. Today is the day that you make a decision. And if you decide to continue this, you will not be in office the next election, I promise you. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes. Go for it.
All right, my name is Daniel, and I am a Wichita citizen. Been here for right at 15 years. Actually, been here longer than anywhere else. I do want you to know right off the bat that this isn't a political thing for me personally. I am here by divine appointment. Matter of fact, it's so not political, I actually voted for you, Brandon. And the reason I voted for you was because of what the last individual did, which was not tell the whole truth. And that's why I'm here today. I have issues when I hear half-truths. And I'll tell you the first half-truth that I came across. Well, first of all, actually, I got to show this off. So this was given to us this week. So last week we had a little bit of a larger glorified napkin. And this week we actually got this. Okay, so if I'm a guest with you, this is what you're providing me. Okay, to protect myself from this virus that you think is as damaging as you show it to be. Look at this real quick.
Yeah, we see. Thank you, sir. Thanks for the close-up.
Those are my glasses fogging up. Again. Okay? So that's what you provided me. Last week it was a first grade arts and crafts project that I'd give like a C- because the staples were crooked. This week we're going preschool. So first of all, I am ashamed for you to host people after putting this kind of mandate out and offering this as the protection. Explain that for me. But you can do it another time because I have more to say. So I went and researched a lot the last week. I actually got into this in a very interesting way, but I've stood firm for a lot of people, and really more than myself. It's for my fellow man and woman. And I've been attacked a little bit from the Christian community, saying it's not loving to not wear a mask. And I will say that they are thinking of a select few individuals that are in our community, and I love them just as much as all the others. But I am commanded to love all my neighbors, not just some of them. And I am showing up today to love all my neighbors. I went to kmu.org, and on there, how does the virus spread and who's at risk of getting it? It says coronavirus is spread primarily through respiratory droplets, like through coughing and sneezing, says Sedgwick County epidemiologist Kaylee Hervey. Anyone can be at risk of infection. Hervey says much as 80% of people who are infected and infectious, which is in parentheses, so she didn't actually say that, someone added it, won't exhibit any symptoms. That, in a sense, makes it more dangerous than the flu in that asymptomatic people may be spreading it, she told an Engage ICT Democracy On panel. I actually went last night and I watched a live, you can go look at this, KMUW Live on Facebook. March 10th was the date. They had a panel and they were asking experts questions. Hervey said this at that. She said, if I'm the general public, I would not recommend much. CDC is not recommending and probably won't. She continued on and eventually wrapped up with, again, they're not really protected. Then there was individual, Dr. Margaret Hagan. She followed up and said exactly this word for word. Masks give a false sense of security. And in my opinion, that is what we're doing. We are giving people that are really at risk a false sense of security. If someone showed up and they had this to protect themselves, that is a false sense of security. You have to understand that is what we are doing. I got to get on here real quick. I have to speak for an individual that couldn't make it. She has cancer. She is older, in her 50s. She said, I would be one of those others being helped due to age and cancer. I don't think people are selfish for choosing to forego a mask. I can stay home or I can wear a mask if I go out. I don't want to see the economy shut down, nor do I want to see anyone bullied into wearing a mask. Death is inevitable. We will all die of something at some point. We need to stop cowering in fear. Those of us who are compromised can choose to avoid crowds, and the rest can live their lives. I asked her to come out. She said, I have radiation treatment, so I can't make it. I'll just go straight home. I don't feel especially courageous or wise, but I am just trying to be rational and realistic. The fear-mongering, shaming, and herd mentality is becoming prosperous. Good grief, by wearing a mask, we can achieve immortality? I believe it is more selfish for the compromised to expect and demand these restrictive conditions. We freely enjoyed our youth, and I want to see our young people enjoy school and extracurricular with the same degree of freedom we had. I will wrap up with this. Here's the saddest part. We used to say when someone sneezed, God bless you. Or if you're a non-believer, you said just bless you. Now we say if they sneeze on us, go to hell. Or if they sneeze around us, what's wrong with you? People, since I've taken this stance, have called me an anti-masker, and it's not true. If you want to believe that it will protect you, you can wear it. I'm not against it. I am for freedom of choice. I am anti, though, on some things. I am anti-conditioning our children and next generation to be anti-social. I am anti-conditioning our children to be anti-touch. I am anti-conditioning our children to be anti-kind and anti-friendly. I am anti-conditioning our children and next generation to be anti-loving. I am anti-conditioning our children to be anti-science. I'm a biology major, by the way. I don't want that. I am anti-conditioning. I am against conditioning our children to be anti-experts and even anti-government and anti-medicine. But above all, I am anti-conditioning our children to be anti-God and to put their faith into human reasoning, into human understanding, and not understand where they get their true wisdom and their true guidance and who their true king is. And unfortunately, what I have seen over and over again from some individuals, council as well as mayor, is we're creating a dictatorship in a democracy. The people have spoken today. You have heard them loud. The decision is yours, but don't tread lightly. It's important. It matters, and that's why we showed up, to have our voice be heard. Let's unmask the truth. Let's unmask Wichita. Thank you for your time. God bless you.
All right, next speaker, please. This is 120.
This will be 120.
Hey, welcome. You're number 120.
Hi.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I was here a week ago, and I was representing both myself and a group on Facebook that at that time had about 1,000 members. I'm now an admin in 2 groups that represent close to 5,000 people. I believe that the volume of people who have been here today represent the fact that pushback is growing rapidly. I would also, before I begin with what I came to share, I would like to personally thank Lacey Cruz for spreading the word about this event today, because I firmly believe that it was a post that she made on her, I don't know if it was her public or her private Facebook account, but nevertheless, it went viral. And that generated a lot of interest and enthusiasm from people who were not aware of this event. And so I just really am appreciative of that post. I am here speaking on behalf of people who have been medically affected by this mandate. Now, this poll was taken, just for full disclosure, in a group that has 1,200 people. Now, as a result of wearing masks, 79 people have experienced emotional distress and anguish resulting from not wearing a mask, meaning that they've been verbally or physically assaulted. 73 people have experienced headaches. 54 people have experienced lightheadedness. 41 people panic attacks. 34 people emotional distress and or depression. 31 people have been verbally assaulted for not wearing a mask. 30 people claustrophobia. 24 people asthma flare-up, 23 people difficulty breathing, 20 people anger frustration related to hearing loss issues. And by the way, as you are wearing your masks while speaking, the
people at home, unless there's closed captioning, they have no idea what you're saying. And so that's, I'm sure, incredibly frustrating for people at home that are trying to follow along and stay involved in current events and matters related to the city. Anxiety, COPD, those on oxygen, 15 votes. Emotional distress or depression from inability to visit loved ones despite wearing a mask, because we're not allowed to see our family. If they're in the hospital or in a nursing home, we can't see them even though masks allegedly work. That was 14 votes. 12 votes for nausea, 11 votes for bad cystic acne flare-up, 10 votes for loss of employment for not wearing a mask. Even though they were medically exempt, they still lost their earnings, their ability to take care of themselves. 9 votes for sinus infection, 6 for nosebleeds, 5 for family member fainted, 4 for pleurisy, 4 for an injury sustained from falling due to being lightheaded or dizzy. And I know of one specific situation where she ended up having to go to the emergency room and have x-rays done because of the fall. 3 staphylococcus infections, 1 physically assaulted for not wearing a mask, hyperventilation, 1 terrible yeast infection, 1 panic attack and asthma breathing issues, and emotional stress and mental emotional harassment. Now, I don't know if you're taking notes on those. If not, you can go back and review the numbers and tally them for yourselves. But based on the information that I've just provided and all of the speakers that have spoken before me, which were all phenomenal, by the way, they're trying to let you know that you are hurting our community. You are hurting families. You are hurting your constituents. Now, I don't believe that that's what you went into office to do. So I would respectfully ask that you roll back this mandate, because that is what your constituents are asking you to do. And if you choose not to do that after hearing as many people as have spoken today, as many people have voiced their opinions online, quite frankly, all due respect, you should be ashamed of yourselves, because it will be all about control and not about listening to the people and what they want. I can't see anyone, so I have no idea if they heard me, if I've been cut off.
Are you done? You have 40 seconds still.
I think I've said all that needs to be said. Like I said, the speakers that spoke all day today that came out and to have their voices heard, they covered a multitude of things that I would have addressed as well. So I think that everything has been addressed.
Excellent. Well, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. All right, next speaker, please. All right, thank you, sir, for being here. You have 5 minutes.
All right, hope you can hear me.
We can.
All right, my name is Lance Berland. I'm from Abilene, Kansas. I used to live here. I used to work at Yaya's back in the late 90s. I became a seminarian for the Wichita Diocese in 1998. Did not remain a seminarian and went on to normal life, got married, worked in family businesses up in Abilene. But I'm in Wichita about 3 or 4 nights a week. I am a candidate for the United States Senate, and I ran in the last election, and now I am continuing to campaign and run against Jerry Moran and primary him in August of 2022. I think I've had a very interesting experience with the mask thing. I was, even though I was running under the radar campaign for the United States Senate, I was working at Love's back in the early part of this year, just trying to make some money and stay busy. It was cold and COVID was coming apparently, but you know, I cleaned toilets and I cleaned showers after truckers for 9 weeks, no mask, sometimes no gloves, because I'm not a germaphobe. I haven't been sick in 2.5 years. I haven't been to the doctor in 31 years because I believe in freedom. I believe in health. I believe that God, you know, my father, your father, everybody's creator, whether you believe it or not, he still is. And I believe that God gave us everything we needed. Even our ancients had everything they needed if they simply had the information. So I consider myself a bit of a scientist, and I've studied a lot of things, and I've ran into people that are much smarter than me, much better researchers, and I've come to the conclusion that the mask thing is simply about control, and you've probably heard that 100 times today. You know, I think I'm speaker 121, and I love Wichita, Kansas. I love Kansas, and I made a bunch of good friends today, and I've made more friends in the last 3 months than I've made in the previous 40 years of my life, and it's all from being with the people. And I can tell you the people are fed up. People are fed up with your masks. They're fed up with your tyranny. They're fed up with your fascism. It needs to end. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Mayor, that is our final speaker.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure.
All right, please use some hand sanitizer before coming back. All right, further discussion. I guess we'll bring discussion back to the bench officially so that we can talk about the policy. 121, is that right?
That's correct.
Very good. What was the last, what was it, 50 something was our
I think it
last?
was only like 52 or 58.
52 or 58. Wow, that's awesome. Very nice. Okay, open up for discussion of the policy. Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you, Mayor. And I've been taking notes, and I'm sure all of you have as well. I don't know where exactly to jump in. You know, we've heard a lot of information today, and I've personally heard such issues as anxiety, robbery, claustrophobic, heard people talk about the dirty mask. We've heard a lot about that. Heard a lot of mental health issues. I've heard a lot about that personally. A lot of people not even leaving their houses because they've been, you know, that they've just been publicly humiliated and yelled at and screamed at. And there's a lot of people that it's just not safe for them to wear a mask. Two of my best friends, one of them lost an eye to cancer, and the other one lost an eye to a detached retina. And they're both, you know, you can't do a lot with that mask on. So I just think we need to take some of that into consideration. But, and you know, some of the concerns that I brought up before, I feel like, you know, we're kicking the can down the road without a metric, an arbitrary date. When we look at the data that we have, it's really, the testing's not the same as what it was a few months ago. And it kind of gets me down to the reality is how did we even get here today? And that was the July 2nd notice that we got that we needed to have an emergency meeting to discuss the mask. And, you know, I was kind of out of loop. I was out of town with my family, getting ready to celebrate a little family time. And we come in here to a meeting I'd called in, and, you know, there's tons of doctors. I think it's the first time I had ever seen a mayor go out on social media and reach out and recruit people to speak. And, you know, we had all this information, and I really don't think we got to hear both sides of the story. And I feel like today I realized it was more one-sided today, but we got to hear the other side of it. And I think the position I'm at right now is I think it's time we punt the football back over to the county. They're the ones that have a health department. We're not the subject matters on health, and I think we need to get out of this thing.
Councilmember Fry.
Thank you, sir. So I want to first of all thank all the residents and citizens that came out today and spoke to us. I know it was a hardship for you, being that it was during your probably business hours or dealing with your families, and for you to come out and spend your time and your voice with us, much appreciated. And I will also say that I've received countless emails, several hundred, from folks on both sides of the issue. And I will tell you that my position remains unchanged due to the constituent feedback I've received. Should we choose to wear masks and practice safe behavior? Yes. Should we use government control to force citizens to do so? No. We heard overwhelmingly today concern from the public that what's next? Mandate hand washing, social distancing, or even require vaccinations. I know there's been no discussion yet, but nobody thought we would get to this point either. So, as Councilmember Blubaugh expressed, what key indicators, metrics do we need to achieve so this ordinance can expire? Or is it just going to be an ever-moving goalpost? Todd Ramsey, one of the only people to speak for the mask mandate today, reminded us earlier that the county is the Board of Health and they have an order for the mask, so why do we need one as well? That's their purview, that is their lane, that's what we should be listening to. We also heard today about, obviously, COVID health and death in our community, business shutdown, economic hardships, people with other conditions struggling to overcome and adapt. My brother is hearing impaired and he reads lips, and it's impossible for him to do business with people wearing masks with him. The divisiveness, the public shaming, the discrimination, the rising crime and suicide rates, the emotional toll on families and our elders, where does it end? I fear these consequences are more infectious and will do more damage than the virus ever will. Where there is risk, there must be choice. Thank you.
Councilmember Clinton and
Well, I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have already said. They've actually already said what I was thinking. Thank you, guys. I won't extend this much longer other than to thank the public, not just the public that spoke today, but the public that came and spoke as well for many different reasons during the budget hearings and the emails and everything that we've gotten. The public seems to be more engaged. We were having a little bit of a discussion about that during our 15-20 minute break about the public being much more engaged today and recently than they ever have. I think that it's amazing to see. It can be tiresome and to try to get all the input and really try to digest it, but especially coming from so many different perspectives. But want to thank the members of the public that were here today for and the one against. I'm just one point that I'm going to reiterate, and that is that we do have the Board of County Commissioners sitting as the Board of Health, and this really is redundant, and it is something that they have purview over. They have experts on staff, and I have full faith that they can make the proper decisions over there. So I would request that we would allow this mandate to expire and let them handle this from here on out. Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I'll also keep my comments brief. We've heard plenty today. Definitely want to thank the folks who came to speak. It is a beautiful display of democracy for people to be able to come and have an opportunity to express their opinions to us, and then also the countless emails that I've received over the past few months, but especially even just during this meeting. One thing, I've had the opportunity to participate in the hospital call every week, and there's been a lot of comments from the community about different numbers and if numbers are accurate and, misuse of data. The one data point that I do want to bring out that is non-disputable is that we have 58,000 unemployed community members in the city of Wichita. And even though my background has been health, and I think most people expect me to support this because of my health background, I'm actually supporting this because of the economic impact that it will have. I do think that while our numbers are steady or declining, part of that is because of the masks, but also just during this meeting, I had people from construction companies, owners of small businesses, owners of restaurants begging me to please continue this mandate until we know more, until we learn more, until we find out if there's going to be another wave, what's going to happen with the flu season. The only way businesses are going to stay open and less people will be unemployed is if we continue to monitor this and make sure that we don't want more than 58,000 people unemployed. I want to keep schools open and I want to keep businesses open, and I think this is probably the best that we have right now. I did also have a business owner tell me the one thing he appreciates about the masks is not only the protection, there's some controversy about the droplets, all those things, but when you wear a mask, it also reminds you to be conscious of social distancing, so I think there's some also unintended consequences for the good. I agree completely with my colleagues that this should have probably never come to the city. It was a Board of Health and a county issue. I'd like to see it go back that way. So I'm hoping that if we extend this today till October 21st, that we would also put some metrics or the exit ramp that's been talked about in with this. Perhaps some suggestions as we get out of the red or yellow category and go into green. Maybe it's percentage of people who have been diagnosed. I don't know exactly what those are, but I do agree with my colleagues, even if we don't agree on the vote, that there needs to be an exit ramp for this. But again, to me right now, this is the only way that I can see us keeping schools and businesses open. So that's one of my main concerns, is strictly from the business perspective. So thank you to everyone for all of your comments again today, much appreciated.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I too agree with my colleagues about this hopefully going back across the street here soon, no matter what our action is today. I also want to thank everybody who came and spoke today. It was 121. It's definitely a record for me. But it was good to hear from everyone. Just a few things I did want to say. I think this process has been a struggle for many Americans, not just because of the dangers of the novel coronavirus, but just the fact that science is happening in person, in real time, and it can be confusing. When you look at the scientific method that consists of observations, measurements, experiments, formulation, testing, change in hypothesis, all of that's happening in real time. So data that we saw in March might not be the same data we see now. The practices that were told to us in March may not be the same now, because that's how science works. And it has been confusing to watch that go back and forth. But we've definitely been following the changing practices, and we have brilliant people working on this stuff. And again, I think that's been the constant issue, as we heard today with a lot of the speakers who referenced older studies and older methods versus today. But one thing that has been consistent that we have seen is that these masks have seemed to be helpful. Since the orders went into place, we've seen reducing cases or stabilization up until recently. The assumption that they were supposed to stop this, I think, is wrong. It was always about reducing. Seatbelts are not 100% effective, but having one on greatly increases your chance to live in the event of an accident. The same can be said about condoms and unwanted pregnancy or catching a sexually transmitted infection. Airbags, wearing long sleeves or jeans while working in poison ivy, ask me, I know some people. Mosquito off, all of these things serve a purpose to reduce, but they're not 100% effective. And to continue to say that a mask should be is looking at the science and their actual ability the wrong way. This is just a small action, it's a small inconvenience for a short time to help our fellow Americans. I'd also hope that, as we heard today about some of the bad things that have happened, that we all can show more compassion for people who may not have a mask on. Some actually do have medical conditions, and they're not just folks who disagree with wearing a mask as a form of peaceful protest. And I think if we can show a little more compassion, this difficult time would be just a little bit easier. Because even though I disagree with ending this ordinance, that doesn't mean I should name, call, or shame people. It just means I disagree, and you have a different point of view. And I'm hoping that more of us can treat each other in that way so we don't have some of what we heard about today. Lastly, we're still recovering. It's probably going to be a little bit longer, but this is something that we can make it through together. That's one thing I've continued to say. Again, even when we disagree on it, we can make this together. We will. I know we can. And just want to highlight that our numbers in Kansas weren't as bad because of the early steps that we took. Our county commission took some bold action. Our governor took some bold action. And that's why we're here today. And I know that it's hard to look at these low numbers and think, why do we keep taking these actions? But it's because of those bold actions early that these numbers are low. And hopefully we can continue to push it. And I guess lastly, again, today, God was brought up quite a bit. And growing up in the AME church, I was just reminded as folks were talking of Matthew 22, 36 through 40. Master, which is the greater commandment and law? Jesus said unto him, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment. And the second is like unto it, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. And on these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. In doing so today, I will vote in favor of this because I love my neighbors like myself and I care that they have good health. Thanks, Mayor.
course. Vice Mayor Placo.
Well, gosh, I don't know if I can follow that very well, but I just want to say that first, thank you for all the people that came out and spoke today. I know they took time away from their busy lives to come out. I don't think that public health and personal responsibility are mutually exclusive, but my goal in voting for this is to provide some balance in our community. I don't want the Board of Health or the state of Kansas to believe that they have to again shut down businesses because of a spike in virus cases. And I have heard from numerous business owners who have thanked me for supporting the mask ordinance because they believe it's the only way to keep their doors open. And so while there's, as we saw today, disagreement on the effectiveness of masks, it does appear that the use of masks has had an effect on our number of cases. But I think we ought to remember also that it is only one tool. It's not the end-all, be-all, as people have said today. And I also want to remind residents that the city's mask ordinance and the county's order provide an exemption for medical conditions, no questions asked. So I would ask people to be kind to each other. I also would favor some metrics if we can find those, but I will be voting in support of this today.
Well, with that, I guess I'll wrap it up before making a motion. First, I want to thank the 120 people who did, 21 people who came out and spoke today, and to the ones who gathered but didn't speak. I hope that everyone was safe and will be safe in the next couple of weeks. Really, for us to move, and I concur with one of the council members, for us to move forward as an economy, we need to get COVID in check. We've been on a Zoom call with Visit Wichita. One of the statistics that they showed was for people to visit cities, more people are willing to visit a city that has a mask ordinance than a city that isn't. If we want to continue travel to Wichita and to keep our businesses open, I think it's important that we keep these numbers trending downwards. And I know our businesses have done really well to adapt to this because they care about their employees, they care about their patrons, and they care about their community. And we're seeing some really innovative responses to industries that are trying to keep everyone safe. And I just got to tell you, just so on a personal note, we've done everything we can to get out the accurate information. I think that this has been going on for 2 months now. We have had doctors come through here. We have organized a panel of experts who are local, the same people who you visit if you hurt yourself or if you wind up in a hospital. These are the same doctors who work at those hospitals who treat COVID patients here in Wichita every day and publicly held a forum to answer questions. I think all the information is out there and people will take from their sources what they will. But also, I don't think that it is a coincidence that when you look at the data, when you look at the positive cases, that the experts told us if we do nothing, we would spike. We would go up, and that's when we had to put in the mask mandate. And we saw for 2 to 3 weeks that number spiking, just like the data, just like the science, just like the experts told us. And then we started to see results once we had the mask mandate in place because the people of Wichita, caring about their neighbors, caring about their family, decided to also wear these masks. Now, with that, and out of respect for the 121 people who spoke today, I wish there was another choice. I wish we had an alternative. I would do anything to not be the mayor who has to cancel every event that is fun, who has to cut, what was it, $26 million out of our budget the last 2 years? We couldn't turn pools on this year. I would give anything to have my kid be able to go to school today. He had to wake up. My wife, we had to set him up downstairs in a little alerting area. He had to wake up, get his picture taken outside with his frame on what he wants to be when he grows up, like my wife does every single year. And then he had to go back into the house. And the reason why is because it's COVID. It is the virus, not each other, not masks, not any type I guess, any type of conspiracy. It is a virus that is changing our lives. We are responding to it, and we're doing so in a way where we have the least casualties. In the very beginning of this, the modeling showed, and the modeling has been correct so far, that if we did nothing, we would have hundreds of people dead by now, hundreds of Wichitans who would have perished from this. And while being right around a little under 60 people right now, that's still tough, but it's not where we could have been. And we could have chose to bury our heads in the sand or point fingers at Washington and blame that we had no national strategy, but instead we are making the hard choices. When this came, I said to myself that I was going to follow the healthcare professionals and the policy experts when it came to what to do with this. And I said to myself, I don't care if I ever win another election, as long as we have a chance to save Wichitans. So for some of those folks who think this is about power or it's about, I guess, politics, it's not. You don't win political points when you close things down, when you limit the opportunities for our kids. And my kids are in there too. My kids couldn't go to the dinosaur park this summer. They couldn't go swimming. They couldn't, I think we went to maybe Botanica once, and that was it. We're all in this together. Our enemies are not each other. Our enemies are not mass. Our enemies are COVID. It is a virus that we can control if we work together, and that's how we're going to get through this. I make a motion to accept staff's recommended action and continue.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Clendenin for a second time.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make a substitute motion to let the City of Wichita mask ordinance mandate to expire and allow the Board of County Commissioners to continue to manage the COVID-19 situation with the statutory authority given them by the state of Kansas as the Sedgwick County Board of Health.
You don't just want to vote no?
Second.
Okay, now there's a substitute motion and a second to the substitute motion, which if voted yes, will vote this thing down. If this motion fails, we're back on the original motion, which will be to vote this down or to vote it up. We're now open to discussions on the substitute motion. Any discussion on substitute motion? Because members got on the board before. See none? Councilmember Tuttle?
I appreciate the substitute motion, and I have to say there's some conflict in my heart right now, but I am going to be supportive of extending this through October 21st if we put in some sort of metrics for an exit ramp. So the first motion that was made just to support it as it is, I'm not going to support that either. I want some sort of continuation of this just to make sure we're going in the same direction to try and keep the economy open, to make sure that we can keep people employed, we can keep kids in school of all ages. But I don't think we can stop being in line with the county at this point. So I'm not going to be supportive of the substitute motion nor the other motion without the threshold/exit ramp.
Okay, so other comments on the substitute motion?
No, that was for the
I think it was
original
before.
motion.
They popped on before, so I'm trying to double up.
There
All
you
right,
go.
so voting on the substitute motion, members will cast a vote. A vote for no brings us back to the original motion. All right, with the result of 4 nays to 3 yeas, the motion does fail. Back onto the substitute. It sounds like
Back to the original.
the original, excuse me. Sounds like there has been a motion and a substitute, and a second to extend to the 21st. And there has been discussion on that motion of possibly adding, quote, an exit ramp. And I will remind the body that, as the manager has said, the county has asked us to move forward with this. So this is not us being rogue, it's working with them. And they asked us to extend this to mirror their own. But we'd be happy to entertain discussion and possibly guess, make an amendment motion at this point, because we can't amend the underlying bill if it's been seconded. Is that true, or can we add actual amendments to it?
Well, I thought we were at discussion on the motion.
Yeah, because
Right, guys, I am asking legal, the parliamentarian, for procedural, and then I can hand the floor off to the people in the order in which they have asked for the floor. Yes.
In order to amend motions previously made, the motion to amend can be in order. It can clarify, modify, or be inconsistent with the original motion, or may directly conflict with the spirit of the original motion, but it must have direct bearing upon the subject of that motion.
Excellent. Thank you. I have Tuttle, Fry, and Johnson.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle.
And I'm not sure exactly how to make sausage from the bench. This is my least favorite thing that we do, and so I'm leaning into our city manager because he and I have chatted about this before. As I just want to make really clear to the public, we're not trying to take away the power of the Board of County Commissioners, and especially in their role as the Board of Health. I've spoken to almost all of them, and this is something they want us to align with so that the community knows we're all taking this very seriously. We're navigating through uncharted territories. I've said consistently there are no good options, only good decisions. So right now, aligning with the county upon their request seems like the best decision we have. But Mr. Manager, what are some options that we have for not only the sunset that we all expected when we did this on July 1st, but also some metrics so that we know when it's time to end this besides just a date? Thank you.
Councilmember Tuttle, Mayor, members of the council. I had a brief discussion with the county manager regarding the possibility of the city moving back and returning power to the county for this. And in discussing possible metrics, knowing that maybe would come up, two metrics that we talked about would be reaching a 5% positivity rate and moving from current yellow status to green status for hospitalizations. And so that would take care of two of the more important issues. And it doesn't then rely on raw data on cases, but instead looks at, I think, fairer data in terms of effectiveness of actions to either flatline or drop the curve.
Follow-up question, if
Yes.
that's okay. One of the things that we heard consistently from lots of folks, not just today, but over the last, several months now we've been doing this work, is that there's a lot of misleading data, the infamous chart, all of those things. But in your estimation, from working on this consistently since March, would those be the most effective and reliable data points that we could gather?
Those are the ones that I think have been most consistent throughout all of this time. They have changed other factors, but these two I think have been pretty significant.
And reliable data.
Right.
Reliable data. Thank you.
So just to follow up, Mr. Manager, for clarification, would it be possible if we, as we figure out these metrics, if we had the 5% that you spoke of with consistent, 2 weeks of consistent downward trends in hospitalizations, could we add those two as they correlate in case testing changes or testing, the amount of testing in case that changes?
Right. In terms of the 2 weeks of the 5%, I believe that's probably what the county manager would have recommended. That was part of our discussion, and I apologize for not introducing that. So it's not when you first reach the 5, but it's maintaining that level for 2 weeks. That's kind of been a standard factor throughout. When you switch to green status, that will show that there has been positive movement in terms of reduction in hospitalizations, and it probably won't happen until there's at least 2 weeks of data that shows that. Again, they make that determination based on what they're seeing in hospitalizations.
So it would be 5% for 2 weeks, 5% plus the green status would be what we're thinking about right now.
I just offer that as two possible metrics.
And would that, and I'll get to the list of everyone who wants to talk in a second. Is there a way that would trigger to go back on our agenda so we can have discussion with it, or would this be just to invalidate the ordinance?
That will depend on your motion.
Okay. Councilmember Fry.
Thank you. Bob, can you also redefine what green status means real quick before I make my next point?
Sure. green status is a little bit arbitrary it's the county that makes that determination. In talking to the county manager, they look pretty seriously at, first of all, at the number of positive cases that are in the hospital, the number of cases that are in ICU, of that number, how many are in ICU and how many are on ventilator. And if those trends continue to go down, as they have over the last few weeks, the county manager is somewhat optimistic that if we can maintain that trend, that we'll be moving into our green status. It's not one specific number, but it's all of the action, everything that's happening in the hospitals.
So in your conversations with the county manager, has he indicated if they're going to include this in their hearing for their order? Are they going to include either one of these measures?
This was just a what-if kind of conversation. I didn't ask him if the county
So
would.
I'm pretty outraged that the county continues to throw this at us and have us take their shrapnel. They should have been here today to help us through this from the Board of Health perspective, to help us give some direction as to possibly some metrics to help make the next determination. To continue to put this on us instead of them taking the lead as the Board of Health is just outrageous. So again, I like the idea of these two metrics is in place, but honestly, I'm not sure if those are the right metrics at all. Metrics, I don't know. Todd Ramsey probably knows the plural of it, so.
I do want to be fair to the county manager. He was responding to a call I placed to him, and I gave him the hypothetical, what if we got to this case? And in looking at all of their measures, these seem to be the two that I believed best represents a fair assessment. So it's not a matter of them trying to impose something on us. It was
Well, but
his
their
response.
actions speak louder than their words right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, everything I was going to ask about the parameters has been asked, so I'll wait for that discussion.
Excellent. Councilmember Bluebow.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Do we, I think I brought this up before, do we have anything from writing from the county commissioners saying that they expect us as a body to, or is that just conversations we've had in passing?
That's just conversations we had at the staff level.
This is very difficult up here to make these decisions and not have the subject matter experts in the room. I mean, it seems, I'm just as frustrated as Councilmember Fry here. I'm getting messages from people in the county that some of the commissioners that are telling me that this percentage is an opinion and it's not an objective number. Is that correct?
The 5%?
Yeah, all the percentages. And I'm still trying to understand, when exactly did we start, when were we testing symptomatic people or testing everybody, and how does that play into that? And it's very difficult to make these decisions without having anyone from the county over here. Do we know that, when the systematic testing happened?
When they went to symptomatic?
Well, yeah, when did it start out in April, and when did we start that again? You know, we went from, we're testing, I mean, it seems like we can really control the pool of people, not we, but the county could control the pool. We could say, well, at this time, we're only gonna test symptomatic people. And then it opens back up, and well, the numbers are going down. Well, now we're gonna test everybody. It's spiking again. It's not an apples to oranges comparison.
Right. Actually, I think the fact that they're only testing symptomatic will get you the highest positivity rate, because those folks are exhibiting symptoms and have a better likelihood of getting
But they haven't all
being
along.
tested.
But they haven't all along, right? They just
No. But again, they still didn't, even though they were testing people that were asymptomatic, they still didn't have a significant number of tests that were being administered. And I do think you're going to see a significant increase in the number of tests now that WSU has new technology that they're going to be able to use. And that should, and again, I'm not the expert, but that should reduce actually the number of positivities.
If we open up to asymptomatic, it should, the rate should fall very fast, right?
That would be my guess.
But we don't know when that'll happen. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's difficult for our motion when we're not controlling the test.
Right. It's my understanding Wichita State's going to bring that technology on, and it will be available in the community in October.
And it's I'm sorry.
So we'll just continue to make decisions with secondhand information over here across the street, I guess.
So
I don't
just,
have any other questions.
Just and I sense the frustration, and I understand it. Once we get fast turnaround testing, it's going to be a game changer. However, we're not really sure, and experts kind of go back and forth with this, where systematic versus non-systematic, will that actually lower this or not? The idea is that there are a lot of people who are asymptomatic who might take this and wind up in that pool, and we're not sure what those numbers will look like. Because a lot of people, you can have this without being systematic, even though the county is currently, because of capacity, only testing those who are symptomatic. Which is why I was hoping to tie it to a second metric, which it sounds like that would be the intent. Vice Mayor Claycomb.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to clarify on these metrics. So, Manager, are you suggesting that we could, once we would hit 5% positivity and move to green status on hospitalizations, then that would be our trigger just to then get out of the masking? We wouldn't go back and forth. Like, what if we moved from green to yellow, back from green to yellow? Would you suggest that? I'm just trying to figure out what your recommendation is.
Right. Okay, so I'm not sure I have a firm recommendation.
Okay.
I think what I'm telling you is in trying to read where the council is, there seems to be a uniform consistency in that you want to get the city out of the mask ordinance. And so the question was, what metrics would you use? And so, and then the mayor had said, does that then bring it back to you, or simply the ordinance will expire when those two metrics are achieved?
Right.
And so it's really up to the council to decide how you want to go through that.
So and I think I have it, Vice Mayor, and I'm willing to make a substitute motion, and then we can discuss that substitute motion, that that the mask order will come back on the agenda for discussion, so that if they do change anything, we would have the ability to have qualitative information on it. When a 5% testing for 2 weeks and there's green status for the hospital, it will trigger it immediately on the next scheduled meeting's agenda. And also, I'd ask that we eliminate the deadline if we're going to have this metric, so that we don't have to have a political fight every 60 days, and people will know that's the metric that we're trying to work with. It might even have an incentive to help us get these numbers down. That's my thought with this, and I know that Councilmember Tuttle was on before I made the motion. I don't know if she wants to speak to the motion, but if not, I'll go to Johnson.
I would like to speak to the motion, thank you. And I don't know how to exactly do this, Jennifer, so if I want to make a comment about his motion, but I don't want to second it.
To clarify, Mayor, did you say you made a substitute motion just now?
Substitute motion to my own motion.
That hasn't been seconded, and for parliamentary purposes, it would be.
Second, so it could be discussed. Yes, of course.
I'm sorry?
Second, so it could be discussed.
I was just going to recommend, from the discussion I'm hearing, it sounds like a motion to amend would be the better recommendation for parliamentary-wise than a substitute motion, if that's amenable.
Could you repeat the amended?
Yeah, now I'm going to go ahead and actually pretend I didn't say the last thing I said, and we're going to make it I will offer an amendment and this is just from the discussion here, is that the amendment would be tying the mask order to two separate metrics that would have to correlate: the 5% testing for 2 weeks, as well as green status from the hospitals, which means that hospitals going down, testing's going down, would trigger that this comes right back to the next scheduled meeting, so that we can I guess make a educated decision on it, depending on the variables, if testing changed or anything else changed. And by doing this, I see that we already have a way out, so that we probably don't need the deadline that's currently set in it. Right now, the deadline was the current sunset, which gives us the benefit of not having, I guess, a political argument with this. We can base it purely on the numbers and the science. So that's the explanation and the amendment: 5% green status, take out the deadline. triggers it to go on to the next scheduled meeting so that we can, we can have a discussion about it, and hopefully at that point, we're good and we can get out of the business of mass. That would be my amendment. I think I need a second, and then we discuss it. Is that correct?
I'll second to discuss, yeah.
Okay.
1 minute. I just want to take this moment. Brian Fry just seconded my motion.
That's so we can discuss. Just so we're
Let
clear.
me just take a moment. It's been a
Doesn't
long
mean I'm
day. I
gonna
don't get a
agree,
lot of.
Do you want to withdraw that, Councilmember?
Ooh, all right, we're gonna go. Councilmember Tuttle. Let me take some back here.
Thank you, and thanks for still having a sense of humor after all this. I really appreciate Vice Mayor's comments that we could go from green to yellow, you know, and so if I were to make a substitute motion to the mayor's original motion, it would have been that we keep the mask order in alliance with the county until October 21st, and if we have met the metrics, then we get out of the business. I'm just a little worried of saying, oh, we're going to watch the numbers, and what if they change, and then also I have learned one thing from this, that it is incredibly confusing for the community to know when it's the city and the county. And so my fear is if the county's has gone until October 21st and ours ends, you know, hopefully things will continue to get better the end of September or whatever. So I just worry about the consistent confusion opportunity with not aligning with the county. Just making comments so that we can potentially come to the best resolution. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, this question's more so for you. So the mayor has made a amended motion, but I'm just curious, can we have an actual ordinance that expires based on metrics? So if, you know, we hit a random Wednesday where that is the 2-week mark, where everything looks great, would it then expire that day?
Yeah, the challenge would be we need to set a specific way to determine that the metrics have expired, I guess, upon a report from the county or a finding, and then at what exact time. So I think the answer is yes. It just needs to be clarified how that report is made or when that data is received.
Okay.
Specifically.
So I would feel more comfortable if we know for certain what that is, so that way we know and that the public knows for sure that that metric has been met. But I don't agree with taking the date away. Part of the reason I originally wanted to have a date is just so we can make sure there was for sure a review date and some wood here. Hopefully this doesn't happen, but should the positivity rate or one of the factors not happen until after October 21st, I just wouldn't want to see this be a just continuing thing. We always, I believe, need to continue to review this. So just my thoughts on it so far.
Yeah, and as the maker of the motion, if that's the will of the body, I understand that. My goal was we had some confusion today where people thought that we were only doing a mask ordinance for 30 days and then only another 30 days. And you, I believe, were the one who put the amendment on the original ordinance to bring it up every few weeks so that we could evaluate it. And I think that's a great idea. I just, again, want to, maybe we got to be just more clear about that, where the confusion isn't that we're moving a goalpost, that it's based on the metrics more so than a date. So once we get through, maybe, I mean, I could amend my motion if needed. My goal is just to make sure that's clear that that until October 21st isn't the day we expect this to be over unless the numbers were there.
Right. But one follow-up, Jennifer, how would we notify the public? So we receive that data, we review it. Do we then, I guess, give Bob direction to put out a statement that everything is done at that point? Or how do we give official notification to the public?
Let me jump in. The way I've heard the motion is we would schedule a city council, for the very next city council meeting to review the ordinance because you met the 2 metrics. And so I believe the mayor's motion was that it needs to come to you then at the next meeting.
So my only concern about that is if Wednesday we meet that metric, but we schedule it for the next Tuesday, and let's say one of those goes out of alignment, now we're back into this order, which could be a little confusing, or maybe it's just confusing to me,
No, it's
but could be.
I don't want to be too arbitrary, but the hospital calls occur on Monday. And so we could either use the close of business that on Monday as our data point. And at that time, we should know what the hospitalization rating will be, and then we can look at what that positivity rate is on that Monday, every Monday.
And the point is pretty much what Councilmember Johnson stated too, is, well, what if we hit this for 2 weeks and then we have a huge cluster that goes out? We want to be able to have a conversation about that, where, you know, we hit this and then Monday the numbers shoot up, but we did go technically 2 weeks without it. You know, is that something, do we really want, you know, the mask to be triggered, no longer required if we're now bumping back up? Because then we, without a mechanism to kick the mask order back in gear, you know, we wind up in somewhat of a situation. So, but that was why we would have those discussions, so that if something happened between that time frame, we could have a discussion with it. But I understand. Council member or Vice Mayor Clayco.
Okay. I agree with Councilmember Tuttle that I think I think it avoids confusion with the public if we stay with the county. So if we extend ours through October 21st and then put the metrics in. The thing I would like to use that for, though, is to get us out of the mask ordinance. So if we hit those metrics, then we're out of the mask ordinance. And then, so that I don't see the reason for it to come back to us. That's what I'm trying to make a point of, is that we extend ours through October 21st to match the county so that we don't confuse the public, and then we hit those metrics, and then we give it back to the county. So that would be my recommendation.
Councilmember Fry.
Thank you. I was going to echo the Vice Mayor there that without clear metrics, this is all disingenuous and a lot of virtue signaling. I think we need to let the county do their job as Board of Health. If we can put this metrics in place and then our ordinance ceases to exist once those metrics are met, then we move on. Otherwise, we're going to have 120 plus people at the next public hearing. And as much as I want to hear them talk and speak, and I'll buy them more pizza if I have to. But I think we setting ourselves up for just having more divisiveness, more division in the community when it's, again, not our lane.
So just for some feedback, we want the 2 metrics, and it sounds like we want October 21st in there as well. If we hit the metrics, then great, we're out. This will expire, but also, are we hoping by October 21st, we want to hand this back over to we're hoping that the county will be dealing with this? Is that what I'm hearing?
They're already doing it.
They're already doing it.
They're already.
What I'm hearing is that you're extending the ordinance till the October 21st, and if prior to that, both of these metrics are met, that the ordinance would expire. I think that's what I heard the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Fry offer.
No,
I'm sorry?
we would extend it to October 21st, and immediately after October 21st, when we hit those
Oh, I
metrics,
see.
it would expire. However, as I'm thinking about this, if I understand Dr. Minz's order, he will be revisiting that. He can make changes to that anytime before October 21st. Okay, so I would like to align with the county and then get out of the masking.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't think that's what I heard from Councilmember.
Yeah, I was saying that as soon as we hit those, we expire the ordinance.
Yeah,
that's
not by the 21st. If it's October 12th, it's October 12th, right? So.
Right. That's how I interpret it too. And my question with getting out of the mask order and letting the county take over for it is, we expire at the same time they do. We've been pretty much in line with Dr. Min, so I guess if he felt that it would be extended and the county agreed, then it would go on. I mean, my goal is just keep people safe. I don't care which level of government is working to do what the medical experts need them to do. I mean, that's why we're here right now, is because the county didn't do what their medical professional told them to do. So if that changes, then that's fine. Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you. Jennifer, I know you were county council before you came over here. Is there nothing in the county's toolbox that they could do to enforce this to where it has to come back on us? Are they powerless in that situation?
Unless they adopt a resolution. Right now, the public health order is what stands, and they have the authority to enforce it as a civil penalty.
Okay. And what's the difference between us, because we can make it a criminal penalty?
Currently, we have the authority, and you have acted to make it a city ordinance, which is a violation at the level of an infraction, which is below a misdemeanor. And so that's our enforcement mechanism.
Okay. But they never took the action to make it a civil penalty, correct?
They didn't have to take affirmative action to do so. I think it's operated under state law. I think that's
But they could enforce it with
they
civil
could,
deed.
I believe.
Okay, and then I'm just trying to get a good understanding of what October 21st looks like. I'm hearing it, well, if the numbers aren't down, it auto renews. If the testing changes, if anything changes with the way we're getting our data, it could be an indefinite auto remove for another 18 months. Am I hearing that wrong? Or?
I mean, kind of. I'm going to actually amend my amendment in a second.
That's not what I heard. Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking for clarification.
So, Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. And I'm going to lean into Jennifer to make sure I'm going to do this right, but I'd like to make a substitute motion.
I recommend a motion to amend the amendment.
I would like to make a motion to amend the amendment, that we continue the mask ordinance for the city of Wichita until October 21st, or we reach the 5% and green status, whichever comes first. Meaning that if we get the two metrics, we're out. October 21st, we're out.
Second.
Thank you.
So, what if the numbers shoot back up and we don't get, and we're out on the 21st, but we really still need a mask order? Like, would we just bring it back, or is now, this could be, as long as the county, and we don't feel the need to bring it back, this could be the last time we deal with the mask order? Is that the hope, that if the county continues to make logical medical decisions, we no longer have to? My only concern, and I see you now on the board, my only concern is that we put an artificial date on it and it expires without the metrics needed. Because the other reason why we do this, well, also the county does this, is so we have additional enforcement, so we can actually utilize our resources to ensure compliance, particularly with businesses that we put in charge of, or that have close contact with people. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. And, I don't really think that we've utilized our enforcement component of it. It's been an educational opportunity that I think we would continue to do if the county had their resolution. Theirs is an ordinance. So the county voted on it. They own this. This is their work. And that's why, I want to make sure that we give it back to them. That doesn't mean that we certainly can't still support them as another elected body. So, truly, if they have an ordinance and we don't, it doesn't mean we don't support it. It just means it's their work and it's their responsibility, and we appreciate them taking the lead on it.
So, I guess to Jennifer asked if that's true, my understanding is the ordinance allowed us to be able to enforce this, particularly with bars that were in outright defiance, while the order wouldn't have given us that same tool set. Is that accurate or no?
The ordinance is the city's ordinance and gives you local authority to adopt it or to enforce it as an ordinance.
So if we had a establishment that was an open defiance, bragging on the internet, then they're not gonna follow it, and it's just a county order, could our police chief and our police still go over there and enforce this with the means that they can today?
With, I'm sorry, with just the county's order?
Yes.
No,
No, they couldn't? Okay, so we lose the power to enforce.
that's correct.
Okay. Vice Mayor Clayco.
So that means only the sheriff's department could enforce it?
And it's up to the county to determine how they would enforce that, but it is not WPD's authority if it's a county order.
Even if it's the county, we're within the county, we recognize that we can't unless it's an ordinance.
Yeah.
We lose complete authority to,
Without an ordinance, the city has no enforcement authority other than as a licensing condition.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to add to the dialogue, I think, to your concern about the 21st, I know I personally, I'm represented by, or District 1 is represented by both Chairman Meitzner and Chair Pro Tem Cruz. I know I will definitely go over there and advocate a little more for our constituents, and maybe that's just something we can do to talk to our colleagues across the street more about what's going on closer to the 21st if things don't look like they're changing much. And then that way, it's still in their wheelhouse, and we're just advocating on behalf of our citizens.
Councilwoman Tuttle.
Thank you. I'm just going to make one more comment, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to make too many, but I absolutely think that this work should go back to the county, and I think that in the beginning, maybe they didn't take the steps that some would have wished they would have. I've said consistently during all of this, I'm not going to question decisions made by elected officials from another entity, whether it be the county, a school board, a state. I don't know what they know. I don't know what they were thinking at the time. But since then, we've seen the action that we've hoped, and we've seen a great alliance. And I trust my colleagues as the Board of Health and the Board of County Commissioners to make decisions to protect the county. We've seen them do that consistently over the summer months when this is happening. So I am perfectly fine with us getting out of this business and giving it back to them. I think that's what they want. So again, I made a motion that we get out of the business either way. It's just a matter of what threshold it is.
Vice Mayor Clayco.
Okay, I have another question on enforcement. Is there a way for us to be able to enforce that without, it has to be an ordinance, but so would we have to put it in this ordinance or some ordinance if we wanted to have some enforcement capability?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why the county has asked us to mirror their order and ordinance so that we can combine our resources to enforce this. So, which our officers have been doing. So there's a motion, Councilmember Ubach.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just trying to get a good understanding, Vice Mayor. Are we looking for, I mean, if they can already do they can already do the penalty, the civil penalty, we can do an infraction. Are we looking at some point taking this further to where? Okay, I'm just trying to understand what you were driving.
Why I'm asking? Well, right now, what happens, I believe, is that if we have, for example, a drinking establishment that seems to be having a problem with this, not enforcing it themselves, not regulating it, our police can go in and educate about that. And I'm concerned about taking that away from them. Will they still not go out and educate, because we haven't written any tickets. The city hasn't written any tickets, but the police have been out there and asked people to please, do what the ordinance asks. So,
can you tell me what WPD's been doing?
Yes. As they've looked at numbers and either received concerns or complaints or observed issues at closing, especially in Old Town, they have then scheduled separate appointments with the business owner to talk about what they've observed and ask for compliance with the ordinance. And they've had, I think, productive discussions with business owners following that practice.
But we're not sending police officers in the bars checking for masks, are we?
No, well, what I will say is they are observing the conditions at time of closing, which is when they traditionally are in those those bars or in those businesses. And so when they observe it, they'll record it, and then they'll visit with the business
But we're not making officers go out there and have confrontation with somebody with.
Oh, no.
You ain't got your mask on,
Not that I'm
buddy.
aware of.
Okay.
I'm not aware of an incident where that's
Okay, would you let us know if it gets to that point? I mean, I hope that it wouldn't. That was, our police are pretty shorthanded already. I'd hate to have to put anybody in that environment.
So also, one of the things that we've been doing that's been successful is if you're a bar owner and you have, or a restaurant owner and you have a liquor license, our ordinance to have a liquor license, part of that says that you have to follow all ordinances. So one of the things that prevents, I guess, a nightclub from opening up after they were closed down by Dr. Mins, is that by violating the ordinance for the city, you also violate your conditions of having a liquor license. It was if you send, when the police would come and I guess observe those separate meetings, those mask or letters that go out that we've been able to do, that's part of getting people on board for working towards a more healthy community. So
we use it as more as an administrative enforcement rather than a hands-on with the patrons.
Yeah, it's one of those where, and it's mostly it's mostly to, because businesses don't want to make people sick, and if you get a liquor license or a food license, or you have a higher bar because you are feeding people stuff that could make them sick, and so part of that is you have to follow all the ordinances. You have to be extra responsible. Early on in this, we found that if it's just an order, according to our legal department, our ordinance doesn't say you have to follow all the health orders from the county. You have to follow ordinances. So, I mean, it could get into nuisance law because our ordinance language when it comes to a liquor license does kick over to the nuisance laws, which are state statutes. But anyways, and it's been very effective in ensuring that everyone is on the same page when it comes to enforcement of the curfew, or not the curfew, excuse me, of the mask mandate. Other questions on this? So my concern is the hard stop at the 21st if we're not meeting the metrics. I would like to know if the I don't know, we're just speaking, I'll give the floor to maker of the motion, Council Member Tuttle.
Thank you. And the reason that I made the either or is because the county then will take the lead and they will decide if they should extend their mask ordinance as the Board of Health. And so this is work that I think most of us will agree we probably shouldn't have got into and we're into, and for consistency and because we're seeing what we wanted to see. But it's time for us to hand the work back to the Board of Health and our friends at the Board of County Commission. So even if we have, a stop of when we meet the requirements or we meet October 21st, it's not like it's going to go away. It's just going to go to the body that I feel should be taking responsibility for it and that have expressed interest that they think they should too. So it's not that, things will go away to protect our community. It's just who's responsible for it.
But again, they did ask us to mirror theirs because they like our enforcement, like if we're working as a team.
And I agree, and we're mirroring it until October 21st, and I've spoken to 3 of the county commissioners, and that's all they've asked for at this point, so.
So then what would happen if they ask us on October 21st to match an ordinance with theirs so that we could be a team when it comes to enforcement?
If the question's to me, I guess I would say we could revisit it then, but that's not been what I've understood them to say. I think they know that this is their work and work as the Board of Health and the Board of County Commissioners. So, of course, anything can always be revisited, but right now their request has only been until October 21st with the hope that, things will continue to decline or remain steady as it is right now.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. If I understand the amended motion, we are looking at 5% and green status for 2 weeks, and then we'd be out of it at that point. So I guess my question is, what does that notification look like to the public? So again, if maybe it's a Thursday, are we doing a press conference? Are we sending something out to print media, digital media? Just want to know what that is. That way we can communicate to people.
Probably all of the above. You've got the mayor's briefing every week on Thursdays, so notice can go out that way. We will also use social media. We'll use our website. I'll send a press release as well.
Does that need to be a part of this motion, or does
No.
that just happen? Okay.
No.
Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Tuttle, excuse me, Vice Mayor Claycomb.
Thank you. So again, I'm going back to, I want us to be careful that we don't confuse the public. So if our ordinance ends, the counties will still, whatever the county's doing will still be in effect. So I don't want the public to think that if, we come out and we say, okay, city, we don't have a mask ordinance anymore. That doesn't mean that people aren't supposed to adhere to the county's order.
Right, and we'd make that clear in all of our publications.
Okay.
Councilmember Fry.
I suppose it's possible that the county could also take action to mirror this activity.
Sure, they could.
So,
They could.
okay.
Councilmember Bubag.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a question from someone watching at home. They asked me, can I clarify if long-term care facilities in a jail will be taken out of the 5% or they'll be included? Because that's not part of the normal public.
So the numbers the going rate is always included, the going numbers have always included, because I asked this last week, has always included clusters as well. That's just part of the 14-day rolling standard. And we're down to 7.3% today, even with adding clusters. So your request would be a deviation from the normal numbers or where the numbers are gathered, but I understand why. There are other comments. So, and it gets back to the motion. I'll let the councilwoman close on this, or councilperson. And is the 21st, so we are, and I want to support this, I'm trying to think it through. We are under the impression on the 21st, if the metrics aren't good, but we assume that the county health officer will still will still continue health policy as he sees fit, and if they needed I guess if they needed more enforcement power from us, we could take it up that week, but this would expire it without having it come back to the council. Is that, Councilmember Tuttle, is that the intent?
I believe so, if I understand what you're saying, yeah. And I think the most important thing here, and I know I've said it like 5 times, and so I'm going to go for 6, this is the county's work. This is what the Board of Health is built for. This is what the county commissioners are built for, and so of course, we'll always be supportive as an entity, but I think all of us agree, or most of us agree, the work needs to go back to them. And for me, this seems like the most reasonable way. And just to follow up on Councilmember Johnson, I understand what you're saying, because on July 3rd, when we passed this, I said, how is the community going to know? And that was a big concern for me. And I think the city did a really good job of saying, this is, what's happening. So I have complete faith in our wonderful communications department that they'll get the word out when we get out of the business. But I think that the most important thing is to continue to support our friends at the Board of Health during these still kind of uncertain, uncharted times. Everything is new. We're all going through it together, but to get out of the business and give it back to the Board of Health.
And we could, on the 21st, if it expires and the Board of Health didn't listen to the medical documents, and we need to get back into business of it because the city of Wichita is affected differently than rural areas of Sedgwick County, we could just make a motion to bring it up if we needed to in that case. So this would expire it with the intent that proper medical procedures or policy would be abided by when it comes to the Board of Health, but we could still bring it up if we needed to on that meeting.
You have a meeting on October 20th, so council could consider it, but without that consideration, it would expire on the 21st.
Okay. All right, and we know by then what Dr. Menz, if he chose to continue it or not. Councilmember Wubog.
Just throw something out there. Maybe it'd be an opportunity for us to have a joint meeting with the county so that we're not trying to figure everything out.
Get us back on the same team. Not a terrible idea. There's worse ideas. All right. Well, with that, we'll let Councilmember close on her motion.
Could we just read it back one more time?
Well, that's what the closing is. Please restate the motion and
Do you want me
move
to try
it.
it again, or do you have it?
I know we have a motion in a second, but if you wouldn't mind.
Sure, and I'll be honest, I didn't write it down, so I'll lean into legal if I don't have it exactly right, but my motion was that we would continue the mask ordinance as it is now until October 21st, or we hit the 2 data points of 5% of positive cases. What was the other one?
Green status.
Or green status, thank you, I'm sorry, whichever comes first.
And then 5% was for two full weeks, as suggested. Is that correct?
Right, and green status will already have reflected a time period.
Okay.
And I need to ask that you, if you wish this to be effective today, once again, part of the motion needs to be that we declare an emergency so we can adopt it on first reading if that's the will of the council.
Duly noted.
Is this just a motion to amend, or is this a motion to amend and pass it out?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part. This was a motion to amend the amendment?
Yes. The original motion that the mayor made was, I think, to continue the mask ordinance until October 21st, and what I'm amending it is to give us the exit ramp with the 2 data points, whichever comes first.
No, my amendment had the 2 data points, the 21st, but the data points put this back into a council meeting.
Right.
Yes, that was my motion.
his was.
Your motion,
Yeah,
yes.
my
Your
motion was
motion.
this, because
Yes, gotcha. Okay.
the maker of the new amendment to the motion, I want to accurately state what mine was, so people know if this one fails, it goes back on mine. So mine was the 2 data points, green status, 5% testing, but instead of it just ending on the 21st, it would kick it back into a meeting in case something happened with the data, we could have that discussion. It seems like we can make the motion and bring it up if we needed to anyways. So either way, I think that, if this new motion passes, I think I'd be fine with it. So with that, I think the motion has been made and seconded and moved and discussed, so let's go ahead and
Just
talk
to
about
be
it.
sure, just to be clear, Councilmember Tuttle's amendment says whichever comes first, the 2 data points or the 21st, correct? Okay,
And not come back to the council.
correct.
And not come back.
Those are just the triggers.
That'll automatically come back, yeah.
Okay.
Can I just ask a clarifying question of the clerk? On mine, it says motion to adjourn. I just,
Second?
okay.
Don't say that, that's always in order.
That sense of humor still at the end. Thank you. Okay, just want to make sure.
That was perfect.
So we vote?
Yeah, go ahead and vote, let's vote.
Okay, so that's what we're voting on.
So motion moved, yep. All right, with a, that's a interesting group to vote. That's a tough one. With 4 yeas to 3 nays, the motion does pass, and I believe we're back on the underlying bill now, or did we move it out?
We're done.
Mayor, I apologize, but that's not being shown to the public? Is it possible to know how the votes broke down?
Would be if the clerk wasn't so quick. No, I believe that the no's were myself, Blue Bog, and Clendenin, and the yeses were everyone else. And just for an explanation of vote, I was worried about it automatically triggering off without us having a chance to discuss it. If anyone else is not aware. Over the bill, if anyone else wants to give an explanation of vote?
We already do have the breakdown here, if you would like me to read it off.
I just did, but go ahead.
Okay, the nays are the mayor and Blue Ball and Clendenin. And the rest are yes votes.
And the rest were yes. All right, and that didn't just amend the bill, it also passed the bill as amended. So we are now back on your original agenda, Madam Clerk. Did we really want to do this, or do we want to kick this off to the next meeting?
No, she already said.
We're already doing it? Oh, we're canceling? Killing it?
I sent an email earlier that's being
Did you
continued.
really? Yes, ma'am. Madam Clerk,
Councilmember comments and appointments.
comments and appointments. Councilmember Bluebog.
I just did want to thank everybody again for coming out and speaking today, and everybody listening at home, and realize this is a very controversial issue, and I think all my colleagues have brought up, you know, no matter what side of this you're on, still a good idea to wear the mask. But you know, I feel like it's your choice. But again, if you can't wear the mask, just try to social distance. Try to be respectful of people, and Wichita's going to get through this, and we'll be greater than ever. So we'll all disagree on another issue down the road.
All right. Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just wanted to highlight today was first day of school for 259. Want to wish all the young people well. I wanted to do it earlier, but they are now out of school and probably eating dinner. So hope they all had a great first day. And then one serious item I think that we should definitely discuss today, and it's not much to cluck about, but in this day and age of varying misinformation, I think the city of Wichita could lead the flock in clearing up some confusion. And we recently witnessed a great American patriot in Lincoln, Nebraska speak to a topic that I believe is 1,000% true. But its discussion is causing many to fly off of the handle. After great research, including this weekend on my grill, I made some very detailed observations that wings versus chicken breast and thighs. It was clear to me that chicken cannot fly without wings, and thighs and breast does not work. So I'm hopeful that we can all see the truth in this issue. We could soar above other cities that have yet to take action. And I've actually also prepared a potential ordinance for us to consider. And I'll read it for you. Whereas boneless wings are not boneless wings. They are chicken chunks, chicken nuggets, maybe even saucy nugs. Whereas the city of Wichita stands for truth, and now therefore it be ordained that the governing body of the city of Wichita, Kansas, bans the term boneless wings within the city limits of Wichita forever. And I think we should definitely consider this because it's a serious item. And again, wings are nuggets. Boneless wings are nuggets. They don't have bones in them. And it has been something that has frustrated me for quite so many years. But seeing this gentleman speak up inspired me to speak up today. Thank you.
So, I actually, guys, I hate to do this. I want to get back to the serious topic. Jennifer, my motion was to make an amendment to the underlying bill. The substitute motion was a motion to amend the underlying bill, not a motion to amend it while passing it out. So I voted no on the motion to amend with the full intent of voting yes on the actual underlying bill. And I want to double check that because I'm obviously for the mask ordinance, but now I think with that confusion, I think we're back on the bill, and I think that we actually have to vote to pass the bill out. I think the motion can only be a substitute. It was a substitute my motion was just to amend the bill, not to amend and pass it, so the substitute can only be a motion to amend.
What Councilmember Tuttle did was vote to amend your amendment,
Right.
and that was seconded and passed.
So we're back on the bill is amended. We haven't voted to pass the bill out.
If you feel like it'd be appropriate, we can certainly take up the final vote.
Yes, if we could. So
I'm
just
sorry,
for
what's
procedure.
happening? What's happening?
So your motion was to amend the bill, so your amendment to the bill passed, but we haven't voted on the final bill as amended. So now we're going to vote on the final bill as amended. Clerk will open the roll.
I believe.
Wait. I need to know what I'm voting
I believe
for
everybody's
before I vote.
intention was to amend the underlying bill, but just for clarification, so there's absolutely no question, this would be to adopt Councilmember Tuttle's amendment to the underlying council agenda action.
So Councilmember Tuttle's amendment is already on the bill now. This is just as amended. We're going to pass the bill out as amended and voted on the bill as amended.
Okay.
Clerk will open the roll.
I don't understand.
I have no idea what
Jennifer, I don't understand what we're voting for.
I think the mayor is wanting to ensure that the underlying agenda item today was truly amended.
So please tell me, if I vote yes, what does that mean? And if I vote no, what does that mean?
I believe what he's saying is if you vote yes, then your motion to amend, which is the ending the date October 21st, or when the metrics are met, whichever comes first applies.
Yeah, so kind of. What I'm saying is the underlying bill, the motion to amend passed. That was Councilmember Tuttle's motion to amend. So the bill is different now. The legislation is different now. It had the 2 metrics added just as the amendment passed. We still have to vote on the original, on the ordinance itself as amended. So this vote is to vote to up or down on the ordinance as it's amended. Because the substitute, my motion was just to amend, not to pass it out. So I would like an up or down vote on just to ensure that this is all done properly.
I would like to have the minutes reviewed now, and I'd like to see exactly what we're doing if we're gonna, I don't want
Okay.
this.
So I will say it again. We can review the minutes. My motion was to amend the underlying bill, not to amend and pass it out. Councilmember Tuttle's motion was a substitute amendment to my amendment. So she can't make a substitute amendment and to pass it out all in one motion. So her amendment passed, and now the bill has been changed, and now we need a vote to pass it out because the underlining motion, which hers was a substitute, not an independent, was not a motion to pass it out.
Look at it, her vote was to amend it.
And I was going to make a substitute, but we decided to amend.
Yeah, because substitute motions need to be made directly after the immediate motion, and it's somewhat complicated in that sense. So I believe her amendment could control, but for clarification, you can ask for a vote on the bill as amended by Councilmember Tuttle's amendment.
Thank you, and that's what I'm trying to do. I would ask for a vote on the bill as amended by Councilwoman Tuttle. Clerk will open the roll. This is a motion.
Well, there's a question.
Voting on.
Yeah.
This is on Councilmember Tuttle's motion to amend, as stated, declare an emergency and vote to end the ordinance, extend it to October 21st, or when the metrics are met, whichever comes first.
So we should vote.
Yes.
If that's what you want to do, then vote yes.
Vote the same way we just voted.
It's up.
So kind of.
That would, if we voted the way we voted before, we would be voting for what we voted on, right? Is that what you're telling us?
No,
You know,
so
if I can jump in, I don't know if this helps or makes it worse. The original motion was to extend the ordinance until the 21st. Then the mayor offered an amendment to that original that would have eliminated the October 21st and then would have kept the ordinance in effect until the 2 metrics were met. There was an amendment to that, which was Councilmember Tuttle's, which was approved. So now what the mayor is saying is you can come back to the original ordinance extension as amended by Councilmember Tuttle's language.
That means it's the original ordinance with the 21st or the metrics, whichever comes first, put on that ordinance.
That is correct.
And what it does is someone like me, I was against the amendment, but I'm for the legislation.
I
If the amendment for the legislation failed, then it would be back on the original legislation so we can have other amendments. And I wanted to tweak the amendment. So the vote, I think, was on the amendment, and now we're voting, as the vice mayor said, if you are okay with the bill as is, after the amendment, then please vote yes. If you aren't, then you would vote no. Councilmember Bluebog.
Thank you. I still, is this a redo?
Yes. For all practical purposes, it's a
But, so it's a redo after we did the original vote?
Not technically, but yes.
Well, I mean, I've never seen us do anything this sloppy before. I mean, anytime we always make a substitute motion, we don't, can you give me another case where we've ever went back to the?
Council member, I can't remember a case where you've had an amendment to an amendment, and that's the confusion here.
Right.
That's exactly right. I mean, I think just for clarification, because there's an amendment to an amendment, I think that's the mayor's request, is to make sure that the original ordinance gets adopted with the intent of the council.
But does it change it inherently?
Doesn't. This actually makes
No.
it real.
I think it just clarifies it for everyone's understanding and for the minutes.
But the votes can change, right?
Yeah, they could.
Yes, because the vote last time was for the amendment. This is now for the bill as amended. So if you're against mask ordinance, as it was changed, vote no. If you are for the mask ordinance, vote yes.
Well, but there's different criteria now on this motion than it's just a simple up or down on masks.
Right.
No,
We're changing the
We're
vote.
not.
It's not as simple as that.
It is.
This would be a vote to extend the ordinance to the 21st or until the metrics are met, whichever comes first. Yes or no?
It'll be the exact same language as the amendment offered by Councilmember Tuttle. That you voted on.
Okay.
Clerk, open the roll.
Mayor, did I miss a second?
Well, it needs a second, or else the entire bill fails. So who was the original second? All right, I'll make a motion to pass the bill out as amended. Pass the ordinance out as it was amended.
The original second was Councilmember Bluebog's, so that you could open it up for discussion.
Okay. I think his second went over to the motion, to the amendment of the amendment. So I'm just going to make a motion that we pass it out as amended.
Does that work?
I think you want to say, again, as amended by Councilmember Tuttle's amendment, and you'll need a new second.
Okay. I would like to pass the ordinance out as amended by Councilmember Tuttle.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Clerk, open a roll. I thought we already had one, so I apologize. Members will cast the votes. With the result of 5 yeas to 2 nays, the vote passes. Yes, as explained, I was a no on the amendment, but a yes on the underlying ordinance. And that's what I thought was going on.
Can I get the minutes to this as soon as possible, please?
Sure. May I go home and sleep first, and then I'll start on it tomorrow morning?
You want the entire, just this section?
Guys, it's really important that we follow proper parliamentary procedure.
Absolutely it is.
We all want to follow proper.
So, sorry. Okay, back on the council discussion or appointments. See none. With that, I guess I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded by the vice mayor. Is there any discussion on adjourning? See none. With that, we can go ahead and take a vote. The result of 7 yeas to 0 nays, the motion passes. We're adjourned.